Hello? Happy THADATHON! Are we ready for this? Are we ready for this? Hello, Zeri. Hello, hello. Thank you for joining us on today. THADATHON, Bedrock Legends Edition. We're going out with a bang, folks. Going out with a bang, possibly in the literal sense. We could get exploded. But today, we're gonna do the fun things. So I got a little timer here on the screen. I'm gonna hit start on this. If I can find the window. Go. Is it going? There it goes. All right, we got 2 hours on the clock. 2 hours on the clock. Let's go through the rules here. THADATHON. THADATHON, is that the command? I'm pinning this long message. Oh my goodness. Hide that for myself. So here we go. Today, you guys are in control. Happy Saturday. Happy THADATHON. 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 Good to see you, Jove. I hope you're doing well. But yes, today, THADATHON, which means you guys are in control. All the details are right there. I think I put a little bit more detail into the Discord post. So if you're not already on the Discord, don't worry. It's because we just made it, but we have a Discord now. Jove. Jove just resubbed. Did it affect the thing? Did the thing work? Why did my bar not go up? We're working out the kinks. Hold on. Sub goal. Goal amount is 10. Hold on, I might have to change the goal. Because it's not working. 10 subs equals plus 1 hour. 10. We'll start out at 1 now, since that just happened. 12/1/2024. Start goal. Okay, hopefully that'll work. We'll, maybe I just had to reset it. But there we go. Thank you, Joe, for kicking things off with your 9-month resub. That's a whole 9 months. Goodness gracious. Thank you. Thank you for testing out the bar. We'll see if everything works. I've never done anything like this before, so we're learning as we go. But yes, every 10 subs will add an hour to the timer with a max of 12 hours today. I'm not going past 12 hours. I don't know how I'm going to make it to 12 if we get that far. So we'll see how it goes, but absolutely no more than 12. That's for every 10 subs. For every 1,000 bits, we'll spin the debuff wheel. I'll give you a little preview of that. We're not spinning it. There's no 1,000 bits there, but there it is. There's the wheel. No bow, no helmet, no chest plate, no leggings, no boots, no wings, no totem, no potions, no sword. Those are the debuffs we can get by spinning the wheel for every 1,000 bits. But if you want to be nice, you can donate $10 and either take away a debuff, or you can, I guess, work against the people who've been gifting subs and take away 20 minutes from the timer. So that's how today is going to work. I hope we're all strapped in and ready for some festivities. As I've been mentioning, we're going to spend the first 2 hours like just taking a look at everything everybody's been doing, take a little tour of the server, maybe tie up a few loose ends, things I forgot to do. And then at the 2 hour mark, we will be starting our first raid. In-game raid. We're not raiding out. We're raiding in the game. We're doing a raid, which is danger. Danger. I'm scared. Hello, Jojo. Happy Saturday to you too. All right, shall we get into this? Shall we get into this, folks? Saturday, Saturday, Saturday. Server. Legends. Who's on? Anyone on? One person on. Wonder who it is. All right, I think I posted in all the places I was supposed to post. Who is it? It's zeroed. Hey, Hello. Okay. Yeah, let's see. I posted to Instagram. I posted to Blue Sky. I posted to Discord. I think that's everything I had to do. And zeroed left. Hi, zeroed. Bye, zeroed. All right, guys. I want to take a little tour. I want us to see everything. All right, I'm gonna sleep. Oh, I landed. I didn't even see that I landed earlier. I was too distracted by THADATHON. Wheel is still on screen. I'm so good at this. Thank you, Zari. I have to manually hide it. And that's why we won't be doing wheel spins while I'm in combat, because I have to show it and then go to another window and spin it, and then we gotta do the thing. Ugh. Thank you, Zari. Thank you. All right, before we go, I'm gonna have a sip of coffee and a sip of water. Is everybody staying hydrated on this Saturday? It's a marathon, folks. We gotta pace ourselves. We gotta stay hydrated, keep our energy up, all that stuff. Okay. All right. Let's take a look around. So here we go. This is my house. This is my house. This is my fireplace. This is the second iteration of fireplace I tried putting in this house. The first one caught my roof on fire. Remember when? Remember when? So this is my kitchen. We've got Jesse. We've got Scully. We've got Mulder. All our furnaces and stuff. We finally installed a sink yesterday. I like the kitchen. I like how the kitchen came along. A bedroom. Got a bunch of barrels for storage. Hey, Vo. Got our little curtains. Little entryway with our cats, Harry and Cooper. And down this way, we have my little storage room, which isn't super organized, and I don't know where anything is. But, you know, that's what we worked on. Here's the front of the house. Let's take a little fly around. You know, just do the final tour. So there's the house up on the hill. We've got our garden back here. Down here, we've got... Not for you. Val keeps threatening to spawn in withers while we're doing our challenges today. One of the challenges is a wither. But we got our sheep and our cows and our chickens and more eggs than we know what to do with. I guess I could put these into storage. All right. I like the way the fireplace looks from the outside. So we got that. We got our little bees over here. 2 little beehives. Some flowers. This bunny has been hanging out all month. I think it's the same bunny. It might not be the same bunny, but I feel like every time we come outside, there's a brown rabbit. Yeah, the front of the house. Then the path goes down. There's a path that goes down to the mine, but that's nothing really to show off. This path goes down. What's happening? Keldon! My sub bar didn't go up. Guys, I'm having an issue with this. Why is that not going up? We need the bars to work. Hold on, hold on. I see Val coming in. Hello, Val. How are you? Keldon, thank you. Thank you so much for the resub. Let me figure out why the goal's not working. We need that to count. Reset. So this will start at 2. Okay, hopefully that works. Maybe I switched it to sub points instead of subs. Maybe that'll affect something. I don't know. I really hope the bar works so we don't have to manually do this. But thank you so much, Keldon, for that. 2 months in advance. Is that like something you did before, or is it something you just did now? I didn't know you could do 2 months at a time. But anyway, thank you, Keldon. I appreciate it. We are 2/10, 1/5 of the way to an extra hour on the timer. Val, what are you up to? Are you doing anything fun right now? We're just starting off with a little tour, just to show off things people have been doing. So yeah, that's the house from down here. Oh, I didn't turn on my field of view thing. One moment. There we go. Turn that on. Gathering skulls. Oh, that's nice. That's very nice. There's the house. A little house. And down here we put in a small horse and donkey barn. What's this called? Stable. We've got our horse and our donkey. I don't know what they're doing. They're something. And there's some wild horses, you know, because there's grass here and they spawn in. And here's my pride. Why is there just... Oh, this is for me. This is my cobble. Where we pillared up and did our little video. And this is my pride and joy, my pond, and my waterfall. I'm so happy with how this turned out. I've never really made a big waterfall like this. I've only ever made a small pond. So, like, we made it come down from the top of the mountain like the ice is melting. And then it pools up there and down here a little bit, and then comes all the way down. Oops. So that's my pond and my waterfall. The fish glitch. This is our fish mosh pit. Our mosh fish pit. Hello. So yeah, they're opening up this pit. We're all just disrespecting our surroundings as you do. What was that? Hello? Did I light off a firework or was that me? Or was that someone else? I guess I did it. So yeah, that's the pond we did. We've got the waterfall, and over here is my little fishy hut, which doesn't have much detail to it. Inside, there's just some barrels and a bed. So nothing too crazy. We didn't like put up any anything too amazing in here. But oh, hello, Plod. From the server side, the Discord server side. So yeah, I'm pretty happy with what we put together. I think it's nice. Oh, we can get everything in the shot right there. Okay, I want to take a screenshot real quick. Hold on, we're gonna just pillar up a couple blocks here. Just like that. And FN and hold on. Oh no, I fell off. One moment. No, there's none of that. None of that. We're trying to take a little picture. Why would you do that? Okay, just like that. And yeah. One more just in case. I think that's a good shot of things. Gobble, gobble. Gobble, gobble. Hello, Pencils. How are you? Just a regular recurring payment. I don't know how Twitch does it. Okay, that's fine. Well, thank you either way, Keldon. I appreciate it. How you doing, Pencils? How you doing? So yeah, that's the base we put together this month, and I think it's something I can be proud of. Oh, hi, Zerod. What, pumpkins? Why pumpkins? Why pumpkins? Why pumpkins? Why? What is happening? What is happening? Should I, What are we doing? Okay. Okay. What are we doing? Do we have to shear them and then break them really fast? How are we doing this? Should I be in voice chat with you, Zeroed? I can be in voice chat. I'm joining your voice chat. Hello.
Oh, that's up to you, Cathedora.
I'm here. Hi.
Yeah. All right. So
what are we doing?
Contest.
It's dark.
Fastest one to a stack of jack-o'-lanterns.
You gave me 2 stacks of pumpkins.
Well, yeah, but
well, we just need 1 stack.
We're only allowed to use 1.
Okay. Like, you gave me more than a stack. So 1 stack of jack-o'-lanterns. Okay.
Yes.
Will these shears get me through 64 of them?
Vow, are you in the nether?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well,
hold on. We can sleep up here. What could go wrong? I'll just use the extra pumpkins and make a little platform. Oh, never mind. You're faster than me. Okay. Oh, now I need to replenish my... to pick up these pumpkins. These don't count. Will a...
Wow, hacks. She's already cheating.
I did not cheat. I did not cheat. It's 64 on there. The ones at the bottom won't be pumpkined.
You count it off and tell us when to go.
Okay. I've never tried to do...
Wait, hold on. I don't have an axe. Shoot. Did I just drop? I left my... No. Hold on.
Hi, Mitchie. Hi, Jules. We're having a jack-o'-lantern contest, apparently.
Wait, where's my axe?
What are you doing with all these pumpkins?
I need full block light sources, and this is the cheapest thing that we have since we don't have a frog light farm or anything like that.
Yes.
So.
I considered trying to make a very tiny frog light farm, but then I realized that the nether's not my friend.
I was gonna, but I was just, we already have this, so. No!
Oh, so close.
No!
Would you like me to extend the platform for you?
Nope, I'm gonna do it.
Okay, I believe in you. Will this pair of shears actually get us through 64 pumpkins, or have you sabotaged me by giving me a partially broken set of shears?
I don't know.
Do I have iron on me just in case? I do have iron on me. I will quickly craft more if I need them. I believe in you. You can do it. That's a great view from up here. Just appreciate the mountains. Yeah. Oh, wait, what? I thought you had it. It looked like you had it from my view.
I thought I did too. I keep slipping off. I don't know why.
You sure you don't want me to extend the platform for you?
No. We're gonna get this.
This is the one. This is the one. You've got this. Or not.
All right, fine. Extend the platform. I don't care.
No, I'm having fun watching you do this. Are you kidding?
Fine, then don't.
Nope, already done. There you go. And now it's a 4. There. Yeah, oh, you didn't even need it.
See, I told you I was gonna get it.
I should have just believed. All right.
Okay.
All right. Okay. 3, 2, 1. Oh crap. This is.
In retrospect, that was a bad idea.
What was a bad idea?
What I just tried to do. You should see the side of my pumpkin. Oh, this is gonna go so poorly.
Did you just fall off?
This is so dumb.
Are you not even on your stack of pumpkins anymore? I'm seeing like a little image you over there on the side of my field of view. I'm like, is that Zero?
This is so pathetic.
I think you're letting me win.
I was generally not. I don't know why I'm having such flying problems today. This is genuinely...
The fish are causing lag.
Yeah.
With their mosh pit down there.
We're gonna blame it on that.
Yep.
No, I don't have time for the alarm.
Should I let you catch up? Oh, you're up there again. Okay.
No.
I was like, should I let you
No,
at
I'm
least get
turning.
on the tower before I get down here?
Wow.
I think I'm in the lead. Just saying.
I think you're
Have
in
you
the
been
lead just a little
practicing
bit.
for this competition? Because I haven't. These are just natural skills right here. Does the big salmon have a home yet?
Yeah.
I was just curious if I could show off the church and where a big salmon is now happily living.
I mean, you can. Make sure you're wearing armor when you walk in the church now.
Okay. Also, I got 64 jack-o'-lanterns.
Well,
Do you want help? Can I shear these pumpkins for you from down here?
I don't need... No, it's okay. I can manage.
Oh, wait. Are these your pumpkins that I'm picking up now?
Probably.
There was a mess down here that I picked up, and now I have more than 64 jack-o'-lanterns. Those are yours.
Asterisks on the win, for sure.
I definitely got my 64. My tower's gone and all in my inventory, and I only have 64 uncarved pumpkins, so... Oh, you had a strategy of shearing them all downwards before you broke them.
That was the plan, but server lag being server lag, it didn't work.
I see.
It only sheared every other 3 to start with, so it was like
It's like
effective.
planting a row of crops. It always misses 1 or 2 along it.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh, that's annoying. I don't get that on my other world.
Exactly.
Well, that was fun.
Exactly.
I win.
All right. Well, I'm glad. I'm glad you won. Congratulations on the win.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hey,
Starting off my challenges with a win. We're off on a good start. That was an
That's right.
unplanned
First
challenge.
win, a first win of the day of many, I'm sure.
Yes. So I don't know how much of the plan you know, but at my 2-hour mark, I'm starting my challenges with the raid.
Oh, at the 2-hour mark. Okay.
Yeah, that's when I'm gonna start the raid, and then the dragon fight, and then a wither, and then there's some other things like a trial chamber and a mansion if I can find one, and an ancient city is the last one on the list because it's the most terrifying thing in the world to me. Oh, and a bastion in there too.
Did you see I died to a warden today already?
You died to a warden? Did you
know,
pop a
that was
totem?
great
Is that
stuff.
what you mean?
Nope.
What?
Did you check the game chat in Discord?
Oh, is Val playing games again?
No, not Val.
Why do I get blamed for everything?
Well, I witnessed you, quote unquote, kill a server member already, so.
Right? So aggressive.
Very aggressive. Thought this was a community server, not a PvP server. But maybe I was wrong. So yeah, I was just planning on doing a little server tour, flying around and seeing everything.
Nice. Well, you are. I scared you off with the whole. It's not safe inside of the church thing, but it's really fine. There's just there's something inside. Just be careful.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye. Okay, guys. So, that's how things have started off here. Well, what did I miss? What did I miss? Shears and left. Jojo, this is Bedrock. We can't do that. You can't offhand things in Bedrock like that. The only things you can put in your offhand are your shield and a totem. I can't even put torches in my offhand. That's one thing about Bedrock that drives me nuts. But yes, hello everyone. Jules says my plans today got canceled, so you're locked in for this. Yes, yes, love it. I love it. We have a pumpkin for our wither fight. Don't. Oh, I didn't give him his shears back. Well, these are my trophy. These are my trophy. Let's actually. We're gonna put this in the house. Nope, this is my trophy. I won. I get to keep the mostly broken shears. I don't have anything cool on my walls. Let me have this one thing. That was Zeroed, and Val briefly chimed in on voice chat too. But yes, Zero just challenged me to a pumpkin carving contest, and I won! Obviously. Do I have an item frame? Oh, I want to name them. Thad wins. Pumpkin carving. That's my trophy. And I need an item frame. Do I have, that's not an item frame. There. And I got some sticks, and we've got an item frame. And actually, I want to make 2 more item frames to put my 2 records. I only have 2 records, but we might get more. But I gotta show off my record collection, right? It's nothing compared to my other record collection. Oh, I needed 1 more of these. Dang it. 2 for my record collection. Do I have more sticks? Nope. I'll just use wood. Bop. 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 Alright, this is for my records. Other side. And Maloney. And I think I can just break this back. You know what? I'm gonna move this over 1. And we'll just get rid of this barrel for now. I don't have a plan for it. That can go in here. And where do we want to put my trophy? Trophy. 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 Yeah. My first trophy. Brunch and socializing. Oh, brunch sounds good. I ate pie for breakfast. Pumpkin pie. Anything else? Arrows? Oh, we can put arrows in our offhand. I didn't know that. Arrows. I've never done that. So we learned something. Thank you, Zeroed. Get Javad. I'd have crushed that I believe in you, Jojo. I bet you're faster at carving pumpkins than you are at collecting candles. Okay, so let's go on our little tour, shall we? I'm gonna put this here and this here. Anything else I should have here? Blocks. And I gotta put away this dirt and these fence blocks. Pop. That's not where my fences go. This is where my fences go. And dirt goes here? Yeah. All right. Eat a carrot. Shall we? You know what? Let's go to the village first. Actually, yeah, let's go by the village first. So this over here was Liara's area. Unfortunately, she died an untimely death to some zombies. Still not sure where they came from. They came out of thin air. But that was Liara's area. Ruse is somewhere back there, but I don't know if we can show off anything that he's been working on. He has a nice hobbit hole kind of setup over there. I'm gonna see if there's any more rockets to steal. Because we're gonna need more for this little tour, I think. Yeah? Meh? I'll take that, thank you. So up here, this is Zloy's Tower. Very impressive. It goes very, very high up in the world. Can I land on this? Up. I guess we'll land up here. Got a good view of everything from up here. There's the church of the Big Salmon. My house is somewhere that way, I think. Pretty sure. Yeah, because that's... Yeah, it's over that way. There's Liara's area. I think that's hers. The whole village. Look at that. Grumpy's amazing tree. The dragon Jen built. Plod's house. Puggy's house. I don't know whose house that is. That's somebody's house. It's very cute. I think I used to know, but I don't remember anymore. But yeah, Zloy's Tower is impressive, to say the least. And I like the windows. Whee! Oh, I missed. That's fine. All right, down here we have the starter village. This is, well, not starter village, the community village. We mostly started out here, most of us. That's the portal into the nether. This is where I started. There's not really anything in here anymore except some junk. Here is the memorial to Naku, who died far too soon. And I think I was wrong about day 13. I think she actually died on the 12th, but I could be wrong. Jen's Dragon's awesome. Yes. Grumpy's tree. Yeah, it's hard to pick a favorite, but that tree is so cool. The dragon's really cool too. I love that it's made out of moss and leaves. Oh, I'm like getting groggy there on my voice. So what's next? Right now we're just doing a little tour of things, showing everything off, seeing what everybody's been working on. Get a better view of Grumpy's tree here. Look at that. All the copper grates and candles as like vines, which this is the first time I've seen that. I think it's really cool. There's some shroom lights up there, and the tree's made out of the crimson wood and nelium and some red nether bricks. So cool. It looks amazing at night. Moss, rip. And then that became Puggy's house, I guess. And then Puggy moved up there. Puggy's house is cool. Oh, little scarecrow. Little scarecrow. Ah, they're cute. Very nice. I like all this. These farm fields weren't all here before. Oh, but look at that. The tree. The tower. The dragon. How are we doing on the collection? How do we get there? Let's see what else is needed here. There's a cat. Okay, cat. Hi. I wonder whose cat that is. So there's a couple trims missing, it looks like. We got most of the heads. Apparently we can get piglin heads now. I didn't know that. So heads, Grumpy was working on that. Trail ruin sherds. I know that Geo was doing this on stream yesterday, getting all the trail ruin ones. And it looks like the only record we're missing is creator. Not the music box version, the original version. You know, the one that I had Joe play. So with any luck, if we make it to the trial chamber, maybe we'll get it for the collection. Maybe we can contribute something. I was going to contribute other side, but by the time I actually logged in to put it over here, it was already up there. That's other side. I can tell by the colors. All the horns. Jen and Puggy were working on getting the horns, I believe it was. Bunch of the sherds. Yeah, really cool. What am I missing here? Hey, Peter, how are you doing? I love how this place has developed, right? So cool. The sub bar's still not working. Guys, I don't know how to do bars, apparently. Because that should have gone up a point. Thank you, Noki, for the resub. 9 months. Good job surviving the whole month. Thank you. We've still got to make it through today, though. Still got to make it through today. Guys, why is my sub goal not working? Settings. Include resubs. Hold on. Can I adjust this now? Manage goal. Hold on. Now we're at 3 points. I didn't know I had to check that off. I think that'll work now. Hopefully we worked out the bugs. Just a polar bear. You have a polar bear in the church? Is that what's in the church? Yeah, Naku died on day 1 in game, but it was the day 1 of the server, real life one day. But it was day 12, I think, on the counter. Like how we're on, what are we on now? 2887. That's what I meant. I put 13 on the sign, but looking back, I think it was day 12. I think it went to day 13 the next day, but I could be wrong. Close enough. Close enough. We can round up for her. Oh, Job's dropping. Did I miss anybody? I hope I didn't miss anybody. But now that we have more people here, welcome in, everyone. It's THADATHON. It's the first ever THADATHON, Legends Edition, the last day of the Bedrock Legends server. And we're going to be doing a bunch of scary things starting at the 2-hour mark. Yeah. There's a pinned message, but if you do ! THADATHON. Oh, I forgot to put the command in the thing. ! THADATHON. There we go. Update. There it is. What was that sound? Not a cow. I don't know what I heard. But yeah, so Grumpy's tree, the dragon, the horde, Zoy's tower. Over here's Puggy's house. Oh. Oh, nope, no. Oh, no. Excuse me. Excuse me. Thank you. What? I've fallen off the path. Puggy's house is up here on the hill. And there's a really cool... Hold on, we're coming in here. Look at this. Look at his little grill. I love it. I love the grill. I never thought of putting a fireplace underneath a block like that, but that is the perfect grill, isn't it? It's so good. Oh, now you get to see everything at night. Hold on, can we get a screen cap of this? This looks really cool. From Puggy's balcony. And I guess we should sleep. Hold on, I'm just gonna lay down a sleeping bag here. Excuse me. Pardon me. Is it working now? What happened? I didn't hear it. It should be, but Noki was the last one. Noki was the last one to resub, so I think it'll be working. What happened? Oh, we got a follower. Oh, Zeroin, how are you? Welcome in, welcome in. Yeah, the fancy tree, that's Grumpy's tree. Grumpy's also the one who gave us our wings and our first shulker shells. I love it. I'm obsessed with this tree. Like, obsessed. Welcome in. How are you doing? All right, what else can we go see? Let's go this way. We can go see Oz's mushroom. Fly under the dragon. Really get the scale of it. Look at that. Look at that. It's so cool. I forget whose staircase this was. It's a long staircase. Goodness. Building in the mountains like this really added some challenges to building. All right, there's some stuff over here. I know that this is Oz's mushroom, which is super cool. Pretty obsessed with it. I love the vines hanging off of it. And it's made with like terracotta, I believe, mostly. Some bone blocks in the stem. It's super, super cool. How's the, oh, a little sitting area. There we go. Nice viewing area for the mushroom. It's very impressive. Oh, the tiny drip leaf looks good here. Oh, we should have gotten some of that for the pond. Oh, well. Mushroom. Of course, you gotta have a mushroom. This was Peter's area. Rest in peace. Rest in Peter? Rest in peace. Oh, we got the beacon effect. We came over here and used his villagers a couple times. What else? There's people... So there's that. How do we get to Geo and Jen's area? Ah, there's the tower. Geo built another tower over here on stream a couple days ago. We were watching that. I love the flower fields. There's so many flower fields around here. Between the mountains and the flower fields, it's like impossible not to have a nice looking area. So this is one of the towers that Geo built. Well, this is the tower. She also built a castle. Oof. Let's eat some food. Got our path here. And then what I love, I want to show you the inside of this one a little bit. Down here, there's like a little boat garage. You come in over there with the fence gates, and then you got a little place to park your boats and apparently a fox. Like a boat garage. I'd never considered such a thing. And let's see, can we go up to the top? How do we get to the top? Stairs. Probably with the stairs. And I'm guessing this goes out to the little platform. Yeah! And from here, you can see Jen and Geo's base. Geo built... I think this is mostly Geo. Because Jen was working on the dragon. Shall we fly over there and take a look at that? Did you ever put glass on what windows? Windows over here? Also, there's Geo in chat. I see glass. I see glass. Jules! Did the sub thing work? Did it work? I think it went up. Now it says 4. Toot toot, beep beep. Thank you, Jules, for 22 months. I love you and appreciate you. Thank you for being my best mod. Hello, Faust. How are you? Did I miss anything else? But yes, let's give some little shout outs while we're here. We've got a whole bunch of people in chat. Geo's here. This is her tower and the castle across the way. So be sure to follow Geo. Lots of cool, nice, comfy, cozy content over that. And a cat. And a cat. And if you like cats, you'll love it over there. Also, Zeroed was in chat. We just did the jack-o'-lantern challenge. The pumpkin carving challenge with him. Make sure you're following Zeroed. Do we have anyone else in chat right now? I don't think so. Wait, Val was here. We'll give Val a shout out too. Oh, that's not how I type into shout out. Val, there we go. I think that's everybody who's been in chat so far on the server. But let's fly over and take a look at this. At Chio and Jen's area. You're welcome very much. Now please don't try to blow up withers around me while I'm doing my challenges, Val. Or I'll take that shout out back. So there's this little area to bring your boats in. Nice and safe from drowned, it appears. Kitty cats. Oh, it's a molder. Can we go in your base? Is that okay? Is that okay, Gio? Or should we just spy through the windows like a creep? Alright. Oh, some puppers. Bunch of collectibles. More kitties. Suki. Alright, so I think if we go up here, we can get outside into like the courtyard area from what I saw through here. I like this for the floor, by the way. That's really cool. All little farm areas. Close the doors. Oh, this came out so cute. I like your little cherry tree. What does that say? Okay. Raw nuggets. Delicious. I love chicken nuggets. So, like, this is a pretty big area. Got this whole bridge to this tower area kind of thing. I feel like something's gonna be sacrificed up here. Might be the flames. Might be the flames. You never did get around to that, making that a cooked chicken farm? That's okay. You cook your own. I like little towers and stuff that she added to it. That's an iron farm and some villager trading. I didn't get into any of that. I just used the community stuff this year. UFO. But yeah, it's so cool. And I like the wall that you built around all the village. The parts of the village that you decided to keep over here. Really cool. Alright, who else could we go see? We could go maybe see Vow's area, if Vow's okay with that. How do we get back home? Alright, there's the tower. Yeah, UFO. It's the Dragon's Perch. Oh, that makes sense. Very cool. Let's fly over to Vow's area. We'll have to go over there anyway when we're ready to go to fight the dragon. Provided we survive that long. So let's fly along the path here. This has been so fun. Need help? Maybe. Anyone can join me if they want to. I'm open to it. I just need to make sure I accomplish some stuff this year. This month. It is almost the end of the year. Alright, so here we go. I believe this is Vow's area. Over at 666666. Boop. That's a lot of jack-o'-lanterns. What does this say? Sub to Vow. Oh, a nice ore tower here. All the goodies. Wow. Showing off your wealth, I see. Oh, is it getting dark? Is it getting dark? Sun's about to go down, but not yet. And now that's taking up the whole screen. A whole throne. Apparently Vow's base is one of opulence. And that's a mob farm. Iron golem farm? Creeper farm? I think it all falls from down there and into here. Alright, now can we sleep? Not yet? Come on, it's dark. Sleepy times? Sleepy times. Now it's sleepy times. You survived this morning's fight. So what, you want to do another one? It's gonna be a little while. We're doing that after the raid. So it goes raid, dragon fight, wither fight is my plan. Okay, so is this the church? I heard a bell. I heard a bell. Where are you? Just looked outside. There's snow on the ground. Oh no! Oh no! Not snow. Yes, here's the entrance to the church. I'm like, this is the building. So this is Val's church. All the armor trims. Goodness. Quite the congregation. Where's the bell? How do we get to the bell tower? Is there a bell tower? Oh god. This is scary. So we ring the bells by going up the stairs. Oh, that's cool. I want to go to the top. Is this the top? That's pretty neat. Oh, stairs. Stairs. Stairs! I know how to walk downstairs, definitely. Using the sensors to set off the bells. I didn't know you could do that. I never mess with those things. That's pretty cool. So yeah, all the armor trims Val's been collecting. So yeah, we have to go in there somewhere to get to the end portal. So that'll be fun if we survive that long. So this is Val's area. And I guess the church is the only other place I think we haven't been. That I know of. Alright, Gio, that'd be cool if you're around. Feel free. Feel free to join if you're around. It should be probably another, like, 2 hours from now if we get to that. In the floor of the first bit of the bell tower. Ah, yes, yes. To get to the end portal. All right, let's go take a look at the church where apparently there's a polar bear. So be careful. There it is, the big giant salmon and the church. Boop. Oh. I guess this is all the jack-o'-lanterns. No. No. And this is where all the graves are gonna go. Zero's been working on a graveyard for everybody who's passed. We'll see if we need a grave. We'll see. We'll find out. So here's the church. And there's the polar bear. Hello. Hello. I'm being watched. And we can do some fishing here. Sorry, I'm not trying to interrupt your prayer time. But we should probably do one little fishing. Come on, one fish. Give us one fish. Yeah, fishy, fishy, fishy. Yeah, fishy, fishy, fishy. Hello? 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 Fish? Fish? There it is. Oh! We fished up a fishing rod. Okay. But yeah, I really like the church. That came out nice. So, yeah. That's, I believe... I'm sorry. Don't do... What? No. Are you trying to trick me? Pet, oh my god. Pet death. Vows at it again. I'm like, no, absolutely not. Okay, we're going home. We're going home, and we're ignoring everything that Vow does. Oh, what are we missing here? Hey, Course, how you doing? Welcome in. So yeah, there's our waterfall, our pond. I would have liked to make this path nicer, but we can't do everything, right? Excuse me, this crafting table shouldn't be here. We'll put this crafting table in the fishing hut. Get off my lawn. There's that. Okay. Yes, hello, Cores. Did I miss anybody else? Anyone else pop in? Jove, is it enough snow that you have to shovel, or is it gonna be gone before you have to, like, leave your house? Me? Hi, Keldon. I've already said hi to you, Keldon. That's totally what I meant. Absolutely what I meant. Alright, that's there now. Okay. I expected the little server tour portion to take a little longer than that. I guess we do have a little time to work on the path then. Because I said we're not starting the scary stuff till the 2-hour mark. So, we got a little time to kill. Let's make some slabs and we'll make the path a little bit better. Luckily, I have plenty of cherry logs. And thus plenty of cherry slabs. So what's everybody up to this weekend? Doing anything fun, or are you just hanging out here with me and waiting for me to probably die? Is that what we're doing? You know what I kind of want to do? Is there a cow? Is there a cow nearby? I think we should put one of the, this new fishing rod just on the wall in the fishing hut as a little decor. So let's go grab an item frame for that. It's already covering the sidewalk and driveway. It looks like it's going to continue for a while. I don't think it'll be a huge accumulation, but I'll probably have to go out. And Jules just gifted 5 subs. Oh my goodness. Thank you, Jules. Thank you. Oh my god, we're 90% of the way to an extra hour. Thank you, Jules. You're the best. We got a new snow shovel the other day. So you've had flooding instead of snow. Ain't that the way it goes? You prepare for one thing, you get the other. Oh, that's just silly. We haven't had any snow yet. I know there was a little bit in the forecast for, do I not have any leather? There's leather. There was a little bit in the forecast. We're just gonna make a bunch of these. There was snow in the forecast, but we haven't actually seen any yet. Not for today, for later in the week. All right, that's why I was doing that. We'll have a few of these in here in case there's anything else we want to hang up. I'll put that on the wall. And the rest of the leather can go in here. Ah, look at the sunset. Time to buy sandbags so you get hurricanes instead. No! No, we're not escalating things like that. Oh, Jules, you kicked off a hype train with that. I thought hype trains were supposed to be more than one person doing something. Maybe my settings are wrong. But thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. We're now 90% of the way to adding an additional hour to the stream. Which, that's how it works. Every 10 subs. And you proved that my thing works, so we're good. We're good. But that's how we're doing things today. We started out with a 2-hour stream, and if you want it to be longer, if you want us to get to the scary stuff, every 10 subs we'll add an hour. That's how we're doing things today. I've never done a stream like this before, but it's THADATHON! THADATHON, THADATHON, THADATHON. Where should we put the fishing rod? Right here? Sure. This fishing rod. Alright, we're just gonna make the path a little nicer going up to I don't know how we're gonna do any of that though. That's a mess. This will be interesting. We'll start here. How would we do this? This is a mess. We might need some dirt. We might need some dirt. Fly! Depends on settings, but it can be as low as 2. Jules is the only one who did anything in the last 5 minutes, so I don't know. I don't know. But thank you, Jules. Even if the hype train's being weird. Dirt. We want dirt. Dirt, 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 dirt. Just a little bit. Maybe a little more. Here we go. Whoosh. I love doing this. And then whoosh. Imagine if I died right then and there. Imagine. Alright, then I want my axe. Did you all think that the beginning of THADATHON was going to be, path making? I didn't. But we have a little time, so unless something else comes up for us to work on, this is what we're doing. Let's bring all this back. Woo! Zeri! Zeri just gifted 5 subs. That means we're adding an hour. We are adding 1 hour to our timer. Thank you, Zeri. Hold on. I think I gotta do it in 30-minute increments. Nope, that's subtracting. We're adding. Add 30. Add 30. Yay! THADATHON is kicked off. Thank you, guys. Thank you. I'm excited. I'm excited about THADATHON. Thank you all for being here. I cannot believe we have survived for this long. I never expected to do hardcore, period, let alone survive this long. Absolutely insane. Cannot believe it. So thank you all for being here, for being part of this, for keeping me company while I built, and just being cool humans. I appreciate you all. You're wonderful. An absolute delight. Even when you're trolling. Even when you're trolling, you're an absolute delight. Get complimented. And that pushed us into level 3. Thank you, Zari. Level 3 on the hype train. How are we gonna do this? So maybe we can go up and then sideways. Do one here. Turn a little bit. Excuse me. Excuse me. Or we might have to carve this down a little bit. It would be real nice if this shovel had efficiency, wouldn't it? Oh, the path's supposed to be over here. Oops. I guess it'll turn. This is fine. This is totally fine. The path will go this way. Yeah, we'll just do. What path? There was no path here. So now we're up to 3 hours total for the stream. Doing great, guys. Thank you for participating in THADATHON. If you're just here and lurking, I appreciate that. I appreciate that you were kind enough to put the stream up in the background or whatever you're doing. I'm just forever amazed that anybody wants to watch me play Minecraft, but I'm glad. I'm happy about it. I'm just confused. Almost as confused about how I'm still alive. How did that happen? How did we get here? Who's to say? But I ain't mad about it. Hi, Zeroed. Are you back to lose at the jack-o'-lantern contest again? I'm a sore winner. Sorry. I don't win often. Alright, so this is gonna have to go back one. Ooh, what was that? Zeri! Zeri with 500 bits. You want to give me a debuff right now? Okay. That was a noise. That was a noise. Hi. Hi. Oh, is it round 2? My inventory's full. Hold on. Oh no! What? Where'd that come from? Was it? Can I fix this real quick? Okay. So shears. Are we doing 2 stacks? Hold on. Are you in voice chat again? Are you in voice chat? Let's go over here. Can you hear me?
Yes. Hello.
Okay. Are we doing 2 stacks of pumpkins now?
Yeah, 2 stacks. 2
Okay.
stacks.
All right. Who's doing creeper sounds in my ear?
No, that was real.
No,
That
that
was
was
a real one.
real. That was real.
Oh.
I don't know where it came from. I truly don't know where that came from. Hold on. We should see.
I almost died, and then Gio's first response was that real?
I did not see it at all. Like, I did not see that sneaking up on you until the explosion.
Yeah, that's how it happens.
Yeah, that was
I was just
really
in my
bad, yeah.
inventory.
I heard it go
Goodness.
like that, and then there was the explosion.
Yeah, I heard it, and
Yeah.
I was like, that's real, and I exited my inventory and tried to run, and I didn't get away fast enough.
Well, at least you survived.
Yeah.
Thankful
Well, I
for
almost have
that.
a totem, so it'd be okay.
Oh, yeah. I'm gonna get my first totem in like 45 minutes.
Nice.
Ish. Okay, so let's do the thing. 2 stacks this time. Watch me fall off the pumpkins and die to that before we even get to the raid.
Don't do that.
Yeah, don't do that.
I'll try not to.
I only fell off the pumpkins like 8 times before, at least.
Yeah, you were having a lot of trouble staying up there.
Get up.
I really need to finish that path.
Cathedora and I are pumpkin harvesting.
Pumpkins!
Looks safe.
Super safe.
Because I need jack-o'-lanterns. Why? Why not?
Why not? You know, who doesn't need 300-400 jack-o'-lanterns in their life? It's the jack-o'-lantern spectacular. My hands are so sweaty. I'm nervous about the pumpkin carving again.
I'm not gonna die. My daughter is telling me I'm gonna die.
To the pumpkin carving?
Yeah.
No, we're good. Just keep yourself
Alright.
centered. Okay. Are we ready?
All right.
I'm
You
just-
tell us when to go.
Counting down from 3. 3, 2, 1, go. Oh, that's the wrong button. You just wanted to redeem yourself, huh? That's why you want the pumpkins.
No, I just really needed more pumpkins, so I figured this was.
Teamwork.
It's better to do it together than to do it on my own.
I agree. This is fun. Totally don't have a hype train or anything going on in my chat right now. Y'all hype for pumpkins?
Hype for pumpkin.
I think your method is working faster than mine.
Nice.
And I think I might be mixing up which pumpkin I'm doing. Like, which tool to be using.
Oh yeah, are these even gonna last? I did make new ones for that purpose.
Oh, no, not that. I think I might have broken one I didn't carve, switching between my tools, because I'm
no,
carving.
That's gonna really slow you down.
Yeah, I'll have to replace it at the bottom.
Wow, you know what we should really be doing this with?
What's up?
Melons.
Melons.
Was it Val that tried to carve a melon in the beginning?
Yep.
I forgot about that.
No, that was not me. Thank you very much.
It
Zero.
absolutely was you. Look back in the
Not sure
chat.
that would work.
We should be able to do that.
Nobody better
Imagine.
believe that was me.
I want pumpkin lanterns. I mean, not pumpkin lanterns. Melon lanterns. I changed the wrong word.
Melanterns. Melon lanterns.
Melanterns.
Melantons.
Melanterns. No, not now, game. We're so close.
This is much slower than your method when it actually works and you don't spend half the time trying to get back on top of the pile.
Well, this was a little bit of a different method than the last time. This is what I ended up doing in the end to catch up to you, and then I realized that this would probably be even better.
Oh, I'm not even picking up the pumpkins right now. Hopefully I get down
No,
there
you're
before
not.
they despawn. My inventory.
I'm helping you out.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, we're good. I've got 17 of your pumpkins.
All right. And you definitely won. I don't trust myself to do the method of standing on the edge. I'll probably fall. Wait, did I carve that? There we go. Eh.
What did you? Oh, I think I threw this on the ground. Oh, I can do this in my inventory. Beautiful. Now I need more coal.
I have a ton of coal in my house. Happy to donate it. I'm not gonna use
If
it.
you don't need.
Yeah, I'll go grab it for you.
Ooh.
Or do you need just torches? Because I also have way too many torches. Oh, these are already carved. Ah!
What are you like?
What?
Here, have all your stuff. And that. I think that's all of them. Did I give you all the pumpkins?
I think yeah, because that adds up.
Okay, let me go. Did you want the? Is it torches?
Torches. Yeah, I
Torches.
need 98.
Because I did torch spam everything before. And
You removed
then
them all.
I got rid of them and replaced them with lanterns. And then I had like 4 stacks of torches I didn't need.
How come you didn't do the lantern game?
What lantern game?
What did we just play?
What? No, not jack-o'-lanterns. Regular lanterns.
Oh, regular lanterns.
Yeah, it's all regular lanterns. Under all my moss carpets. I just kept buying them from the villagers. It worked.
Yeah, that's what I used to. That used to be my go-to, like 100%. Why am I still missing? Oh, I see. Thank you.
Anytime.
Do you have a little bit more coal so I can
Oh,
make
yeah.
the rest of them?
Absolutely.
I can go get more. It's not a problem.
Oh,
but
I
if you
can't fly
happen
with
to have it-
carrots. I keep trying to use my carrots to fly. I'm not gonna fly. We're just gonna walk up the stairs. We don't need to fly to the door.
Carrots don't work to fly. And
No,
beef doesn't work
sadly.
to shoot. Beef doesn't work to shoot arrows.
Where is the coal? Is it in here? You can have all that in that barrel there if you want.
Thank you,
Cat's
thank you.
meowing at me.
What did I just throw it on the ground? How
Yep.
did that work?
This is what I think of your coal. This is nothing like real life, because in real life, if someone enters the house who doesn't live here, the cats go running. Alright, I'm gonna go work on my path, and if there's any more pumpkin carving that you need assistance with, please let me know.
I am thinking that the 256 pumpkins I have in my inventory now should be enough.
Are you sure? I don't know, you might need like another 1,000 or 2.
It should be good.
Where'd you get all the
Thank you.
pumpkins?
The pumpkin melon farm
Yeah.
next to the iron farm.
As soon as I said that, I was like, oh yeah, the auto farm.
Yeah, Juliana made that.
Oh, nice, Juliana. Very cool. All right, I'm gonna get out of this voice chat for a bit. Have fun.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Bye. Thank you guys for the hype train. That was wonderful. You're all fantastic. Vow, don't you, no. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. You're not getting that back. I'm keeping it. Just kidding. You can have it. Sir, you left your... Okay, it's mine now. Ugh, trying to cause trouble over here. Thinks he's so funny. So funny. Okay, path. Back to the path. Back to the future. Back to the path. Never mind. I'm done. I'm done with the word association. It's gonna be a long day, folks. It's gonna be a long day. Possibly. It might not be. Alright, grass. Grass. Alright, let's see. So, we would put one here. Do there. Do there. Okay, this all has to be dirt. I don't want silk touch. Let's do this. Woo! Upstairs, they're making some noise. Very good work. Good work on the bits. What did I miss? Jules, thanks for the 5 bits. Hoagie, thank you for the giant jack-o'-lantern emote. All the jack-o'-lanterns. That was very appropriate. Very appropriate indeed. Did I miss anything else? Hope not. But hello, Hoagie. Thank you for being here. I hope everyone's doing well on this fine Saturday. For THADATHON, THADATHON, THADATHON. Eh? We all ready for the festivities? Ready for me to probably die? Huh? How's that sound? Sound like fun? Should we trim down this, like, mountainside a little bit? Where's my axe? And I guess this path should go... Oh god, we've got too much stuff. What's happening? Bundle! To the rescue. Where'd this iron come from? Was that mine? And where's my shovel? Alright, so... Path. And then it comes up here. And it'll join this way. Shouldn't have done all that because we don't need it. I wish there was an easier way to remove paths than this. Okay. Hi, witch. No, I guess that's where the creeper came from. Apparently it's not safe over there. Nope. No. Go away. There must be like a cave or something over there. Very safe. I don't have room for all that junk. Alright, but part of me wants to trim this down a little bit. I just feel like it's very, very tall. Val. I'm watching you. Give me the grass block. Will I be able to do one here? Or should we just leave this part of the path Like that. How are we on time? We got about a half an hour before the raid. How we feeling? Are we all staying hydrated? Did we all take our meds? Do we all have a snack? We doing good? I hope everybody's taking care of themselves. And then we can do a couple more here. Up, up, up. These probably shouldn't be in the middle of the path. One, two, three. Excuse you. Yeah, we could fill this in. There must be some sort of cave over here, right? Where did those mobs come from? One, two, one, two, one, two. Brr, 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 brr. Okay. Then we come around here. It's not the most incredible path in the world, but it's a path. And hopefully people... No. No. It is THADATHON. Okay. All right. Fine. You could have a little fun with it. Goodness.
Yeah.
Okie dokie. Alright, little path, and this can go like that. Boop, boop, boop. Boop, boop, boop. Alright, I don't think I want to do stairs all the way. Let's see what we can get through with the ones we have, though. Like that. Now we can do like that. Boop, boop. There, there. Oh wait, no, that has to be dirt, dirt, stair, dirt, 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 dirt. Ah! That scared me. Oh, we're getting a raid. Hello. Welcome in, Adrian. Thank you so much for the raid. I hope that your stream was wonderful. What were you up to today? What were you up to? We're having THADATHON today. It's the last day of the Bedrock Legends server, so we are going out with a bang. Possibly literally. But first, we're making a path to the area where the spawn village is. But thank you so much for the raid. You beat the Ender Dragon today. Very nice. Thank you, Jules, for giving that shout out. I appreciate you. You're fantastic. Yeah, everybody go check out Adrian. What else we got here? Oh, Iron Knight's here as well. Hello, Iron Knight. How are you? Matt. Hello, Matt. Let's see who we got. We've got Andrew, Lovren, Earth, Brawl Star, Fade. I might be saying that wrong. Very sorry if I'm butchering your name. But welcome in, everybody. I hope that you were having a wonderful time over our Adrian stream. Thank you for being here and joining on that raid. We're having THADATHON today, which means we're going to do all the scary things that we've been putting off since it's a hardcore server. I didn't want to do all the scary things because I wanted to survive as long as possible. And now it's the last day of the server, so we really can't put it off any longer. We've got to do the scary things. So we're gonna do some of the scary things. Some of them. We'll be starting with a raid in approximately half an hour. We're just tying up some loose ends here, having some fun. Zeroed came over. We did a little pumpkin carving contest. It was great. I won the first one, and then I lost miserably on the second one. But that's okay, because I won the first one. Oh, it's getting dark. It's getting dark. Hold on. We're going to put down these last few blocks. I'm not doing any further. We're going up to here. This is as far as my path is going. We're just going to make this line up nicely real quick. No, no, no. Very funny, Matt. Very funny. So funny. Hilarious. Can you tell how funny that was? I am just dying laughing. Give me a second. Dang it. Okay. All right. Let's go home. Let's fly. Fly home. All right. The path goes pretty far now. Good enough. That's a good enough path. Let's fly up to the house. Clean out our inventory. Such trolls. They think they're so funny. Vow! Between chat and Vow. Goodness gracious. I'll give you a little tour. Oh, someone else is sleeping. I'll give you a little tour of things in just a second. Welcome in our new raiders. I'll just put away a bunch of this stuff here. All right, swap that. Put that in the bundle. Nope, give me that. That's my bundle. Thank you. We didn't actually use all the wood. So that's nice. We have extra. Not that I'll be using it, but maybe in the world download someone will want to. I'll put away this little bit of cobble. Random seeds. Flour. That's our... Oh, there's more flowers. Okay. These go on the hotbar. This can go away. There. Let's organize. We put our apples. We put our chest plate. We've got our rockets. We've got a few extra. Pickaxe. And blocks go there. The tools we're not using. And my bed. And now I have all the soul sand that I don't really need. But it's better in my possession than in Vow's. That's what I think. Dang it, Vow. So let's see. I'll give you a little tour of the inside of the house. This is my storage room that's not very well organized and I have a hard time finding anything. But we got some nice views through the windows of all the surrounding mountains. Up here, this is my kitchen. We've got my kitty cat Mulder. You can see him on the cat cam below. He's snoozing. He's a little donut right now. Scully is not in the room right now, but he's my other kitty. And this is in honor of my pup, Jessie. So we got a fireplace, we got a couple records and the record player. Over here we have Harry and Cooper. That's my basement. There's nothing to see down there. Matt named this cat Trash Kitty. And this is my altar to sleep. my bed. We got little curtains. This is my trophy from earlier where I won the pumpkin carving contest, and I'm holding on to that forever. That's my pride and joy. Back here is the backyard. We have a path that goes down to my mines. We got cows, some sheep, chickens over there. Little farm area. A couple bees nests. Little bees over there. But look at the view from here. I chose to make this my base because we are just absolutely surrounded in mountains. Which means lots of skulk, lots of danger underground. But we survived. We just dug around. And my pride and joy is my waterfall and pond area that I made. We have a little horse stable for the horse and donkey there. But this pond and waterfall were not here. I built these. We made it look like the mountaintop is melting water down. It pools a little bit there and pools a bit there again, and then comes down into this pond that we made. We just needed a water feature, you know? Yeah, Val, that dude is a menace. We needed a water feature of some type to see from up there, and it was just grass down here. So we made a pond, and all my little fishies get stuck because that's mud blocks and they don't know what to do. But that's okay. I just keep calling this the fish mosh pit. So sleepy today? Yeah, Gio. You've been up pretty early, right? Earth says that Adrian's stream was fun, but sadly short. Oh, ended quickly. Sometimes that happens.
Don't
Sometimes
be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious.
I don't know who's being suspicious, but stop. So yeah, that's my waterfall that we made, my pond, my little fishing hut, and now we have a path that goes a good chunk of the way to the spawn city. Village. Whatever you want to call it. And my little fishing hut. And my little dock where we can fish from. And that's pretty much everything that I've done on the server. I've been avoiding all the scary things until today. So we'll be doing some scary stuff in about 23 minutes. I am going to take a short break now just to use the restroom and do a little stretch. So we're going to take a very short break. We'll be back. And then we'll start preparing to head over to do the raid. Because we have had the stream extended an hour. So that means we're doing the raid to start things. So let's just switch over to the BRB screen. And you can feel free to play dropped while I am away. Be back in a few minutes, and we're going to run some ads.
Ew, no, David.
We back. All right, there. There we go. My hair's doing some weird stuff today. It's like, oh, what's that? You're planning on to be on screen for like up to 12 hours? How about a bad hair day? Like, what's it doing? What is going on here? Ah. Oh my god. How we all doing? How we all doing? Did we get up? Did we stretch? Fill our beverages? Hydrate a little? Thank you, Val. Thank you for the welcome back. Also, look at that beautiful landing from Hoagie Man. Did anyone else land? I see Hoagie in the pile. With a score of 95.43 clappies for Hoagie. If anyone would like to try to take the crown from him, please feel free to drop. You can do it about every 10 minutes or so. It'll
You're
reset.
my family
and you can...
and I love you, but you're terrible.
You're all terrible.
I don't say that.
Well, that's all you say.
You kind of do.
Unbelievable. I love our sound alerts. Don't use them all up though, because they do have limits on them, and I did not adjust them for a potentially 12-hour stream. So that's how we're doing. I want to ration your sound alerts. Just kidding. What else did I? No one came to make a panini yet? No one came to make a panini. What? A panini? Oh, and we got a new follow. I see that in the list now. Fade? Am I saying that correctly? If I'm not saying it correctly, please let me know. I would like to say your name in the appropriate manner. And Zeri landed. Clappies for Zeri. Okay. So we are about 17 minutes away from heading over to do the raid. I guess we can head over there and start building our leaf platform. And then kick off the raid at about the 2-hour mark. When that gets down to exactly an hour, rather. All right, let's log back in here. No one made you food? Rude. Very rude. Alright, there's a creeper. You want to give me some gunpowder? Huh? Do we get the other guy too? And a bow. Thank you for the bow I didn't ask for. All the little experience baubles are getting stuck. Do we get some gunpowder? 1 piece and a bow. All right, let's put this down. We'll grab our shulker box of preparations for the fights and head over to the village. I think the food would be stale and nasty by the time I could get it to you, Jules. That's a fair point, Gio. Fair point. Just a little bit of a trek. I'm going to kick Vow's butt. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to be the one that takes Vow out if I find another one of these on my property. How dare! What do you mean by help, Vow? Has this always been here? I don't think I even knew that this cave was here. Oh, apparently I lit it up, so I guess I did. Val has told me that everything I plan on doing today, basically, that a wither's gonna magically show up while I'm doing something else. So I don't know if I want Val's help. If you actually want to help and not add more danger, you're welcome to come. If help means spawning in withers while I'm already fighting big scary things, then no. I'm learning quickly to know better than to agree to anything outright with Vow. If I've learned anything during this, I've learned that. All right, let's put this bow in here with all the other junk bows. Grab our shulkers here. These are our supplies today. We're going to keep an empty one on us to put anything we pick up. This one is this my rockets and stuff? All right, that's my extra gunpowder. Should we put a little more paper in here just in case? In case we need more rockets while we're out and about. Okay, so everything's in there. Keep the apples on our hot bar. We've got that. We've got our this. And we've got our potions. We've got our this. And we've got our potions. Words. Words are hard. Words deal so much damage. And to me. And to me, Val. As well as... I think I count as a mob in that case. Alright, 13 minutes. Let's head over to our raid location that we picked up. Picked out. Negative, negative. We gotta go. So, negative. That's positive. That's positive. Negative. Wait. Negative. Negative. It takes me a little while to figure out which way we're going with the coordinates. Guys, I'm so sad this is almost over. Remember when? Remember when? We started out right here on this beautiful little platform. And Zloy told us that if we die in the game, we die in real life. Remember? I remember. Who was here for that? Who was actually here for the very beginning with me? Or with anyone. Any stream. Oh, we missed this area. Whose is this? Oh, Aladrium. Right, right? Aladrium? And I'm not sure. I'm not entirely sure. I don't want to spoil anything, but everything looks cool. Looks very cool. Big old portal. Huge portal. Goodness. Are we still going negative, negative? Negative, negative. Now we are. He's a mad lad. Remember when you jumped behind someone else when a creeper wanted to join the party? I did not jump behind someone else. I had no hand in Naku's death. I was merely a witness. An innocent bystander. Okay. I could have just as easily been the one to die in that situation. Again, I had nothing to do with that zeroed. Y'all think that I am this monster. I would never, like, intentionally hurt someone without us being like, hey, you want a PvP? And then I'd be like, no, I don't PvP, thank you. Next. Are we about here? Yes, this is the village. This is the village we decided we'll start at. So, from what I've seen, having a platform of leaves seems to be a decent strategy. So that you have a safe space they don't spawn on. So, we're gonna do that. I don't know what the, like, parameters are for this. But... which one has my leaves? This one has my leaves. Oh, little kitty cat. Hello. It's a little Mulder. You were here when we came by yesterday. I hope you survive this. Don't die, baby Mulder. I want to see you grow up. All right. So if we... how do we want to... burp. Burp, burp. Burp, burp. You just use mobs to do it for you, fighting a raid. There's one iron golem who might help. That pig's really gonna help us fight. I believe it. I wonder how high up we're supposed to go. I just want a safe platform of some sort. Boop, boop, boop. Nope. Little wall so I don't fall off. More leaves. Oh, I blocked off the staircase. This is something. Didn't you say like 5 minutes ago that you were going to be the one to take... It was an empty threat. It was an empty threat. And by an empty threat, I mean as long as... No! No! Why rain? Okay, this is fine. This is fine. If I put my shulkers here, will that be a problem? Oh, God! Take cover! Take cover! Take cover! Zero, did you need... You needed charged creepers, right? Because we can let this play out if you need it. What is that? Who is that? That's... Okay. I was just making sure you weren't Val. No. 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 No, Matt. Absolutely not. What gave you that idea? You don't have a trident, so can I sleep then? Because I also don't have one. Oh, look who's here. Should I sleep? Are we good? I can't put this down up here. I'm asleep. I'm scared. No, I may not rest. There is monsters. Help. This is fine. Eh. Ah! Please go away. Okay, rain's away. Okay, are we at the point? We have 6 minutes. Okay. I have a little platform. I don't know if that's like something we're supposed to do. That's what I've seen. Val, we need a trident. Yeah, doesn't Val have a trident farm or something? Isn't that a thing? Also, I'm setting up a secondary thing here. I'll put my shulkers. We got an empty shulker. My potions. That, okay. Potions. We probably don't need any of that. We need this. We need the bad omen. And I don't think I need... That's just empty for stuff. No channeling. Ah. No, we'll keep leaves to pillar up if we need to. Bed can go here. We keep the chest plate. I'm gonna wear the chest plate probably. Oh, my elytra's kind of broken. I enchanted the other one. Matt! Matt's gifting. Thank you, Matt. 6 subs? Did I say 6? Oh, that adds a whole hour. You got us to the next level. Where is my thing? Hold on. We'll get this taken care of before we start the thing. Plus 30 minutes. Plus 30 minutes. Thank you, Matt. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Did I miss anything else? Okay. So chest plate. We got something to pillar up if we need it. Apples. Sword, bow. Got arrows. We've got rockets. We've got food. That's not rockets. That's my axe. Okay. I think And I have a tree. And Vow. We've got Vow. Okay. All right. 3 minutes, 50 seconds. You guys... Oh, are you in voice chat? I should be in voice chat. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. I'm gonna join you over here in voice chat if you're... Are you going to help me, or are you just a bystander?
That is up to you.
Oh, you can help if you'd like to. I just want to do a raid. I'm not set on doing it just by myself. Excuse me, sir. I'm just making little paths of leaves to various places for safety. But if someone's helping, they might not actually need them.
The only thing with your raid, your leaf staircase is the Ravagers can destroy it.
That's fine. I
Okay.
have more leaves. I made a secondary one too.
Not enchanted.
So no one has a channeling trident. That's pretty wild.
No, somebody must have one because Grumpy got the skulls, so maybe just Grumpy has one.
I think
Val
he
stole all
was-
my tridents.
I think he was doing just the lightning rod to
Oh.
I think, because I think he was asking if anyone had one. I could be wrong.
Well,
But he
that's
was like,
gonna be my focus after this. Then I'm gonna
Yeah.
get one.
because you
I'm
want
gonna
the
get squared
piglin
away.
head? Is that it?
Yeah.
Which I guess is a new thing you can get. I didn't know that was a thing until you guys were mentioning it.
Yeah, I don't remember if it's 120 or 121, but yeah, it's just relatively recent.
I'll have to get some of those on my other world, because I have a little skull collection.
Nice.
Vow's nice and safe in that there composter. Good place for him, I think.
Wait, did you start it already?
No. I'm starting it when my timer hits 2 hours, which is in 1 minute and 57 seconds.
Okay.
2 minutes until raid. There we go.
Now, can I ask you to get out for a minute?
What are you guys doing?
You think we can get hit in there?
I don't know. Maybe?
This is the new raid meta.
It looks
We're
like
gonna make it right now.
he's doing like underwater, like synchronized swimming kind of things there. Spinning around. Except it's not underwater.
Exactly. Wait, Val, you stole it. Give me a trapdoor.
Nice landing, Hoagie.
Thank you. All right, we're twinning now.
All right, you guys have fun in your composters. Oh, I should put a potion just in case. I've got some like strength potions. Maybe I should drink one of those. No, well, we'll keep that just in case.
No, stop. That's my composter. No, it's mine.
Okay, we're 15 seconds away. I'm gonna head up to the little top of my little leaf thing here
That was a little.
and
bit
drink
of-
my
That was
potion.
a little bit. That was a little. I'm inside the trapdoor. A little bit of server lag.
We
You
good?
stole it again. Yeah, we're fine.
Okay. All right. 2 hours.
I'm
We're
safe.
drinking this potion.
I'm safe inside a composter. I don't know what could go wrong.
Here we go. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Oh, I've never had that before. That's scary. Okay. Anything else? My blocks. What am I missing? I'm missing something. So there's like a countdown, or do I have to move closer to somebody?
It'll switch.
Okay. I just gotta be patient. All right, it's flashing. It's disappearing. I hope the cats all survive.
All right. Those creeper sounds are too loud.
Oh! There's a bar. There's the raid bar.
Excellent.
Where are they? Oh god. I'm scared.
They're up here on the hill.
Up on the hill? By you? Oh, okay, I see one. Eh? See one of them. Where's the other one? Oh, he was right behind me. He's chasing Val. I'll save you, Val! Wait, that wasn't the last one? I thought it said one mob. Where's the other one? I'm not too scared of the pillagers. Where's the other guy? Oh,
I hear him.
I think Val might be
We put
getting
a
attacked.
villager- Did you put a villager somewhere safe, by the way?
No.
Okay.
Was I supposed to?
That's up to you. I mean,
Oops.
they might be fine.
They'll be fine. Yeah.
Oh, can we?
That noise is loud.
Do you think we can hide one in a? What happens if you? Okay, I'm
Oh.
assigned.
They're all coming in from the left.
Val, we're gonna do science.
I should probably come down there. When does it start telling you how many are... Oh, there it is. 2 left. Oh, I almost walked right in front of you. Here's Johnny. Oh. Wait. Oh! Are you saving a villager? Is that what you're doing?
Yeah, I've kind of saved a villager, but
Okay.
more importantly, I'm doing science.
Science! Where's the last guy? Hello? I don't know what it is.
The villager and I have become one.
Congratulations. Where's the last guy?
It's over. It's going to the next phase.
Oh. Val must have found him, I guess. Unless you did.
Nope, not me.
Oh, this is where stuff starts to get scary, isn't it? Yes, Ravagers.
Didn't realize I was muted that whole time.
You've been muted the whole time? Oh god, I fell.
I was making fun of Zero the whole time and nobody heard it.
Nope.
Good.
What
Jeez.
a waste.
Sounds like
Alright,
that
who's
went
left?
perfectly according to plan.
Do y'all
Not
see
my
the last
plan.
one?
This villager is being annoying.
I do not see anybody.
I hear one.
I didn't even realize you were in the voice chat there, Val. Because you were just
Me
quiet.
Yeah,
That's a
nobody
cow.
did.
Dude, where is he trying to go to?
Where's our last
Mine
guy?
is-
Oh, so loud.
Loud over here, so.
Does the horn tell you where they are? Is that what that is?
Yeah, the louder it is, the closer they are.
Okay, it was very loud right here, but I don't
just tried to
see
ping-
anyone.
I just tried to ping it like I can on Fortnite. It's over here.
See him?
It's dark. Should we
Yeah,
try to sleep?
I just killed him.
I'm gonna try to sleep real quick, I guess. And eat, maybe?
left.
Oh god, I can't sleep up here. Just kidding.
Summoning the weather now.
And I muted everything. Oh my god. I was like, why'd everything go quiet? Alright, where are they now? Get a little height. Oh, they're over on the hill. Okay. Yes, we hear you. So many witches.
This villager. So
There's no creepers here, Matt. Now is not the time. We're totally fine. I'm not even, like, panicking. Where is that witch going? Get back here. I'm gonna have to go chase her down. Whee! Yeah. Where'd she go? Did someone get her? Okay.
I got her.
Good shot.
Right in the unibrow.
Oh, over on the hill again. Oh god. There's so many of them. Oh god, get the guy there. Okay. This isn't so bad. This is fine.
Seen any evokers yet?
One of the guys might have been that I killed. Maybe. There's one like directly under me. I can't see. Okay, that guy's down. That one that just keeps popping up. Oh, I got him. Is there still the Ravager beneath me? Or is he gone? Oh,
No,
we're
they're
down
all
that.
gone.
Okay.
Yeah, the next one.
Yeah, I don't see any. Oh yeah, there is a totem over here.
Ooh.
Do you want to get it?
Yes,
As your-
I would. I'm just afraid to come down now. Where are they? I need to know where they are.
Nowhere near yet. I know that much.
Yeah, I don't see anything from up here. So it's down there in the water, Val?
Oh, they're over this side. I didn't see the totem. That was
Oh, I think I see
the
it.
other guy.
Totem is over this way.
E- e-
Yeah, it's over
Okay, so that guy that I did shoot, he was one. I couldn't tell from up there. My eyesight's terrible. My first totem!
there. Nice job.
Yay! Okay, now I gotta go actually fight the scary guys.
Now you know what you have to do with your first totem.
No.
Jump.
What?
Jump off a cliff.
No. No, that's
Fist fighter
silly.
weather.
You're supposed to fight. You're supposed to pop your first totem.
No, I'm holding on to it. It's fine.
Mhm.
It'll probably get popped eventually. Whee! Oh no. What's over here? Ah! Lots of guys over there.
Bobbing for pillagers.
Oh, you got him. Is that
Why'd you shoot my
One
what's-
brother?
one left? Where is he? He's mine. Where are you?
Watch out for this lava pit.
Good to know. Thank you.
It's on the right side of this hill.
Cool. Good to know.
That'd be a terrible way to go out.
Right? Especially
Wow, are
since
you
I don't
ready?
even have the totem on my hotbar. Okay. This is coming somewhere from this way. Where though? I don't know.
Val, are
Oh,
you
I
ready?
hear him. I hear him. Oh, it's the guy with the axe. Come here. Oh, he's dead.
I thought I stole all my soul sand.
Well, somebody kept leaving it all throughout my base. I
I
thought it was
making it look
presents.
pretty.
Yeah, that honestly, it added so much to the landscape.
It was gorgeous.
Beautiful work. I'm sorry.
Those are so loud. Val, are you here? Do you have your stuff?
No.
Alright.
Oh, you got the sand? All right, here we go.
No.
You ready?
No. No.
You ready?
No. No, it's not wither time.
Hold on.
I'm not. There's more people to fight right now.
The wither will fight him. It's fine.
Yeah. No, I've got the last skull.
I don't like this. I do not approve.
Don't be scared. You'll be fine.
I'm not so sure. It would be great to survive today.
It's the last day anyway. We're meant to die today.
I'd be okay with dying, but it would be really nice to survive. That's my thought. Am I hitting that guy?
Dude, they are scattered everywhere this time.
Yeah, there.
I'm trying. I think it's a one of the evokers in the water I got. Any more? Oh, there's one. There's a guy. Axe guy. I gotta be careful I'm not accidentally shooting you guys.
My skin's not gray. That wouldn't be an accident.
I'm coming down.
Good job, pal.
Is
Get
that
him.
a skeleton skull?
Get him.
How
Yes,
did I get on
the
a donkey? How did I get on top of a donkey?
That was so perfect.
Where's the guys? There were two down here, I think, still. I hear them. Oh, there's... Oh, big guy.
A big guy?
Ravager. Ravager.
It's a moose.
And I think there was an evoker over there, too.
Yep, there is.
Is it still alive?
Yeah.
Okay.
You trying to make vexes? What are you doing?
Oh, God. Is he dead?
Cathadora's almost trying to kill me here.
You walked in front of me.
I saw you shoot arrow across my face. That's what I saw.
I didn't mean to. He's dead. We're done. We did it. We survived. We survived. You guys had no problem surviving. I was scared. I'm pretty sure that's my first ever raid. My partner says we did a raid a long time ago, but I don't remember it, so I'm not counting it. I'm like, are you sure I was there for this?
Look at all these fireworks. It's all for you, Captor.
Yay! Thanks, guys. I appreciate your
Welcome.
help.
I just found you another totem, too.
Oh, another one? How many do I got? I think I picked up 3. Yeah, I have 3. All right, I'm going to leave that on my hotbar now instead of the apple. Yeah. Yay. Good work, team. Thank you. We've got
You're gonna need that
totems
for the-
now. Oh,
You're gonna
and
need it for the river.
yeah. I'm going to need it for the dragon too, probably. Up next is the dragon fight. That's what I'm doing next. So if you guys are free and you want to join me, my first dragon fight on here. But
The dragon, let's go.
I've never fought the dragon like solo. It's always been with somebody. No, what? Why is there another raid?
And a wither. Look at this. Putting skulls on.
I'm out of here.
No, come on. Fun. So much fun.
Okay, I don't know about the wither part.
That's the best part.
You say that.
And I mean it.
Not sure I agree.
In all seriousness, the wither is bugged right now. It is super easy to beat.
Oh, I think you picked up my shulker box. Can I have my shulker box back? I think you picked up my shulker.
He's pretending like he can't hear you. He does that.
My thing? Okay. You want me to go down there? Fine. Pick up my other boxes first.
Oh, they're on the other side of the water.
Also, I have to do a wheel spin for a debuff. I'm seeing that. We're gonna do that quick. I'm gonna climb up here and do that. And we'll see what I have to do this without.
I hope it's a good one.
Watch it be totems. I finally got totems. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna do the wheel spin.
For the rest of the day, or is that just for now?
They can donate $10 to get rid of a debuff that I have, or to take time away from my timer and end the stream early. So there is a way to get rid of them, but otherwise it's just permanent.
Are you shooting him towards me?
Is it working?
Yes.
Then yes.
All right, I'm doing the wheel spin. All right, it's on screen. Where is it? I hope I'm safe right now.
Phantoms.
Oh, I got phantoms. Yeah. I'll deal
No
with
chest
whether
plate,
or
no
not-
problem. I'm not even wearing a chest plate. So I can't use my chest plate. I'll just take that off my hotbar then.
Oh, they're over here.
What's happening?
Ravager. The Ravager's over here. In the water.
Oh, I see it now. You're saying over here, but I can't see where here is.
Well, obviously it's where I am.
I couldn't see you either. I wasn't looking in the right direction.
It's like talking to my kids.
Hey, creepy.
Oh yeah, we got a couple mobs from that, huh? Ooh, gunpowder. Free gunpowder.
Yeah, I've been shooting a few creepers. There should be more. Ah, donkey. Got him.
Did you save the donkey? Ah,
I don't think that's
Good
part
job.
of the raid. Oh, there he is. Oh, I don't want to shoot in that direction. I'm gonna hit zeroed accidentally.
That's the
Definitely not
best
on
part.
purpose. Definitely not on purpose.
Always skipping the best parts.
Best is subjective. So what you may consider to be the best, I consider not the best.
ban Val.
Jules, Elytra is its own thing. I have an option for no wings.
Left side.
Left side. But
Too
normally, if
witchy.
things got hairy, I would have switched to the chest plate instead of the wings. But now I can't do that.
Center. Center left.
Watch out for the Molder cat, please.
There's two of them. It'll be fine.
Oh, I hear them. Where are they?
Or the well.
Threw a wish in the well.
Have I taken any damage from this yet?
No,
I'm
they got
not
you
sure
back.
I have.
Far right. Dead.
You guys make this easy. So surprise, guys, we got a second raid. I didn't say 2 raids, but we got 2 raids.
3 months ago, I was terrified to do a raid.
This
You
isn't-
just gotta force yourself to do it.
Yeah.
It becomes easy. Far right. I think I seen the Boker too.
Oh, there's one.
Whoa! I got
Ah!
Ravager on my booty.
Watch out.
I'm dying. What are they knocking on? Oh, I see.
Yeah, there's a Johnny at the door.
That pig
Oh,
scared
whoa,
me.
whoa!
Oh, you
Good, I
okay?
almost shot you. Take that! Take that skull off. You look like an enemy.
Don't shoot me. Jeez.
Well, don't walk right in front of me when I'm shooting.
I thought that you said that was the best part.
No, he's complaining about it. I'm just saying, if he wants to complain, that's how you prevent it.
Do we have eyes on the last one?
I got a sheep. Got him.
Huh, somehow
Glad you
that
did.
seemed to reset the bar. Good job.
It's a wolf in sheep's clothing.
Will they pick up helmets? I don't think they will they?
No, I don't think so.
They're all the way on the left. I can see them coming over the hill. Ugh,
Eve open?
ugh. One behind you as well, Val.
Oh my god, that's hitting hard. What is it? Ah!
Oh, is that another evoker? Yes.
Leave
Got
your
him.
hands, man.
Where's the last one? Is it in the well? It's always in the well. Ah! It's not in the well, but it was very loud right here. Where is it? Oh, standing on the side of the building over there, not moving. Got him.
Nice.
My wings.
Doop, boop, boop, boop. And the Ravagers haven't even touched my leaf platform.
Jared, I got a Loyalty 3 book.
Nice.
If you do get a channeling, that you kind of need that.
Oh, there they are. They just spawned in on the far right.
On the boys.
Come here, little Ravager.
When we can't find the last one, he's in the well.
Always in the well.
I'm gonna grab this totem, okay?
I
Just
got
so I
like-
have a backup.
I've got 5 of them now somehow.
Get him!
Hope I don't need 5 of them.
Help me!
Oh, one just spawned in right behind you. Or just came into view, I guess. Whee!
Did you like that little dive bomb?
That was nice. I missed it, but that was nice.
Of course you.
I trust that it was meant.
Was.
Oh, there's a witch on the hill. And, yeah. And I missed.
It's the best shot I've had all day, and Val misses it.
Quit moving.
I was
probably
trying to
shouldn't
put
have picked
right
them up
between us.
Oh, there's...
Take each other out.
Haha, got the guy in the
Oh.
well.
Knocking. He's knocking on a villager's door. Okay, I got him.
Oh, that
Why
one
did
went
you just
quick.
take damage? Why are you taking? Oh, because you're blasting fireworks inside of a.
Do you ever see them hit a golem with those?
No.
A golem will kill a villager if that happens. It's hilarious.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, new mission.
All right. Time, I think, for me to move on to the dragon.
You don't want to do one more?
Oh, you want to do another raid? We,
Is there any new
we
totems?
can.
I picked up one. I'm fine.
I've got 5 of them. Jesus. I should probably put some of these in one of my shulkers.
Here, take this loyalty book, because you will need it if you get that channeling.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Speaking of, do you have any regular tridents or no?
Do I have? I mean, not on me, but yeah. I haven't
gonna-
tried.
Can I go steal one? Hey, hey. Give me that.
Did I take that?
Yeah, you did.
Just
I
trying to
mean,
find
you stole
a
that from me anyway, but
That's right. You don't. I did not. It's in your stupid shulker, and I didn't even put it there.
I didn't put it there.
Well, then you. I don't know.
Okay.
Val, you want to put binding skeleton skulls on for the rest of the day?
That's probably the last thing I'd want to do.
Well, you've been wearing it. I thought you liked it.
I do. I like the skeleton head on Realism Craft. I don't even want these.
I haven't seen that. Okay. I think I'm ready to go fight the dragon. Val's ready to be composted. Very nice. Beautiful. Will either of you be joining the dragon fight?
The dragon fight? Sure.
No pressure, only if you want to.
I'll go if Zero goes.
Like your shadow. You got a shadow there, Zeroed.
I really want.
Oh, I'm going the wrong direction. Don't follow me. How do we get back home? That way. So 666, comma 666 with some other numbers in the middle. Val, is that something you like always do, or something you just decided to do for this?
Yeah, the last like 3 worlds that I joined, I did that.
It's like I feel like this is a thing.
It's become a thing.
It's a fun thing. And you can never forget where your base is, so that's good.
Exactly. And it's easy for my friends to come find me.
Yeah. And it was very convenient that the end portal's there.
Yeah, I got the stronghold, I got a trial chamber, and ancient city all underneath me.
Oh my god, I didn't know you had all 3.
Yeah.
Did you fully raid the ancient city?
No, I haven't touched it at all.
Not at all?
You kidding me? No.
You just gathered a little bit of skulk along the way?
I act tough, but I'm a big chicken.
I act like a chicken, and I am a chicken, so. Zero, do you want to take the acts tough is tough role?
Nope. I don't know what I am, but I'm free.
Put the trash.
What?
Thank you.
Oh. I could very well die right here. Okay. I'm looking for a stupid trident guy, and I haven't found one yet. It's making me mad.
You have the channel and book yet?
No, but
Well, then don't worry. I'll just stop at my my farm.
do you have a Do you have an enchantment setup at your farm?
No, like a enchantment table. No.
Yeah.
I mean, I could, but I have all the ingredients. I just never. I can't remember the last time I used an enchant table.
I just always use the one in the village.
Might be faster for me to get.
I almost just flew directly into the dragon because it's so dark and raining. It was just suddenly there.
It took me a second to figure out what you were talking about. I was like, wait, you guys are already in the end? And then I was like, wait, why is it raining in the end?
Enchant's dragon.
Ah, I got a trident. Yay.
Nice.
Oh dear, I just crashed into the throne. It's nice up here.
A throne of opulence.
Yes.
It's funny that you said that because that's what I've been calling it.
Really?
Throne of opulence. Yeah.
Are you trying to use the trident now, or should I? Or you don't have channeling yet. Can I sleep? Is what I'm asking.
Why? This one.
There's a creeper right behind you, Val. Creeper right behind
It would be
you.
awesome if we didn't, because I might be able to get one fast.
Okay, all right. I'm just gonna stay up here and watch.
Wow, look out.
Thank you.
Look.
He's still chasing you.
I was trying to get my daughter a wipe so she can clean her hands.
Like, look out! Look out! Please don't die to a creeper right in front of me. It's happened too many times.
It'd be a great clip.
I'm mad there was no clip of my me almost dying yesterday in the Nether Fortress. But there's a whole VOD. I watched that back. I'm like, I came closer to dying than I thought.
You can clip it after the fact.
Only if the VOD's public, I think. I guess I could make it public and then make a clip and then make it not public. I don't know why I don't have my VODs public on here, but I just put them on YouTube so they're there permanently. So, what are you enchanting a trident right now? Trying to get channeling?
I was gonna see real quick if it's there, but I'm not home yet. I'm almost there.
I just made an enchant table.
At your place?
Yeah.
With all the bookcases?
No.
Just the table.
Well, I mean, you just need channeling one, right?
It's not thundering. And you guys can sleep if you want to. It's fine.
Nah, it's fine.
Well,
I should
then-
survive one night in the game.
Hey, listen.
What am I listening to? Hold on one second, guys. My chat's trying to get my attention for something. What's going on? What's going on? What did I miss? You did make me look, Keldon. I thought you needed my attention for something. You're just bugging me because I'm ignoring you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I'm ignoring you. I hope I don't die up here. I hope I'm fine. I should put the totem in my hand. Just in case. I'm going to fix my camera real quick because it's looking really bright. Where is my webcam?
Okie dokie.
Not alert. Webcam.
So we've got a loyalty. We've got. Wait, what happened to that book?
Okay, that's a little better.
Well, I don't know what happened to the book that you gave me, Val.
You need
but
my
I have
attention
one
all the
here.
time. I
you
understand.
put in your
I
inches.
understand.
thought
I just didn't
did,
want to
but
be rude. I'm in a voice chat. We're doing stuff together, but I'm being rude to you
But I've
guys.
got one.
I can't split my attention very well. But we've got the one debuff right now. I can't use my chest plate. We have wings on instead. We got a totem now, so that's exciting.
There's a fork guy. If this one has.
Okay.
No, it's not a fork. It's a sword.
We ready for the dragon fight? I think we're about
Grumpy's
ready. I'm gonna hop back in the voice chat.
Statues in the field.
I love you all. Okay.
If you want to do any trades, now's the time. You're the village.
That's true.
Val, we should fix your path.
What's wrong
Have
with
fun.
Val's path?
Well, we should finish it. Dude, I thought you said you made an enchantment setup.
I asked if he had with the bookcases. He said no.
I said I made an enchant table, and channeling is only one, so you don't need all the books.
Is it really?
Yeah, it's only one channeling. There's no extra levels to it.
have
You want
more-
bookcases? I'll give you bookcases.
No, Val, we'll do this the hard way. It's fine.
No.
At least
no.
it'll only use one level at a time. I only have 11 levels.
Why did I do that?
What'd you do?
Okay, you've got him down here. I am just gonna do it this way.
Val, are you the reason there is a black cat with a purple collar in the collection hoard area thing?
No.
I was
would
trying to
have
figure
been.
out whose cat that was, and I was like, oh, it matches the dog.
Val, watch my back while I cycle this.
I'm right here watching your back. Do you trust Val to do it?
Why are you doing
Wait.
that? You said I don't need to. I'm not moving.
No, big,
You had
big
the
baby gets his
bookcases?
way.
You had the
Yeah, I had the
bookcases this
bookcases.
entire time?
Yeah. You know this?
God, this is so frustrating.
Oh my. Yeah, that's all my books. I hope that's enough.
Got lots of potions. Water breathing.
Why can't I place this My inventory is so full right now. This is obnoxious.
There's a chest full of water breathing potions. Just put all your junk in there.
No, that's not the problem. It's
The sun's coming back, so it's gonna be gone soon. It's gonna stop raining.
fine.
Well, he's got to be prepared for next time at least.
That's right. That's right. For all that rain in the end.
Well, at least no one will be sleeping. We might come back to a thunderstorm. This is a very long rainstorm.
I don't want impaling. Get out of my face. Breaking.
Is everybody hydrating? We shall be staying hydrated.
Loyalty 3. I don't want loyalty 3.
Was the book loyalty?
I'm cycling trades to get either a book or channeling on the trident. So either way. But also, if you want to do the dragon, like,
No, I'll wait for you.
you want to get it set up for next time.
It'd be cool to have all the skulls, so I don't mind just chilling.
Crazy. Have I just burned 30 levels?
You went through 30 levels? Do you want me to try for a bit? I have 11.
30, 32. Yeah, that's so obnoxious. What is this? Okay, this is the most interesting book setup I've seen, Val.
Like, what's with the gaps? What was the strategy here?
You were both standing in my way. I had to build around you.
Excuses, excuses.
Right?
And it's a bloody good one.
If you want to try for a minute, that's fine.
Yeah.
Here's 26 books. Oh, wait. Oh, see, now I... Wait. Oh, wait. I didn't go through all the levels. I went through all the lapis.
Oh, here, have your books back then.
Yeah.
There you go.
That makes a lot more sense. I was like, I did not feel like...
I don't know how you did 30
What are
of
you
them.
doing besides filling my inventory more?
Filling your inventory more.
Wasn't me.
Dude, this is...
Val, you're such a troll.
Right?
No, I am not. I have never trolled anyone ever in my life.
Never.
Clearly. Where did all
Never.
those books go? I can't pick them up. This
Thank you
Val-
for the 75 tridents. Now I
You're
have a
welcome.
full
Right.
cutlery set.
No spoon, sorry.
That's okay. I will make this into a trident, actually. Like, one singular trident.
There, now I have the books, finally.
I'm surprised it's still raining. Are we
I did it
experiencing
again.
Bedrock right now?
Yeah, I wonder if it's not actually raining.
Impaling. Usually that's only a one-person bug, though, isn't it?
I have no idea.
Smite. I don't need smite.
I don't know if he's still in chat, but my friend Jojo was playing some modded last night and doing one of like the boss fights in it. And there was a block that was on fire that he couldn't put out. And I was like, is that a game mechanic or a bug? Who knows? It was a bug.
Always a bug. Knockback. I don't want knockback. Impaling. I don't want any of these things. breaking. What are you shooting in front of me? That was awfully close, sir. Power, density. Impaling. Are you sure it's a level 1? Wait, you don't know, do you?
Not sure of anything. Why do you ever believe anything I say?
What level enchantment?
Geo put 2 tridents in the saddle chest at spawn as well. She's saying. Enchantments are tedious work.
They are. It'd almost be faster to just roll a stupid villager at this point. How did I...
Right?
We're standing awfully close, sir. Making me alarmed. Like, this is... Who thinks that this is good game design?
I don't know about you, but this is great content, really.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's why I said if you want to go to the dragon, we can go to the dragon. I can try
No,
to do
no,
this
it's
later.
fine. I have time to kill. We've got another hour, 15 minutes on the timer still.
Yes.
Riveting.
Loyalty 1. I got riptide a couple times.
That's fun, but doesn't help you with the skulls.
Doesn't. Efficiency.
I like hanging out with you two anyway. I mean, not so much Zeroed, but you know.
Wow.
Who's you two then? Like
Right?
Bono?
I was wondering the same thing. Bono. You're seeing impaling flame. That's what
Okay,
we all
I'm gonna
need.
take a short break while you keep doing this. Where is there any safe place I can just stick myself in a building over here? I don't know if this is your house, but I'm hanging out here.
Church is safe.
Church. Oh, it's not raining anymore. Goodbye,
It
rain.
only looks creepy.
Ah,
I love
it is.
the-
It's level 30. Okay. I need... Val, can you turn on your machine? I need 30 things, and then we're good.
Alright, I'm just gonna take a moment. I'll be right back. The bells are just gonna keep going off. Alright, I didn't mean to click that. I am gonna log out. I'm gonna log out. That's smart. I'll be right back. But I was gonna say hello to you folks again. I am logged out. I'm logged
Buggy.
out. Oh, you can listen to them chatting. I'm gonna go take another
I
short
didn't even
break. We're
realize
gonna
I was
run an ad
recording that
break.
whole time. That is a riveting recording session.
And you can enjoy their
I'm
conversation.
gonna stand in my
I'll be right back, guys.
special spot. Do you have a potion up there?
Unless you use them all.
No, there's 5 left, 6 left, something like that. Did you just block it with the lapis? You're such a troll, man. Death by silverfish would be pretty good.
It'd be a first for the server.
True. I feel like somebody needs to die to not a mob death.
I really thought that mine was going to be kinetic.
Yeah.
Thought for sure that was going to be what took me out.
I mean, I shouldn't say that. I don't want anybody else to die. But if somebody's going to die, a death should be not.
Fell out of the world.
Okay.
We can make that happen.
No, that's not what I said.
I mean, that's what I heard, so good enough.
No.
Can you
Should've
imagine some
answered
idiot like flying into a one of the portals?
You know what's
With
gonna be
that
really
budget.
bad if I do this and then it has like impaling on it. It's perfect. It's just channeling. Okay. Do you have an anvil somewhere?
Yeah, inside the not a trading hall.
The not a trading. Okay.
Yeah, down in the basement area.
I just want to put mending on it so that we can. This is chaos.
Yeah, it's not a trading hall. Who cares?
Where's mending? Mending. Okay, let me collect all that XP now. Nice. Perfect. Ouch. Was that you or was that the silverfish?
Silverfish, you picked up the trident.
Okay. Here's some tridents on the ground for you. Wait, I went to the wrong spot. I went to what I thought would be your work area, but no, your work area is in the middle of this villager chaos.
I actually don't have a work area. I have an anvil down there. Nothing.
Okay, we've got Unbreaking 3, Channeling, Mending, and Loyalty 3. That's perfect.
Loyalty 2?
Loyalty 3.
And all you need this for is one pig head?
I guess so, yeah. I mean,
Did you take Grumpy's horses?
dude, did you know?
No.
It's what?
It's messed up. You
We're
took Grumpy's
back.
horses?
I didn't take anybody's anything. Including your stupid ender chest.
Shouldn't you just go around taking everything from everyone? That's real abuse of administrative duties.
Who's stealing what now?
If I was stealing
Horses.
people's horses,
I
Val.
mean,
Val.
I would never. I got one horse, and I've had him since day one.
I don't even know where my horse is.
My horse is in the stable.
I
At my
really only
house.
have Samuel the Camuel.
Howdy, howdy, howdy.
Samuel the
make-
Camuel? Is that what you said?
Yeah, Samuel the Camuel.
I love it.
Wait, I need one more copper ingot.
I have one. I got
I
you.
might have one. I might have one too. Hang on.
No, I already got it.
Definitely
It's on the
got
ground. It's right here. This is for you. Oh, I picked it back up.
No, I didn't.
All right, people, we're at my base. You know, I got everything right in that house right there. Anything you want, it's in there.
Did you
No,
need this?
there's
Did you
nothing.
did you need
That's-
this?
No.
That's not
Copper.
copper.
Copper? Oh, I thought you said iron. I don't know why I heard
Wow.
iron. I
Way
don't.
to get your hopes up, you know?
I thought I could be helpful.
Make it rain.
Such opulence. What a show off. So, did I hear you got your trident? Is that what I heard?
Yep, trident's all good.
Good. Yay. Hooray.
Now I just gotta steal a copper ingot from Val.
What do you need
Metal
that
chest.
for?
Middle chest on the bottom.
Hey, Val, there's more skulls right here. Did you know that?
Yeah, those are the only 3 that I have.
Oh, middle chest on the bottom.
Middle chest on the bottom, yeah.
Okay. Perfect. So now we just need it to be raining and we need to capture a creeper.
But
It didn't
first,
take so long.
dragon. Right?
But
First dragon.
you are not charging a creeper anywhere around here.
Oh, yes.
Oh no.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Right over next to your creeper farm.
Everybody got a pumpkin head?
As a matter of fact, right at the bottom, I think that's where we'll
Yes.
charge the creeper.
I gotta get the stuff out of my ender chest here. We've got
Ooh, does it work
the
in the
end
end?
crystals and the pumpkin head.
Does that work? I don't
What?
know.
What are you trying to
Can
do?
you throw- if you do channeling in the end while it's raining in the overworld, does that work?
I have no idea.
I'm gonna assume not.
I don't know. Strange things happen. Vod, do you have all the trim now?
No, still missing the same two.
Which
Ward
ones
and
was it?
rib?
Ward and Rib.
So Rib is one from an ancient city, and
No,
Ward
Fortress.
Rib is from a fortress.
Yeah.
Which one's Ward
Yeah,
from?
Fortress and
That's
Ward from the Warden.
Okay.
That's how I remember it.
Wait, isn't this Ward right here? What is this one? Oh, no.
Yes, Gio, we're heading to the end. We're doing a dragon fight. Are you gonna join us? Gio might be joining us too.
Heck yeah.
I didn't even notice the dog in the corner, just peering over the pew.
Poking his nose out. He's a good boy.
You've really nailed the ambiance in here, I must say.
I feel like you're being sarcastic. What do you mean?
I
Oh,
love the bells.
The bells and the
Ding.
The bells
You
and
know you
that's
can-
it.
Oh no, who's that?
It's a me.
It's a me.
Yay.
Heading
Hello,
over.
hello. So
I'm
this
gonna
is your
do some-
second dragon fight today?
Yeah.
You're really
How many
risking
do you
it
wanna
all,
do?
Gio.
Well, it's the last day. Gotta do something. I just had a brief nap, so
Oh, you took a nap? Very nice.
yeah. It's gonna slow you guys down there though, because I've just noticed you're actually there.
No, take your time. We waited, what, like 20 minutes for Zero to make a trident, so we can wait 5 minutes for you. Do you not
time's
have
up. Let's go.
Do you not have wings, Gio?
No.
Would you like some? Because I have a second pair that Puggy gave me when he was littering.
As if not all of us have offered her.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, I just was like, I have extras.
No.
Well, nobody's had extras before.
What? Excuse me?
Suki, that is not helping. Get off my mouse, please. Crumbs.
I've had extras for so long. I've given.
No, I'm
many.
happy not flying. It's okay.
You said like didn't I throw some to you?
No.
And
Oh,
you
y-
were. I prefer to not fly so I don't die or something
Yeah.
along those lines.
Well, that was like a
Oh.
week ago.
Okay.
Time has changed.
No, I'm fine,
Hmm.
thank you. I'm coming up under the dragon now. The boss dragon.
Val said that earlier that they were at the dragon, and for a second I was like, "Wait, you're in the end already?" And then I
You said
realized,
it now?
yeah.
Nearly there. Well, I'm nearly at spawn. I'm saying I'm nearly there, but.
All right, Val, you got the skulls ready, right?
You know I do.
This
Ooh, I
isn't
find a
funny.
grumpy.
Dragon fight, not wither fight. Wither fight follows dragon fight.
Oh, there's a
With
ravine
the
here.
dragon.
Your time will come, Val.
Is that a threat?
No.
That sounds like a threat.
No,
That
to
sounded like a
summon the
threat.
wither. Your time to summon the wither will come.
How many dragons do we want to do?
I was just gonna do one. I only brought 4 and crystal.
I've got plenty. I earned so many the other night because I knew that people wanted to fight a couple dragons today.
How many
And now
did
it
you
turns
get?
out I didn't need to earn any.
Yeah, I lucked out. I got 4 gas tiers off of 1
No.
gas, and I was like, what?
Wow.
Okay. I didn't even know that was possible. I like looked it up. I was like, did I pick something up along the way accidentally, like somebody else's? I'm like, no, it is possible. With looting 3, you can get up to 4. I was like, that's exactly what I needed.
What a tree. Apparently, I can ride horses this evening.
Taking the
It's
long
the evening
road.
'cause it's already dark here, and it's like 5 o'clock.
It'll be dark here in a few hours too.
See
It gets dark.
you.
Oh, hi. Hello. Look at you and your horse all matchy in the diamond. I didn't put any trims on my armor at all this time. I forget
I
like
felt like it this time.
trims are a thing I can do until I see other people with them on.
I haven't either. I was planning on putting them on like this week. I was gonna go for a hunt of all the trims, but then everybody kind of already got them. So I've tried.
Sorry.
I tried to find. That's what I was hunting for Wednesday night. Rib. I went to like 6 fortresses. Found none.
I was trying to find all of the God, these bells are loud. All of the thingy bobs.
I
The
don't think
stuff.
you'll
The
appreciate
shirts.
the ambiance as much as
The
we
shirts.
did.
You were getting the shirts, yeah.
Yeah.
Alright, are we all heading in? I see Gio's taking a step ahead.
Oh, I thought they've.
No, they
is
were
Goofy
still
already down there?
upstairs or something.
Oh, okay.
I think
Right,
Zero's
I'll go
right
first.
there.
I'm
You
right
go
here,
first.
but I don't.
Thing.
I don't think I have any glass to make more. If you wanted to do more than one.
Wow, I've got. There's a little eladrium flying around.
Oh, you have that
Let 'em
pack
out.
on, yeah.
You
It's
let
how
him
we
out of his
keep going.
cage.
Somebody
Let
let
'em
me out of my cage.
Yeah, I don't have any glass, but
Jill is a fan of the gorillas.
Oh yeah.
Nice.
I bought their album against my mum's wishes because it came with parental advisory on it.
one year for Christmas, my brother gave me the 8 Mile soundtrack. My mom was not thrilled about that. 'Cause- for the same reasons.
Vow, do you have 7 times 4 glass?
28.
I have double that.
Annoyingly, I did at home. I didn't bring it with me.
Yeah, I didn't bring any glass.
We're at my base. Don't worry about it.
Excellent. Okay. Thank you.
It looks so
We're gonna
cute
do-
with the eladrium skin on.
We're just 4
I
dragons
wish I
at
could
once.
see what you're seeing, Gio.
I wish we could do more than one at
In
once.
fact,
We
tiny
can't.
little eladrium, and you're there.
I've seen it on your stream. It's really cute.
Everybody got totems.
Totem.
Yep.
Totem. Everybody got their pumpkins? Or are you going with the skull, Zero?
This guy doesn't.
good.
He's dangerous. He
good.
likes to be attacked by the Enderman.
You
Yeah,
should
that's
have
probably what we
pumpkins. My goodness, how many we cut earlier? So much pumpkin carving. Never carved so many pumpkins
Useful.
in all my life. That should be a statistic for number of pumpkins carved. I'm sad we don't have the statistics like they do on like Java.
Yeah.
Oh, we're on day 2900 even. That's awesome.
Ooh,
Yeah,
that's
that's pretty
nice. Oh, I guess this way,
Momentous.
following Zeroed.
Don't follow me. I don't know where I'm going.
I am following you.
So that is the number of.
This is the right way.
So that's the number of days the server's been live, rather
Yeah.
than. Yeah.
Correct,
So
yeah.
I kind of like the number of like the hours I've personally played. That would be fun.
That would be cool.
Because then we can tell the people who are still alive because they haven't played.
Hey Zero, do you see this arrow on the floor pointing the opposite direction that you're going?
Oh, it's an arrow.
Wow.
I didn't realize it was an arrow.
I felt that sass just then.
It was not subtle.
Hit hard, man.
Subtle Vow is not.
Whoop, there's the hole again.
Oh,
What are
anything.
you doing? Go on, you go
Ah.
first.
Ah,
Whee! I like to jump in.
Oh, hello.
Ah!
I can't see anything. Okay. Oof. I was inside someone's skull for a second there. That was fun.
Awkward.
It's a
Alright.
dangerous place to be.
The least that I've never had the pumpkin for
Now
for this.
recording.
Oh, now recording.
Now recording.
I was like, what was that? I haven't heard that since like the first couple of days of the server. I've never worn a pumpkin to do the dragon fight. I've always just dealt with the Endermen and, you know, likely died to them. Is this the makeshift portal?
This is
I
the
love
thick
it.
end one.
I love it. Is water just naturally purple here?
Yeah. This is the.
Huh.
This
Take
is
a
the
nice little
church with the big salmon portal. Oops.
Take a little swim. Okay. All right. Ready for this?
You're ready for this?
Bum,
dude.
bum, bum.
Now let's hope I don't mess up placing down my first ever end crystals. Okay, so they go in these empty spots, yeah?
Are these going to be in the way, or is this okay?
I'm guessing I put it in the empty
I
spot.
actually don't know. Grumpy placed those. Yeah, just
He did,
yeah,
yeah.
they go in the empty spots.
Some
but I don't
science.
know-
One. Okay, don't touch. No touchy.
don't mind
Two.
me, I'm be fishing.
Am I supposed to be shooting is when you put them down?
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, here we go.
She said yes.
Ah,
Oh, you're too quick. I couldn't. Dang.
I've also never spawned in the dragon. I've only ever done like the first dragon. For how long I've been playing Minecraft for, there's an awful lot of stuff I've never done.
The dragon's really not the problem. It's the Enderman, and you got a pumpkin, so it's
Yeah.
gonna be easy mode for you.
Ooh.
Or she blows.
Oh, there she is. Okay. Here we go.
There he is. Ow! Stop it!
Oh, I think I pissed off an Enderman.
How rude.
Oh, I got some leather boots.
That'll do you some good.
Wow, dragon doesn't like me today. Fine this morning.
She's not kind of flippy dippies. Juking all my shots. Ah, gotcha.
I'm missing every single one of these.
Oh, what? She's like,
That was rude.
she's kind of hard to hit.
Have we got all of the crystals apart from the cages now?
Oh my god.
No, I
Dragon
think there's
Breath is
one up
so good.
there that she was just using that I was trying to hit, but maybe I got it. I can't tell.
Did nobody see that?
Nope. See
Nope.
what?
I just got trapped under that little roof thing, and I died to the, the dragon breath.
What?
You popped a totem?
Yeah.
Oh my
There's
god.
no death message. What?
Did nobody see me die? Nope, we didn't. I hear the dragon. It's very loud. Alright, I want to try to get this one.
We have got all the crystals down, but
Do we not need to get them all down?
I mean, if you
You don't-
kill her
You don't
quickly
have
enough.
to. Yeah.
Alright, well, I guess if we focus on her, we don't need to do the crystals. I was trying to hit the crystals and not fighting the dragon. Oop. Oh, now we gotta... Eh. Eh. Eh.
Whoops.
And she's gone.
Nearly. Not supposed to blow yourself up there.
It was fine.
Oh, she's perching again?
So much dragon's breath everywhere. Nah, not quite.
Next time. Where is she?
Still
Oh.
have one more crystal to go, but if we all hit it at the same time, we might be able to get it. Ow!
Here she comes. Oh, that's loud. Who did that? I can't see chat right now. Somebody's doing Enderman sounds. I shouldn't have Enderman after me. I got the pumpkin.
Yeah,
I
just
got
don't
the
shoot
leather.
him.
Oh, I'm standing in the breath.
Oh, let's not shoot. Zeroed, however tempted.
He likes to hop in front of everybody's,
He does a bit, doesn't he?
everybody's
Yeah,
shooting. He's like, I'm just gonna
There's still
stand
a-
right here.
Still a crystal above this tower.
Oh, here she comes back in. We got it. We got it this time.
That's right. I'm just standing there, just blithely
Hey,
unaware.
we did
Nice
it.
job.
Yay, good teamwork.
With one crystal left standing as well.
Good work, team. Alright, that wasn't so bad. What are you doing over there? Oh, you're fighting some Endermen.
Antagonizing the Enderman again. Yep.
I need the crystals. Or I need the things.
The eyes?
Pearls.
Balls.
There's still one that's mad at me.
Oh, can I fish in the end?
Yeah, I was just fishing. I got puffer fish, I got leather boots, I got
Oh, that's how you got the leather boots. Okay, I
a bunch
didn't
of salmon.
connect the
yeah.
dots. I got a fish in the end.
Yeah.
I'm just saying there should be lava fish in the nether.
Don't give them ideas.
Lava fish would be great.
I want to
would
fish
just
in
be
the
happy with
lava.
lava boat.
Yeah, I'm so mad we can't do that out of like the warped and crimson wood. So that's
Although
two
we
of
have-
my
we have-
challenges I've completed. Are we doing another
Can I borrow
dragon?
your fishing rod?
We
You-
have the strider.
you want my
so
fishing
I
rod?
got-
Yeah, I'm gonna have a go. That looks fun. I'll go back in a second.
Yeah.
You do it.
That's
It's
my
nice
fishing
to-
rod. I
yeah,
spent 2 whole streams getting that fishing rod.
Ooh, cool. There we go.
No,
That was
wow,
great.
give it back.
Ready to go.
Wow.
Oh, I'm right here.
No, give it back.
What are these
What do you do?
everywhere?
Thank you.
Right, well that's gonna go off my wall as another salmon. End salmon. Wow.
Yes, Keldon, Jules, and I have fought the dragon before. So are we? Okay, we're doing another one right now.
Looks it. Yep.
Okay. Are we doing another one as he's placing the crystals? I love when the Enderman gets stuck in blocks and they just look really short.
Yes.
It's
They
so
just
com-
swim along the floor.
I love it.
I like when just
Yo,
their head and look like a little.
Everybody
Roomba
steal my
running
stuff.
around.
I stole nothing.
Give me the
Oh.
ender chest.
Sorry, I didn't realize I had it.
You have two. Don't worry about it.
I've got 3 crafting tables if anybody wants one.
Ooh. Fancy.
I know why.
Way to brag,
Right.
Gio. 3
You want-
whole
Wait,
crafting
Wait,
tables.
I have a gift for you.
Oh, hang on, I nearly
You don't have
shot
to
you in
pull
the
the
face.
bow out. I have a gift
I was
for you.
about to
Pulls the
fire
bow
it.
out right in my face.
She's
I
got a
was
gift
about
for
to
you
fire a
too.
pistol.
It's called
Arrow
death.
to the face.
I want to actually take down a couple of the end crystals if I can.
Go for it. Since I can't hit anything today, apparently.
I don't know if I'm hitting anything. I can't see.
She got me again.
Oh, with the breath.
Yeah. Ow!
It's like,
Stop
watch
it.
your step. Watch your step.
Gonna get me. Oh, I need to eat. It won't let me eat. Oh. So we've just got the cage ones again, or are we just gonna boop her?
I just got the one on the tall tower.
I don't know if I actually hit any of them. I just kept firing arrows. I'm like, I don't see it.
I got one of the cages. I get the other one.
Did you say there was one on top of the tall tower?
No, I said I got the one on the
Ah, okay.
the tall tower.
I'm busy
Oh, I see
shooting
the
at
one
it.
that's still there. Are you? What are you pillaring up or something, Zero?
Ah,
No, I'll just land next to it.
so many Endermen.
Oh yeah, you're flying around. Ah! Oh, she's loud. All right.
I'm on fire.
Bad for your health. Don't do that.
Help!
Oh, I took a little damage there. I think that's the first damage I've taken since we started doing like the raids and stuff. I don't think I took any damage during that. Cause I play it like a coward.
Oh, that's the first damage I've taken with the dragon.
There's so much breath. Someone get this. Someone get this dragon a breath mint.
I know, right? Isn't that what it's called? Isn't there like an achievement?
Is there?
Give the dragon a breath mint?
Sounds familiar.
It's some. Yeah.
I've never heard that.
Can you imagine though? Got it. Yee.
That was my shot. You almost got me.
Who? Me?
Me. Yeah. Whoever just.
Oh.
Whoever just shot
Oh,
up
God.
at the top of
Don't
the
stand there.
tower that I was standing on.
Ah! Breath.
Woo! I'm just gonna eat something. Like the Enderman are just like, what was that?
Oh, is she back again? Goodness, I stepped away to try to shoot at her. And she's back.
She got tired.
Oops, I killed an Enderman.
Oh! Like one shot, guys. You get her in one shot.
She'd be dead if that Enderman didn't step in front of me.
I'd be.
I hit him
wasn't she
instead.
meddling, kids? Okay, she's more than one shot.
Here we go. Oh!
Hey!
I've
dude.
never seen her not die on top of the perch. Good job! Woo! We did it! Oh, you only got like 3 little energy, experience baubles from it. When it's not the
Your
first
boy-
one,
your
huh?
boy went up to you.
Does the
Yeah.
breath get rid of XP bottles? Bubbles?
Bubbles?
Bubbles.
Bubbles.
I can't speak today, come on.
I
You're
picked up
speaking
some,
just
but
fine.
It doesn't drop as many after the first time.
You're having fun though.
So, 3rd dragon, or...
I don't have stuff for the third dragon.
Just...
Isadora's got the taste for it now.
Right? No, we can do all the dragons. All of
He
them.
wants dragon blood.
Oh, that was my first block of endstone. Thank you. Just... There we go. Beautiful. I guess I don't need my fishing rod on my hotbar, huh?
We tried.
I love it.
Whoa,
I love it.
4
Okay.
crafting tables.
Yeah.
All of us can
Yeah,
have our
red.
own. We can all have
Yeah,
our
look
own
at that.
crafting table. How nice. This one's mine. I claim it.
I think chat want you to do
Get off
the
my
ribbon
crafting
there.
table.
One of
I
those
claim
is
your
your.
third.
I claim this one.
Boo. Get out of here.
You can't have anything that's your own. Val just was like, I'm gonna sit in this composter where Zero is, and now this crafting table. He
He's
just wants to be
basically a
close to
cat.
you. Yes.
Basically a cat.
Yes.
So you're
We're-
sitting
we're
there. Oh, I
on-
want to sit here now instead.
Now, whenever we're on stream, we have to pretend like we're friends. So
And now he's trying to
Oh.
bat me off the crafting table, just like a cat.
Definitely a cat. Yeah.
All right. Well, I think my next challenge is to do a wither fight for the first ever time.
wither fight? No, I'm out. I want no part of that.
Well, I'm off. I'm off to do it then. Oh, I didn't set my spawn. Where am I gonna spawn? I'm gonna spawn at spawn. Spawn at spawn at spawn. Spawn.
I would assume
Ooh,
wherever you
that's
slept
interesting.
last.
Well, I picked up my
Oh,
bed,
man.
so.
I'm gonna have to go back.
But
and
yeah,
get
so
my
spawn
horse.
then.
Gio, you sure you don't want my extra wings?
No, I'm fine, thank you.
Okay.
It's just, if
To
I
come
was
back
first,
and
I
get
think.
your horse? You're gonna trek it?
Well, we'll see where I spawn. Oh, I'm at spawn.
It's not as bad a trek then from like
Oh, no.
home.
Okay,
Whee!
that's unique. I haven't
What?
seen an Enderman 2 blocks into the ground before.
Was it just his head?
Yeah, it was just his head running around.
That is hilarious and terrifying.
I am at
just
that raid
don't-
village. That's where I ended up.
Oh no.
I'm going back to my composter. See y'all later.
Alright.
Have fun.
I'm actually gonna take my son to go get some pizza, and then I'll be back afterwards.
All right, enjoy your
Nice.
pizza.
Yo,
Good call.
you got? Are you gonna go do the wither?
Yeah, I'm gonna go do the wither. I don't know where I'm gonna do the wither. I didn't plan that far ahead. I gotta go find a safe.
Coordinates. The coordinates 666
Oh,
are
yes.
perfect for me.
You're right. That's exactly where I should spawn the wither.
Can I get my horse first?
I almost just spit coffee all over my desk.
For a wither, I would suggest a mesa because the terracotta has a lower blast resistance.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Okay.
I'd forgotten that, but
I guess I'll go find a mesa.
You mean higher?
Closest one I know of is like
higher
4,000
blast
blocks.
resistance.
I somehow knew what he meant.
What did I say?
Well, you said
Lower.
lower, but I heard it as I kind of processed it as higher rather than lower.
Yeah, I knew like what he was getting at.
I don't know what you're talking about. I never make a mistake. I
Never.
said the right thing.
Never
You
ever.
misheard
Recorded.
it.
Oh yeah, I have to stop that thing too.
I
by
am
the way.
recording, yeah. I mean, you know, and Castador is live, so
Exactly.
Play it
No,
back.
no. You all collectively heard the wrong thing.
Anyone
Not
clip
my fault.
that? Anyone clip that so we have proof?
We have proof. It's
So you can
clipped.
hear it wrong again? Fine.
All right, I'll see you guys in a bit.
All right,
Great.
bye.
bud.
Right.
Have fun.
Oh, Vow's base is much further away when you have to run.
Just a little ways away. Okay, so for this, I'll need my soul sand and my wither skulls. Did y'all see the piglin that was the zombified piglin that was running around with the skull in the Nether Fortress?
No.
Like in that little safe area.
Yeah, like the one that the path goes right to.
Yeah, he stole that skull from me, that little jerk.
Oh, did he? I was trying to get a skeleton between me and that zombified piglin because I didn't want to kill it and have them all aggro on me. I already had them aggro on me twice, and I was not trying to make it happen a third time.
No. How far has my horse roamed since I left?
All right, I'm saving
Zero
my.
blaming for that.
What was that?
I think Zero tried blaming me for Grumpy's missing horses. I wouldn't do that.
Would you?
No, I wouldn't mess with somebody's stuff like that.
Mm.
Pranks and stuff, yeah, that's fine. But like actually
You
messing
didn't
with
just
something
stick
like
it on
Grumpy?
top of a wither somewhere, like a half assembled wither, horse on top, 3 horses on top, horse wither.
With a horse.
All right. I've got my skulls. I've got my sand. Did I need anything else for this other than potions?
Sanity check.
A sanity check before I do this? That's
Yeah.
a good idea. I'm nervous. I'm not going to lie. This is the thing I'm the most nervous about. But I've been told it's glitched and that it's not as scary as it usually is. But all I've ever been told was that the Bedrock Wither is terrifying. So I guess it's not quite as terrifying.
Hi, Vow.
Does anyone know where there is a mesa?
The only one I know of is like 4,000 blocks. So
Okay. Do you know what direction?
Hello.
are you riding the horse to this mesa? Because there's a lot of ocean in between.
You knew I'm going back to spawn.
Oh,
I don't
okay.
think Gio wants anything
Hello,
to do with the
Binky,
wither
nice to meet
fight.
you.
I thought about it and I'm like, oh, I don't know.
We can do it together. We've got
Yeah,
this.
I think you should. I think we can do it.
I got extra wings. You don't have to ride the horse.
I'll go on then.
Yeah?
Well, where are you? Because I'm coming back to spawn. So
I'll meet you at spawn. Wait, where? What do you consider spawn? The village or the actual? Are you bringing the horse into the mountain
The
area?
village.
Okay. Like actual spawn or the village spawn? All right,
Village
I'm just
spawn.
standing on top of a house. I'll wait for you here. Get out my extra wings for you. Got some rockets. Ooh, I'm a little low on rockets. Val, are there more rockets over here?
Oh, good. It's going dark. I fell down a ravine with the horse earlier. That was exciting.
Oh dear. Did either of you take damage?
Nope. I don't know how, but we both came out of it alive. Very
Well,
confusing.
That's good. I'm glad
Yeah.
that you all survived. I'm gonna
It says
sleep real
Binky is
quick.
great.
Sleepy times.
Are you saying you need more rockets?
I was gonna go see if there were any in your little what did you what is this barn? I think you called it a barn.
Yeah, I call it a barn. Well, you don't?
It's not really shaped like a barn.
Well, that's what barns look like where I'm from.
This in your barn.
Are they all just open air like that? I thought barns had walls.
Where did I get nautilus shells from?
Not a clue.
I would assume zero glittering all over my grounds here.
Oh, maybe.
He likes to do that.
Whereabout are you, Gio? Are you back at the village or?
I am just renaming my salmon an end salmon, and I'm gonna. If I die, it's in the chest. Actually, I'm gonna
Must
put it on the
protect the
wall.
salmon.
I also brought a salmon from the end that I was gonna name
That's
as one of my
awesome.
trophies. I don't have any like special items other than the shears that I renamed after winning the pumpkin carving contest. There you are. Okay.
Oh,
I gotta put down my shulker. Which one has the extra wings? This one. Don't mess up any paths. Where are they? Wait a second.
this is a lot more populated chest than I've got.
I thought there were wings in here. I have a second set of wings. What did I do with them? Hold on, are they in a different chest? Did I take them out? I'm confused.
Gio got pranked. There are no wings.
No, there are wings. I'm really concerned because there's a second set of wings. Am I just not seeing it?
Sucker.
Oh, it's in my ender chest. It's just in the ender chest. Hold on. I got one of those too.
Oh, there's one inside the building.
Oh, I already put it down. Here you go. Fully enchanted wings, just for you.
Thank you.
And some rockets. I'll give it those and those. And there's more in Vow's barn.
Say it.
Barn.
There you go.
I was just struggling with words.
Make sure you walk inside the barn and close the doors behind you, and then read the sign after you close the doors.
What?
When you go in the little barn.
Where is the barn?
The barn is by the portal. To the nether portal.
Oh,
The
gosh.
building that's very obviously shaped like a barn. Come on.
It's very obviously a barn. I don't know why I got confused earlier.
To be fair, the portal is hidden by lots of spruce trees right now.
There's a
true.
lot of trees over there. That's very true. Oh god, my inventory is just an absolute disaster right now. Why do I have a name tag? Where did this name tag come from?
For Sam the Salmon.
I can't see a barn next to a portal.
If you are looking at the portal and the village is behind you, to the right. It has an alley attached to it.
So it's not by the portal.
It is by the portal. If you're looking at the portal and the village is behind you, if you go to the right, a little bit around down that path.
Okay, got it. By entering, you have. I'm reading it from the outside. Promised digital soul. No, yeah, okay.
Yeah, sure, whatever.
Yep.
Another one fell for it.
You can open the chest without going in. I have learned these things.
Yeah, but that's cheating. You can't do that.
Yeah, I didn't go in though. Still read it.
That's cheating. You can't do that.
No, it's not cheating. It's skills.
Cheaty skills.
It's good skills. It's keeping me alive skills. Oh,
Whatever
hang
it takes.
on. Whee!
So did
Hello.
Grumpy do all this, like, these crops and stuff, these fields? Because I love them.
I think so, yeah.
I did, yes.
Oh, Grumpy, I didn't realize you were in here.
I just,
I added the path across the wheat field.
That's very nice. I love
I'm
it.
here too.
Hey.
Hello!
that's only Buggy.
There's more people in here than I realized. I'm not getting the sounds of people, like, logging, joining and leaving.
Do you have streamer mode?
Yeah,
Yes.
streamer mode, you don't
Yep.
get that. So.
Yep.
Yeah.
So do we know
Okay.
where a mesa is?
I don't. I was told 4,000 blocks out, but not which direction that's in.
Yeah.
Oh my-
I'm trying to find it now. Actually, I'm playing back to my
South-
base. I forgot my weather
Southeast,
scope.
I believe. Southeast, I believe.
What are you looking for?
I
They're
think
looking
it's roughly 600, 4,000. Both
All
in the
positive? Okay, 600, 4,000. We're going to a mesa because I'm summoning my first ever wither. Ever.
So that direction.
Ooh, good luck.
That direction? Okay. All right, here we go.
You guys coming?
600, 4,000. We're on our way. Wait, I'm
Yeah.
going the right way?
Let's
yes.
go.
Wither time. Let's go.
Yes,
Hang
you're
on.
here.
Let me hit record.
Oh yeah, I gotta do that. I'm streaming, but not recording.
Oh, I didn't know you were
Well, you can
live.
get-
Yep. Hi,
You
I'm
get-
live.
Hello, hello,
I'm
everybody
I'm
in chat.
confused.
Hello, everybody in the chats.
Hi,
Hello
live,
to my
I'm,
chat who I've been neglecting. I love all of you.
So where are we going?
Lies.
Positive.
600, 4,000.
Yeah, 600, 4,000. Both positive.
roughly. I haven't been there in a while, but
Okay.
it's roughly the.
Yes, those numbers. Ish.
Hi, live. I'm Sky. Nice to meet you, Sky.
Hi, Sky.
Does anyone know why my horse's armor's not showing up?
Maybe
Mm.
in. Do you have a pack on?
Running to
Yeah.
hide armor or something. But I can
Not
still
the
see
high-
horse armor with mine on.
It might
Okay.
be your RTX pack or something.
Oh, could be.
So you
Could be.
did find your horse?
Well, that's what confused me is there was two there. Somebody dropped another one off and named it Grumpy Ref, a black one,
Oh.
and the one that's there now, I remembered having diamond armor, and it's still there. I tested because it's got a heck of a jump. I can hop on top of a villager's house from the ground.
Okay, hold
it.
on. I
wow.
I can explain the named horse, the the one Grumpy Rough. I was gonna do the same thing that I did with Zeroed and make I forgot who was streaming, but I was gonna make them think that I had killed you. But then I remembered the horse curse on the server, and I decided not to kill the horse.
Right.
So now you have a horse named after you, and I abandoned it.
Well, I was gonna
I-
say it's not there anymore.
May have killed a few horses yesterday.
Ooh,
You're
mushroom.
going to die tonight.
Curse.
Yep, curse. I thought
Oh
about
no,
killing.
what if I die tonight? What a shame.
Right. What a shame.
It will be the end of Legends for me. Hang on a minute.
No, not the end of Legends.
Oh, there's no ocean monument right below me. As I'm flying over.
Oh, that sounds safe.
Don't worry, you don't need to mind. The Wither will do that for us.
What's out here? It's a
Oh, hi,
raid
Grumpy.
farm? It is a raid
Oh, there is a
farm.
thing there that just came into view for me.
That was my first ever attempt at a raid farm, and it doesn't work.
I was about to say.
You could have told us it was
Oh.
perfect, and we wouldn't have known the difference.
You would have
Because
believed
I'm not
in
testing it.
everything.
Oh, there's
Yeah,
the
that thing is great. We
mesa.
should try it out.
Here we are.
Was I close with the chords?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's
4,500.
more like, yeah, 4,500.
It's been like 2 weeks since I've been out here, so
Close
I
enough.
was doing training.
Did anyone bring a bed?
Yeah, I always have a bed.
Okay, good.
I did.
Go
Well,
steal
it's a
one
village
from
here.
this-
We could steal
Yeah.
one. So,
That's true.
Actually, those beds might be broken for the other raid farm.
oh yeah.
Well, it's not like we have to set spawn.
But what if we die? We need to respawn, dude.
Yeah. Always set your spawn.
think I
Except
got
in the
spawned.
nether.
Yeah,
And in
just
the
like-
end. Don't do that either.
So where did you land?
I'm at 450. Oh, I see. I think you. Is that not you? 450, 4,600.
Oh, there you go. Hello.
I'm like, I see someone flying. It's hard to tell whose name it is.
It's me.
It's you.
I'm at a village.
Welcome in, Jen. Your best not.
Go to the right of that village.
To the right. Which way's right? Oh, okay, I see it.
Well,
Yeah, I
the
see a
direction
maze.
you came at. Yeah.
I'm at
Yeah, I see.
447, 4,600 ish.
Wait, what? I got confused.
450, 4,600
450, 4,600. Alright.
ish.
Oh,
Ish. I see you guys. ladies. My
I'm
bad.
trying to sleep.
Peeps.
I like folks as a gender neutral term.
Oh,
This
well,
is
there's
where we
skulls.
went. This is where we went to get Peter's 4 beacons, so there might be holes around.
Geode, welcome to my stream.
Wow. Oh yeah, I should have said hi to you first. Hey, Puggy!
Hi.
Alright, my timer is on 28 minutes, so we have 28 minutes for me to fight the wither. Do you think we can do it in that time?
Yeah, is Grumpy coming over?
Be
I'm
less than 5
coming.
minutes.
Is Jen coming over?
I'm trying to find you all. Ah,
Oh, did
there
Jen
we
just
go.
log in too? I don't even know there's
No,
somebody.
no. Jen's in Puggy's chat.
Oh, chat. I was like, I
We
didn't see
are
Jen log in.
fighting a wither with Dora, because she loves being called Dora.
Ooh.
So
Okay.
funny. So funny.
Fedora the Explorer.
Or the Cathedora the Explorer.
Yes, that's
And all
acceptable.
the crew. Jen has a loud, screamy baby. Oof.
No.
I woke up my baby from a nap because I talked too loud. Yeah, thanks, Val.
You woke up Nick from her nap.
No,
More
baby pug.
rockets. Thank you.
I knew
Hello.
what you meant.
Ooh,
So many rockets.
yay! Lots and lots of rockets.
So you're not fighting the dragon. Okay, you're safe then, right?
That's been done.
We totally haven't fought the dragon at all today.
Nope.
What type of
Not
pants do
even
you have?
once.
Not once. Nope.
I
Is
like
this-
your trim.
Is this everybody who wanted to fight the wither right now?
I think so.
It looks at.
Okay. All right. I guess I will make a wither. Is this a good place to make it, or should we go further?
Runs away.
No, I'm just wondering if we should put it higher up than over there. I don't know. I've never done this before.
Well, we don't want it to go up into the sky, I guess. 'Cause do they do that in Bedrock? Do they keep going up?
Oh,
Or-
Yeah,
yes.
try not to fly because it will follow you up.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a pain to get it back down.
And I can't use my
I'm gonna put
chest
my
plate.
chest
I
plate
have
on
that
then.
debuff right now. My chat won't let me use my chest plate. All right, I'm gonna
Oh,
put it right here
rude.
then. I'm gonna put it right here. Are we ready? One,
No.
2,
No.
3, 4. Okay, and now the skulls. Is a
I'm
one.
scared.
I'm very
No,
scared
I'm
too.
totally scared. I don't like. I might just dig myself in a hole.
Okay, all right. Ah,
We'll find you.
Ah.
Don't do
Wait,
that.
I'm not
No,
ready. I'm not ready.
no, you're not ready. It's too late.
It's
I'm
just-
sorry.
It's raining as well.
Our
which is-
recording's
raining. It just started raining.
Well, it's raining not here because it won't rain here.
Oh
but-
yeah,
No,
it's just.
it-
Oh
it's a
god.
withering
Oh god.
effect.
Okay. All right. So
Yeah,
how
it's
do we
just a
do
wither
this?
flare.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it turns it
That's-
darker.
First half the health you do range. Second half the health you do melee.
Why am I not even getting the health bar anymore? Where'd it go? Oh, it left.
Where's he gone?
You gotta-
It left us. I'm like, I'm
Oh.
not. I don't even see the health bar. There it is. Okay. All right. This is fine.
He's speedy.
Wait, do we still not get the withering effect?
Nope.
Nope.
Oh, I love
Still
that bug.
Right? Best bug ever. Bug rock's the best rock.
Right? Thanks, Scary Guy.
Stop moving. Whoa.
Oh, he's just flying away. Zippy,
Thanks,
zippy
Dad.
doodah over here. He's just zipping around.
Yeah, I know. He launched me.
He did.
Could call you Jumpy from now on.
Jumpy
There you
rat.
go. That's cute.
Oh,
Ow,
the-
stop it.
The poor little armadillo.
Yikes.
So
You'll
terrified.
be a
Humble
wither
is
roast.
like, I
Don't
don't know
worry
what's
about him.
going on. Ah!
Wait, if we don't get the wither effect, does it still make wither roses?
Oh, he's gone in supernova mode.
Yeah, if he kills any mob.
Ugh.
Oh.
Oh,
Oh, no.
lag.
Oh, no.
I forgot they do this
Yeah.
on Bedrock. Oh no.
Don't fall down the hole. FYI.
Yeah, we can
Oh,
wait for
is
him
it
to-
down there right now?
Yeah.
Yeah, he burrowed.
Hello, Mr. Wither.
Hello.
Hello. We would like
Come
you to
back.
come up here. Please.
Dude,
Throw him a torch. He loves torches.
Oh, here he comes.
Whoa.
Oh,
here he
apparently
comes.
he does.
Told ya.
Ah. So is this the
Oh,
point where we
hey,
have to
Val.
hit it with our sword?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
Oh,
all melee
okay.
from now on.
It just. Oh
running
God,
away
he
from
keeps
us.
hitting me. Oh, that's my
Back.
water. Where'd my water go? Give me that back.
Whoa! Hello.
Oh gosh.
Suki, don't hold on to my mouse. This is the worst time for you to do that, mate.
Geo's got a
grab my
debuff
mouse.
too. It's called cat.
If I start shouting, she holds my hand. She's like,
Oh,
Oh,
no.
oh god, oh
That's
god,
so
oh god,
cute.
oh god,
That is
oh
cute
god.
though. Whoa, hi.
she did it
love
this
that.
morning as well. It's
My
like,
wife's
"Oh,
cat does that as well.
come back down where I
It's
can
not
hit
coming over here.
Here it
Oh,
comes.
hi.
you." Ow.
I
Oh,
hit him.
sorry.
Ouch.
I hope I'm not
Ow,
hitting
that
anyone
hit me.
else.
Oh, got
Somebody
it.
hit me.
Just
Here,
bug you.
swap to
Yes.
my wings.
Everyone
Oh.
okay?
Let me eat.
Oh my. Ouch.
Ah,
Oh,
just
somebody.
die, will you?
Half.
somebody
Oh.
hit.
Do you have
Grumpy,
knockback,
Grumpy,
Geo?
Grumpy, Grumpy. Come
Hey,
back.
Oh,
what?
thank you.
Do you have knockback
Thank
on your
you.
sword?
Ooh,
Come here.
yes.
Come on.
I was wondering why
No,
he was
stop it.
flying
Stop
so
the work,
much.
guys.
Stop going over.
Oh,
here.
I
God.
can't reach you if you sit there. Come on.
Oh, I'm
Whoa.
stuck down
Whoa,
here.
hello.
How do I get back up? Oh, we gotta
Woo.
jump.
Ah,
Ow.
who's got the flame sword?
That's
Oh
me.
no, someone got flames.
Not me. I don't have flame on this.
Why at it?
I
It's
used
me.
to.
Oh, that nearly killed
Oh dear.
Grumpy, that's why I gave you a totem.
me.
Oh,
Yeah, I've got a totem.
Come back.
again.
Oh my gosh.
Grumpy's on
Where's
fire.
Oh god.
This
Yep.
ref is on
Disengage.
fire. Alright,
Puggy, I
back up,
almost hit
everybody.
you. Oh!
Fiery
You
ref.
have rockets. Yes.
He's nearly dead, man.
He's
Well,
dead.
He's
dead.
dead. He's just having a rave over there or something.
He's
I
having a
don't know.
moment.
Whee!
having a rage
We did
quit.
it! We did it! We
He's very
wants it?
survived!
Game.
Me?
Who wants it?
Me?
Okay. Here you go. There you go.
Grumpy, I'm really, really sorry.
I only got
That
down to
was
2
cold.
hearts.
Hey.
All 3 rounds.
Wow!
I'm
Did you
glad
take
I got
it?
my golden apples.
Yeah, I got it. Hold on. Hold on.
Oh my
Right there.
gosh.
All right, there you go. There you go. I said stay there.
I was
Boy.
trying. I was trying to avoid my terracotta that I kept picking up. Yay! That's my first ever star.
Nice.
Ever.
Ever in
Ever,
Minecraft?
ever. I've never fought the Wither.
I
What?
still have my wings on.
Congrats. Jeez.
We did
It's
it!
joinable. Unfortunately, it's not joinable. We do have a public Discord. It's I don't have that command set up on my. Hey, you Nick.
Who's ready for round
Oh.
2?
Yeah, it's about 30
We're doing
creators
round
in
two?
hardcore.
Okay.
I mean, I can join, right?
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
Come on over. Heck yeah.
You only have to fly 4,000 blocks to get to where we are, but yeah.
Well,
I've got one
Dan's-
rocket. That ain't happening.
There should be rockets by the spawn, by the trees.
The barn.
You're
The barn that's
good,
totally
you're
a
good.
barn.
I literally
Hey.
just woke up. I'm not even
Aw.
finished my first coffee, so no.
Not
That's
Oh,
like
I
that.
thought you wanted to join us. But I get it.
It's fun watching you. Actually, there's so many things that I would have done differently.
It's the last day. We're taking risks.
Come show us how.
I'm going to run
Yeah.
some ads and be right back.
Augie, I want to talk to my chat for just a minute. Because I've been neglecting them.
We get plenty of time till Jen gets here.
Hello, friends! We've done it! We survived our first ever Wither fight! We had plenty of help. Plenty of help, which is nice. Because we didn't die. And we got our first ever Nether Star. That is going on the board. We're gonna put some goodies for, where is it? Where's my salmon? He's not in here. He's in the other box. This box? Nope, not that box. We'll find the box. One of these has it. This box. So we've got our pumpkin head and our salmon from the end. And now we've got our nether star. That's our trophies. And I guess we'll put a totem as one of our trophies for the raid. But I'm going to hold on to that one in here just in case we need it. But we've done so well. We've survived so far. Build a beacon for the first time ever? No, the star's just going on the wall. Star's just going on the wall. That's what's going to happen. Oh, they're all staring at me. They're all waiting for me, but I just wanted to... Stop giving me stuff! Stop it! No! This is full of junk now. Dang it! Stop it. Stop it. goodness. Goodness gracious me. Okay. Beautiful drop there, Keldon. I love you all. I'm gonna do more things here now. And yeah. You're all wonderful. We only have 18 minutes left on the timer, just saying, so things might come to an end really quick. Okay.
Yeah, almost blown up twice more.
All right.
Yep.
Oh, it's
You
going dark
told me
now.
about the creeper, yeah.
Yeah, there were more after that. I messaged you just after it happened.
Val, are you putting all this terracotta in my carefully organized shulker boxes?
Yes.
No. I threw them on the ground and you picked them up.
Oh, sleepy sleeps.
Sleepy sleeps. Where's my bed? Anyone else got it?
I don't have
I got
a
one.
bed.
I got one. We're doing it.
Got it. On it.
Ooh,
On it.
best color bed. Yes.
You like my cyan bed?
Orange.
Yep.
Orange.
Cyan.
Best color bed is cyan. Best color is cyan.
I call
No
it
doubt.
teal.
Mm.
It is almost
Best
teal,
color's
right?
red.
Nah, cyan or teal.
Purple.
Best color.
Red.
Green,
Only
purple.
Red.
Orange.
So we doing a second wither now? Is that what we're up
Looked
to?
like it. Vow's already setting one up.
Oh gosh,
so-
where? Oh, right there. All right, he's ready for this.
Casadora, congratulations on your first wither.
Thank you so much. I can't believe
Yes,
it took me this
indeed.
long to do it, but I'm glad that I got to do it with such lovely folks.
I told you on my stream the other day, you would end up doing one this season, didn't I?
Yes, you did. You did. I
Yeah.
can't believe we made it this far. The raid went really easily. Then we did a second raid.
Don't
That one
jinx
went
us.
fine.
Don't jinx us.
I'm not saying anything about the wither fight. Nothing about that. The raid went really easy, and I don't know why I was afraid of those. And now I have
What's the face of
totems,
that
so
raid?
I'm not afraid of anything.
It's the anticipation of I've never done that before, but it looks scary.
Yes, yes.
Are we missing people? Are they coming back?
Uh,
What's going on?
Puggy, I believe.
Oh, Puggy was
Yeah,
taking an
I'm
ad break, right?
Yeah, I just
Yeah.
got back.
Oh,
Yeah.
it's hard to tell who's
Oh,
talking.
there he is.
Taco, taco,
Hang
taco.
on. Hang
He's
on.
still
I'm
on the
making
Be
a-
Right Back screen. There he is.
Yep, I literally just got back.
Yeah, nice hat.
This is regarding Patreon.
I'm doing good. Just eating some McDonald's. At
Ooh.
McDonald's, yum.
Hashtag not
I don't know
sponsored.
what that tacos.
I'm just watching from the sidelines because my lap has been taken over by a small person.
Right, we
Oh,
Call that
One
Val.
moment.
What
Hang on, I'm coming.
who did that?
Who did
killed-
what?
who killed the thingy? Well,
I just
forget
heard the
what
sad little dying sound, and I turned
Armadillo.
around and there was an experience bobble.
Somebody killed an aardvark? Not cool.
No. How?
Are they armadillos?
They are armadillos.
Yeah.
Aardvarks are quite different, I think.
Yeah, they are a little bit.
Because Arthur, like the cartoon, that's an aardvark.
Yeah, apparently he's an aardvark, but I never really understood, to be honest.
Yeah.
All right, where did everyone go?
We're up on the hill behind.
420,
where we were just
4600.
They're away from the big hole.
Yeah, we thought we'd start again over here.
Okay,
Make
you're all
another hole.
you're all near water, right? Has anyone besides Puggy got a water bucket?
I have a water bucket.
I left mine
No.
home again.
One of you go dump some water down that hole and then go fill your bucket up again, so in case no one falls down it.
Nah, we should risk it.
Fair point. Fair point.
That's
Bring
actually a
back
good
out
point,
again,
Jen.
Rich.
Or we could just cover it and hope nothing
Nah.
goes over
when it
there.
when it was hiding in the hole, I was like, water bucket down, water bucket down. You could have got it in the hole. You
Jen's
could have got it in the
panicking.
hole.
She just wants us to survive. Jen, are you planning on getting on the server again at all?
I was planning on it, and then
Thanks, Grumpy.
Fire Lizard decided that he was going to sit on my lap and watch Puggy
Ah.
because he's got the Zoe totem, so there's a doggy on the screen.
Ooh.
Dude, I earlier today I caught myself watching Paw Patrol when Baby
Uh-oh.
Pug was like just not watching it. I was just sitting there, was like, oh, it's over.
I love Paw Patrol. That's a good show.
I've often sat watching Sarah and Duck when the little one's gone to sleep. I'm like, I'm still watching it, and it's on iPlayer, so it just plays the next one and then the next one.
I was just Lightning McQueen over and over because he's got a thing about cars at the minute because he's been sat watching NASCAR with Grandpa.
Oh, wait,
Aw,
who
that's
we
cute.
Dude, Cars is the best movie ever.
I saw Cars for the first time ever. Like the movie, not the real life vehicle.
Hello.
I saw cars
Are
for
we
the first
waiting?
time ever. A motor vehicle. Wow.
We ready? Or are we waiting?
I'm ready. Are we all here?
Okay,
We've got.
ready.
I'm
we've
ready.
got
Yep, I'm good.
Yep, I think we got. Oh,
No,
here we
wait,
go.
wait.
Too late.
So funny. So funny. Just kidding. I'm not
Here we
ready.
go.
What is it?
I don't think you can hit it when it's
Nope.
like this, can you?
I'm just aiming.
No.
Nope. I was just aiming, making sure I got good aim. That's all.
I gotta go.
Definitely
practice.
didn't realize I
suck.
couldn't do that. Ah!
I'm Mom.
Hi, Mum.
Hi.
You have a
cute.
cheerleader.
Woo!
Yay!
You have a mini mascot. He's telling you to shoot it.
You know what? I love having a cheering section.
I'm back and fight, you coward.
Right. Dude, this is so much easier when you don't get the withering effect.
Yeah, this is a bit weird though.
Yeah, I love this feature. We should keep it.
Was this because it's always been really difficult to do the wither on Bedrock? They're like, let's make it easy for once. You know what?
No.
We'll
For
do
a
the
few
other
moments,
way.
just make it easy. Yeah.
Right.
How long
Athero's
has
got a
this been a
death
bug?
wish.
Huh? I don't have a death wish.
Wait,
Well, you just stood in front of me when I was firing.
Oh, I'm
Good one,
sorry.
Good one.
Oh, hello. Yes, I forget these
Oh,
dudes.
where's he gone?
Yeah, I didn't see the
He's
skeletons
in front
last
of us.
time.
We're good.
Oh,
Oh, what?
oh,
What?
Puggy, did I just hit you, or was that? Did you just jump at the same time my arrow flew
So
past?
confused.
I think it's a combination of both, but it's no big deal.
Okay, so I was trying to hit the wither.
Whoa,
obviously.
hello.
Hi.
Oh, we can't
Yeah,
hit them now with the.
Ah, I ran the same way as it flew. How rude. Okay.
That's 2 hearts. Or 3 hearts left.
it got me to 2 hearts earlier.
Oh my god, really? I didn't realize you got that low.
Yeah. Yeah, I would. Oh! I was not
Everyone
good.
be careful. Oh, I need to eat. Great time
I
for a
really
snack.
Need to not have knockback back, really, don't I?
That's fine.
Whoops.
Does knockback really do the wither?
Apparently. It keeps hitting it away.
I don't even have
Knockback
knockback on
almost.
this sword.
Woo! Sorry, Grumpy. Did I hit you then?
Oh my god.
I don't think so.
Oh, good.
This is fine. Everything's fine. I'm fine.
Stop going to the other side. Every time I get near it to hit it.
All right,
Oh,
back
it's
up.
dead.
It's
Move it
gone.
right back up.
That's so
Yay!
funny when it
Second
does this.
wither.
Wow.
I forgot to record that.
Oh.
No.
Oh man.
You'll just have to watch my point of view on the VOD.
or Eval.
You,
Two
you
at the
can
same
you can
time.
either clip bits off the VODs or you can ask somebody for a download of the VOD.
Well,
go.
good work.
My chat
Jules
wants
is
to do 2 at a time.
Ruby, do you want
No.
that? You can have it.
No.
Nope. Nope.
My chat says again, so.
Yeah. No, I have seriously. I'm gonna get going very shortly. So.
Okay.
I have no skulls, but I do have soul sand.
I also have no skulls. Does anyone have skulls?
I got Blackstone.
We can try it. Maybe
Okay,
that'll
try it.
work.
Not sure that would work. I'm just filling in holes because I don't want terracotta.
Oh my god, guys, it's the wither! Oh!
Ah!
Oh no!
Ah, run!
I'm sure we can. I'm sure we can design one.
Oh dear, these poor armadillos.
Good
They're
one.
traumatized, guys.
I picked up so much junk again.
Have you seen? You know they like cacti, right?
Who? Me?
No, the armadillos.
Why are you biking all of this? I don't want all of this.
Because I'm throwing it. I'm throwing it to you.
I don't need it. Just filling in a hole.
I've already pushed Puggy down a hole, so I figured I'd share the love.
Oh, okay.
I knew that was coming. Here, I'll give a dog a bone.
What is this
I
one piece
hit
of
Puggy.
wood?
One piece of wood.
There's just one piece of
What?
wood up here. One
There's
plank.
a sword down here. I'll have that. Trophy.
You know, for that one. Guess you're 1 plank short. I don't. Yeah.
One plank short of a picnic. I don't
Right.
know.
Of
Yeah.
one plank short of a crafting table or something.
Oh, that's a good
One
one.
plank short of a crafting table. I
I like
that.
it.
Why is there this weird structure up here?
My
I think
pillar.
that was from
Sorry.
Peter and Smurf doing their withers out here.
Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah.
There's all these people with creeper wings on. It's very distracting.
Yeah, we fought
Are
4
mine?
withers out here before. That's how I knew this place was good for it.
Gotcha.
Very
Yeah,
smart.
that's my fault for the creeper capes.
Hmm?
Huh?
That's my fault for the creeper capes or the wings.
I had the pride cape on just now. So where that's gone.
Oh, that's cute. I can see it.
Still, yeah.
I
It's
want
so
that
glitchy,
one.
though. Well, if I run near you, it will probably give it to you because that seems to happen.
You have to have your wings on though, Gio.
Do I? Okay. hang
Yep.
on.
There you go. You just gave it to everybody.
There we go. Oh, for me, everyone's still got creepers.
All I see
Oh,
is creepers. Now you're creeper too.
That's what I see.
Oh no! Ow, hang on. Gotta have the pride cape. No, it's just showing me creeper. How rude. Gotta sweep.
Hey, who's got my bed?
Probably
Check my
me.
bed.
Or maybe Val. I'll check. Hold on.
I ain't got nothing. Check your own pockets.
Dude, it's in your hand.
Yeah, now
Wow.
it is. Somebody threw it
Wow.
So the timer is ticking down. We're down to our last 7 minutes here. I'm talking just to you, chat. 7 minutes. So this might be ending very soon. Okay.
Oh, hey, look. I got a new cape. Yay.
Oh, look at that. Beautiful. I have it too. Wow.
It's such a weird bug.
Dude, it is.
Oh, who did the heart one? Grumpy.
Oh,
I did that one just now.
That's my favorite.
Eh.
I like the Twitch art one.
I think I
Yeah,
only
the
have
Twitch
the
is not
creeper and the crown one from the 15 years.
This is my new favorite skin, by the way, Kev.
Oh my god, you're adorable. I love it.
I'm a little red
That is so cute.
So,
I'm just constantly in this like warden thing. It matches
It's
my
a
hair.
red panda. That's
It is a red
awesome.
panda.
oh
That's
shoot,
adorable.
forgot. Should have brought a. Does anyone have a bottle of like an ominous bottle or whatever they're called?
I have an ominous bottle I was saving for my trial chamber.
So,
If
if
I
you-
get
if
to
you
that
want-
point.
If you want bottles, go over to that raid farm there. There's a bunch in the chest.
Okay, Puggy, do you want
That part
to?
of it works.
You want to do a, or does anyone want to do a raid later? 'Cause I
I'll
have to
raid with
sign
you.
up.
Yeah, I'll.
Well,
I'll
I gotta
If
go.
I'm still on, I'll do another
Oh.
one later.
Yeah.
Now we've all got pride wings. Haha.
Look at that, everybody with the rainbows. I love it.
Yeah,
Cute.
Grumpy,
All right, well,
if I'm still
I
on,
got-
or you can ping me, so we can take off.
okay, sounds good. All
Yeah,
right,
if
have
I'm
fun,
on,
everyone.
feel free to summon me for that too. Bye.
Good luck,
Sure.
have fun.
Yep.
Okay. Now what?
Yeah,
So
that
you
would
said a
be.
trial chamber?
I gotta do what's next on my list right now. Well, my timer's down on the last 5 minutes. I don't know if we're actually continuing on with this or if I'm ending. Because I've been doing a stream thing today. For every 10 subs, we add an hour to my
Yep.
timer.
I saw that, yeah.
Yeah. So next on my list was a trial chamber, which I don't know where there is one. Who's burying me? Val?
There's a trial chamber underneath
Why
our
do I
base,
get blamed
but
for
it's already been-
everything? I'm way over here.
It's not Val.
It's not Val.
I gave her a torch, so she's fine.
It's desperate beardy boy over here.
I'm not the only troll in the server.
I'm just gonna blame you for everything. I'm sorry.
I know it
That's what's happened.
I mean, I'm up for blaming Zeroed
job.
on things at the
Good
moment.
job, Puggy, I
Wow.
like that.
It was Puggy at first. Puggy flew over my pond and just littered all the netherrack throughout it. Puggy,
yeah, he does leave.
the wings that you also littered have since been given to Geo. So
Fair
Oh, yeah,
enough.
I gotta
Okay.
give these back when we get back to
you can
spawn, I'll
you
give
can
them
keep
back.
them. I don't think I'll need another pair of wings.
I'll put them on my glory wall.
Yeah, there you go.
You said
Stolen
you want
one.
to do a trial chamber. Do you want to do a natural one or do you want to do a controlled one?
What do
Oh,
you
yeah.
mean a
Geo.
controlled one?
We've got
Jill,
one.
Jill.
Yes.
Oh, hey.
What? Hey there, how you doing?
Hey.
What I mean by controlled one is one I've already been through where the spawners are blocked off. So
Yeah.
I can unblock them off one at a time.
Would you like
Oh,
me to show
I
you?
think maybe just one that hasn't been done yet then.
Okay,
Like,
I was offering you the option.
yeah, no, I'm not terrified of it, especially since I have a totem now. So,
Jen went in solo in like the first week.
oh my god, Jen.
One-handed.
with a baby on her lap.
He
Like,
fell asleep
playing it
on me
hard
as
mode.
Well. He fell asleep on me as well, so I couldn't move my arm. So I was kind of like guessing where the WASD was because I couldn't actually see it.
And I was just sitting there going, do I need to go and help?
GG's for that one. GG's.
Oh
I did
dear.
I was doing a mine shaft one-handed is started, and then he fell asleep on me, and then one of the tunnels in the mine shaft started getting all copperish. I was like, Geo, there's a thing down here.
Stop killing the armadillos. What's the matter with you? Stop it.
That was
So mean. So mean. All right, I'm down to my last 3 minutes of stream, so I don't know if I'm actually going to be doing a trial chamber unless something changes there.
Yeah. Well, why don't you just all head back safely? How
Yeah,
about that?
I'm gonna head
Yeah.
back towards spawn. Good idea.
Yep.
For sure.
At the very least, I can put my stuff that I've collected today up on my
He's gonna
wall.
look down the big hole because he's a rebel.
Yes. He's without a cause. That's the problem.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, there's a wither skull just flying across the ocean.
What?
I seen that.
Okay, I just outpaced it. Awesome.
Dude, in my long-term world, I got hit by one of those one time. It gave me the withering effect.
Oh my god.
Awesome.
So what if it doesn't impact with something? It just keeps
Just
going.
keeps going.
Keeps
Yeah.
going forever and
Yeah.
ever.
Wild.
There was an incident on TB with one of those once. Somebody did a wither at the start of the season, and at the end of the season, it slammed into somebody's base.
Oh,
Oh my god.
Because it was just being unloaded for months and months and months.
So every time
then-
anyone flew past it, it would move a little more.
Yeah. And then at the very end, it slammed into somebody's base, just completely naturally as well. It wasn't planned or anything.
Like
That's
the
awesome.
longest death.
Like, that's awesome, but sad at the same time.
Right? That's wild. Alright, I'm gonna talk to my chat for a second. I might be
For
back.
sure.
Alright, chat, we're down to the wire here. Down to the wire. Last minute and 12 seconds. We did a lot today, though. Am I flying the wrong way to get back home? We did a lot. We did some cool things. We did a raid, my first raid that I remember. We did my first ever wither fight, and then my second ever wither fight. Survived both of those. We did 2 dragon fights. You know what? We did 2 of everything. 2 of everything. 2 withers, 2 raids, 2 dragon fights. I think that we can be proud of what we've done here. I do want to put up all my souvenirs on the wall at the very least. But it's taken a little while to get home. Thank you for all of the clappies. And thank you all for being here for Saturday, the first ever THADATHON. It's been fun. Counting down. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And THADATHON is officially over. I am gonna go put all this stuff at home at the very least, so. We're going into a little bit of overtime. What was that? What was that? I'm going too far negative. Where's the positives? Is that a queue drop game? Okay. Okay, Keldon. I suppose we can do that. Jules, if you'll do the honor. The honors. The mushroom tour. Seiken! Seiken with the raid. Seiken, you missed all of the events. All the big stuff. We did 2 raids. We did 2 dragon fights. We did 2 withers. Alright, Jules got the Q drop game going. Got the Q drop game going. Oh, and thank you for that gift sub to JoJo, Jules. I didn't say that because I was in the voice chat. But thank you so much for that. And thank you, Seiken, for the raid. What were you up to today? I saw briefly that you were streaming with a whole bunch of people. How was your stream? All right, we're heading back home. We're almost there. Almost there. Lurking during the Civ game you had with friends. Oh, very nice. Was that... So, can you play, like, against people? Is that how that works? Woo. Get your drops in. Get your Q drops in. We're gonna do one more Q drop as I go home to put all my stuff away. Seven players. Oh, wow. I didn't know that you could... I didn't know it was like a competitive game like that. My partner plays Civ sometimes, but it's always been like individually against the computer. Whee! But thank you for the raid, Seiken. If you're not following Seiken already, please go give him a follow. Good vibes over there. He speaks French very, very, very well. I believe that's your first language, probably. So it's nice to just hang out there. He plays a lot of what's it called? Pathfinder. Oh my god, what just happened? Do we do it? Do we add time to this? I guess we add time to this. Thank you. Thank you, Jules. We'll add 1 hour. There we go. We're back in the positive. We make our own rules here. We make our own rules. I am going to put up some of my trophies on the wall. And then we'll rejoin the voice chat and maybe go do some more stuff with people. Maybe. Okay, I need some... Do I have any item frames here? Here we go. Okay, got sticks, put those down. All right, where do I want to put my special stuff in here, I guess. This will be something, maybe we'll put the nether star there. I'm gonna put this here. That will be... Hold on, we're just gonna put a few of these. First raid. First nether star. We've got our carved pumpkin and our end salmon. Let's rename these things here. End salmon. There we go. Carved pumpkin. This will be our first dragon fight. First wither fight. First wither fight. And first raid. Oh, and that broke my... Alright, first raid. That and... Oh, wait, no. That can go together. And that. There we go. There's my trophies. Alright, I'm going to join back in on the voice call then. Thank you so much, Jules. Oh, and that put us into a level 3 hype train. I should be a little bit more excited about that, huh? Hey, Cracked Kitten, welcome in. Jojo's heading off. All right, Jojo, you have a good one. Thank you for being here for THADATHON. I appreciate it. Oh, Gio got one of those gift subs. Very nice. Well, we got another hour on the timer, so I guess we got a little more time to do some things. So I'm going to hop back in the voice call if anyone's still going. And yeah, I appreciate all of you. Thank you for keeping it going, Jules. I thought we were done. I was ready to like put my feet up and be like, THADATHON's over. We're good. We're done. Hey, Adron. Thank you for being here, joining in on the raid. I'm going to hop back in the voice call.
Yeah.
All right. My chat did add another hour, so I have more time. I'm back.
Woo! Okay, we were just talking about the dragon horde.
Oh,
In
what
fact-
are we missing from that? We need something
The
from the trial
crater
chamber, right?
disc.
Yeah,
The crater disc from the trial chamber. In
Uh,
ominous
from-
mode.
from the ominous mode in the
Yep.
trial chamber. So you know what? You know what I'm gonna do right now? I'm gonna open up Streamlabs.
You can log in.
I'm not just doing the advisory role because he has occupied himself over there. Doesn't
Awesome.
matter that I just deep cleaned this room yesterday. Children will be children.
Mhm.
Ain't that the truth?
Yeah, my mum is no longer on the phone now. That's what I was waiting for. What are you doing? He's got a piece of pizza in one hand and he's dragging all my laundry out with the other. Yeah,
Nice.
That's the
I'll
life.
deal with that later.
Soon to be pizza laundry.
Well, he's laughing. So. Well, it's all my pillowcases.
Oh, the dogs are going off.
So do we need to?
Yeah.
Are we finding a new trial chamber? Is that, or are we going to the one you guys already have?
I've blocked it off, so it would be easier to do the one that I got because I know where everything is. It's only a little one though,
The puppy.
so we can start with that one.
Okay.
I'm just loading everything up now.
Yeah, take your time. Do we know if anybody has a cartographer villager for a map for another one?
Check our cartographer villager. He has something, but I don't know what. I was after the banner pattern of him.
Ah. Oh yeah, because you get the world globe one.
Ooh, I can actually fly into Peter's tower now. The mob tower.
Oh yeah, you
Do
and your
we know
wings.
It's still running.
It's still running?
It's still running.
Oh, I guess nobody's been in there since he died, maybe?
Oh my word. It really is too. It's full.
Watch out for spiders.
Yeah.
I love how we only looted certain people when they died. Other people were just untouchable.
I had put down like a memorial to Naku because I witnessed her death, and then immediately someone took the armor I put down for her. Like that was someone's grave.
No honor amongst thieves.
Wow.
Like I
yeah,
guess
brave
that's
Robertson
fine.
does.
Sure. At least the sign's still there.
You know, I'm going to change my music today, and I'm going to put the other playlist on. Tense and fighting. What? Really? Okay.
You said one of your villagers is a cartographer?
Mhm.
Where are you? There you are. What do you have,
Left.
bud?
Left side.
Got him. He's got empty maps, an ocean explorer map. We don't really need help finding that. Oh, a woodland explorer map. I have a mansion on my list. Has anyone been to a mansion here?
Not that I'm aware of.
And yep, you got the trial one too. I just need compasses and some emeralds, which I think I have.
I went to a mansion, but I just punched through the roof to get the Vextrum.
Oh yeah.
So I only went into one room.
Well, somebody went and got the disc that was from over there, so unknown.
Oh, I don't need my ender chest. I have my valuables on me.
What am I missing? Minecraft might be useful at this point.
Nah, you don't need that.
A little bit.
Who needs Minecraft?
Maybe. It's overrated.
How do we make a compass? It's just iron and redstone? Okay. And emeralds. That's the librarian, that's not the cartographer. Alright, I got a trial map. And the Woodland Explorer map. So we can totally find a new one if we don't get what we need from this one.
Indeed. I need to check that you guys are on the audio here. Can you fill that bottle up for me, please?
I just realized you guys let me fight those withers with a pumpkin head. I never put my helmet back on.
Let is such a strong word. Did
To-
anybody notice?
I did not notice. And you
No.
know what? I mean, we've seen Zeroed with the skeleton head on.
It
People do
wouldn't
what
have
they want to
registered.
do. I'm not going to judge.
No, I like to survive.
You did great.
I've
Yeah.
still got all the rockets.
Hi,
though, if
Andrew.
does anybody need
I
them?
muted for the Discord just for a
Hum.
second. Hello. Zeri, did I say
made
hi to
loads
you?
before we left out
Hello,
there, so
everyone.
I
You're
got
all
plenty more
wonderful.
if
Thank you for
anybody
being
else
here for
needs
THADATHon.
some.
Alright, I've got the maps. I'm just going to stick those in here. Hey, Jen's in the
Jen has joined the
game.
game.
Whoop, whoop, whoop. Oh, this is fun.
Yeah, someone got picked up. Sweet. We just need the one from there.
Someone got pick step? Very nice. Oh, I should have noticed that because I was over there seeing what we were missing earlier.
Okay, we're missing. If we're going in a trial chamber, we're missing one of the banner patterns from the trial chamber as well.
So we might be able to complete the stuff then, because it's just, well, I think Val needed 2 more trims too.
Okay, we've got flow, so we're missing guster.
Guster. Okay. Gio's just looking through my stuff.
I'm giving you more rockets.
Oh, I was just trying to find somewhere to put all the rockets I had on me.
Oh, okay.
I have so many rockets right now. Val like filled my inventory earlier.
Yep. Are we doing a trial chamber, or am I good to go explore the Nether and look for the trims?
If you want to go and do that, you can do.
But
Okay,
we are doing a trial chamber if you'd prefer
Oh.
to join that.
Yeah, I'll do with y'all.
Cool.
I'll hang it with you.
It does scale.
Yeah.
It's gonna get
Oh,
more
yeah, it gets
difficult.
worse with more people.
That's okay. We've
Well,
got
I mean, it's
this.
It's the last day, so
I put my
Indeed.
trophies on the wall. That's all that matters.
my house is
Okey-dokey.
almost done, ish.
Okay, the only thing that we're missing a lot of is the pottery shards.
Yeah, because we haven't got have we got any of the coast ones? The
There's like 23 of them all together.
Oh God.
23 total or 23 that we're missing?
hang on.
I've
Hang
got
on,
7 of them at least.
Let me. I've got them all laid out on my test world here.
Let me pull up Jen.
Where are they at? Over here. So this is my collection section. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24 of them all together.
Oh,
We've
wow.
got at least 7. We've got the trial chamber ones, I think.
Hang on. We have got the 3 from the trial chamber.
I'll be right back.
where-
We gotta drop. We gotta drop. We're dropping. We're dropping. Okay, everybody get your drops in. Exclamation point drop. We're gonna have last call for drop. I'm sorry I got distracted. This is a lot today. I'm dropping Jesse Tappies. Last call. Ready? We're dropping in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Here we go. We're dropping. Look at us all in the drop. Okay, there we go. There we go. Oh, and the chaos bits from Jove. Thank you, the Jove, for the chaos bits. Luckily, that doesn't push us into another debuff. I don't want to do any other debuffs, especially if we're going to be scaling. Oh, Andrew and Jules in the leaf pile. Drawn. Oh, Faust, can you get in there? Yes, Faust as well. We got a whole bunch of landings there. Zeri, Andrew, Jules, Drawn, Faust. Good job, everybody. Clappies for everyone. Good work, good work. I did not land. I don't know where I landed. Somewhere in the corner, probably. But yay! Yay, everyone! All right, we got 45 minutes. I need to get us into a trial chamber, so back to the call. Back to the call. All All right, I'm back.
Are you too far away? I can't see that.
Where are we?
That one.
Are
Yes,
we...
we got that one. Yep.
This one. Okay.
How do I get out of your trading hall? I'm walking in circles. Oh, there's the door.
Oh. Well, it's down the trial chamber is down here.
Okay, I'm coming. Here we go. And then
are
I
we
got the
waiting
map
for
for
Jen
another
now?
one. Who? Oh, Jen's not
But
here.
wait for everyone as well.
Yeah. Okay, we'll chill.
Yeah, we
I
gotta
thought
wait
I
for
was.
everybody. I need. Where's the rockets again?
It sounds like Cathadora's got like 50 billion rockets.
Oh, I have so many rockets. I don't know.
I can
People
bring
keep
you
giving
some,
them to
too.
me.
Okay, everything else is fine on there.
Oh, it's the first.
This is the
platform, isn't it?
longest ladder ever.
This might be too far. We might need to go up to the other one. Hang on.
Do I need to show you the way?
Ah, it was the way. Yeah, it was this one.
Okay, I'm coming
Wow.
very slowly. Here we are. All right.
From here, I'm not entirely sure where we're going.
Okay, I know the way. It's gonna. Where are the spare rockets over in the community area? Then I can get over to you.
By the portal to, if you have the village behind you, portal in front of you, go to the right a little bit. There's the wooden barn that Val has made that he insists is a barn.
Other side of those big spruce trees.
Yeah. Toward the right a little bit, but still pretty close to the portal. But also I have 8 billion on me if you need some.
Well, you sound like you're already over there to where I'm flying to.
Oh, you are stuck over there without rockets.
Ah.
I
Jen,
understand
I'll
now.
come to you. Jen, I'll meet you. Are you near that portal at Spawn Village?
Yeah, I'm near the
So
portal.
keep going towards the portal and go right, because it's further down the valley, beyond the portal.
The way from which we came originally.
Exactly. Yeah. So it's not really a barn. It's just like a shelter.
That is absolutely a barn. How
It's
dare
totally
you?
not a barn.
Totally a barn.
Barns have sides.
You found it.
That's what I thought, Gio.
Oh, no,
Oh, excuse me.
Here we go. Up and away. Oh look, hey, there's a pretty dragon there.
you beautiful dragon.
Wow, I wonder who built that amazing dragon.
I don't know.
Oh, you finished your path, I see.
Finished is a strong word for it.
Maybe we can help you get it up to par for yourself after all the festivities. Oh, this is the way down to the trial chamber?
Yes. Owl?
Jen, I'm following you because I don't know where I'm going.
Across.
Gio's a great navigator.
I don't know where we're going, to be honest.
I know the way.
Does it
Is it
involve a large open room and then some water? In a mine shaft?
No. I
Yeah.
lost you. Where'd you go?
I found
I'm here.
skeleton spawner. I found the skeleton spawner. So
Oh.
that's okay. I never made this into a farm.
Well, we already did have a skelly farm, so
Exactly.
Land.
wasn't really
By the
priority.
time Jen found it.
Hang on.
Uh,
Where'd you go?
we're at the
In the water.
skelly spawner downstairs.
You're in the water. Oh, come up here
Yeah.
and
Oh, you're
land on. Not
I see
quite
it
on
now.
top.
Yeah, I
There
see
you
you,
go.
Jack. I see you.
Incoming. Whoosh.
Peace.
Black.
The only downside to this is I have a debuff right now from my chat where I can't use my chest plate. So I only have 6 armor things.
Oh, you might want to stay back then.
Mm-hmm. Especially if we're going ominous.
Have you guys got the ominous potions?
I have one.
I don't.
What level is it?
Hold on, where is it? It's in one of my shulkers here. I think it was a decent one.
Are we doing
4.
the trial chambers now?
We're doing one now, yeah.
Okay.
The one in the basement of their base.
Okay.
But yeah, I have a level 4 one.
I think it's this way. We might have to
Hang
wait for
on.
Jen.
I'm
Jen's like,
here.
I know where I'm going, and I don't. She's behind us. Is it past the skeleton spawner?
How do I get to your basement?
So if you go into the house,
You see this dirt?
I see.
I
it.
see the dirt.
What
Okay,
what has
so-
it got on it?
A torch this way.
if you
and
find
a
a ladder
torch
that's
this
going
way.
up,
Yep.
go down that ladder.
Whoa, that's crazy.
It's a very tall ladder.
And it's not at the bottom, very bottom. It's kind of like the first stop before the bottom, which really
Oh,
helps. So as
okay.
you hit deep slate, look for an entrance off to your right.
I'm
Hang
going
on,
back
Matt.
toward the ladder to meet.
I think I see it.
Oh, that's not it. I'm getting myself lost.
There.
Right, I
Okay.
know where everything is. I'm coming.
I see name tags.
Yeah. So go. No. Yeah. Go up that staircase-ish thing. I'm also realizing that I'm gonna probably be
ladder.
out of sync with you because I'm looking on your stream.
Hi, Buggy.
Hi.
Right.
Made it.
There we go.
Yes.
Nice.
Down here.
Oh, more ladders.
Of course. It's
Follow.
in the
Many.
basement.
Following you, Jen.
Should I get rid of this water?
So can you tell I've been through here a few times?
Just a little
Mm.
bit. And the train on that sea is gorgeous. Right twisted. It's super gorgeous.
Go on.
Oh.
Follow.
Follow. Do-do-do.
Oh.
Oh, is Val behind us or is Val there?
I think
Val,
Val's there.
Val's already in
Right.
there.
There
Okay.
it
I'm
is.
already fighting.
Hey, we're here. Well, like I see Val's name, but I don't see Val. Ah, my God, I can't even go up the stairs.
That's because Fire's in the way.
See me now?
Yes, I see you now.
I started a hardcore realm and died 11 days. A creeper.
It's dark in here.
Sad times.
But you have all the spawners
I
blocked
I
off,
have
you
a
said?
slight disadvantage because I can't see past the toddler.
Oh, no.
And handicapped again.
Am I the toddler? I'm sorry.
Well, I would
Well,
hope you're not
yes.
sat on my lap, sir.
Oh, well. Mm.
Ooh. Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. The
I'm
thing.
gonna walk to the store and home. Well, be safe, Tammy's. Enjoy your walk. Oh yeah, you can do that with. I need my axe.
All right. So where do I set up the wizard?
What?
You do not have any more skulls, do you? I think you're out of skulls.
In the water, bro.
I'm not
Behind you,
threatened
Val.
by that anymore.
Val and I are the trolls, so
Okay, so who's got the
Shut it.
potion?
Oh, I have the potion. Okay. All right, we ready for the potion?
Yes.
1, 2, 3. I'm drinking it. Oh. I'm more worried about friendly fire than anything.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. Literal fire. Stay away from me.
Whoa, there's
Yes.
fire jockey. That's weird.
Oh, I can hear skeletons.
Yeah, it spawned on the.
Careful, if you hear something like it's charging up, move, because that is the trial chamber itself firing things at you. Like that.
Nice.
Ooh, we got bread. Ooh.
Those golden carrots. in there,
carrots.
too.
Yeah,
Oh.
yeah. And a bottle
Yoink.
of somethings.
Ah!
Bottles in there.
Oh, is
Oh,
it
it's
another
like a-
bottle? An ominous bottle?
Potions of strength.
Oh. It's not a
Nice.
terrible thing to have right now.
Yeah.
Who wants one?
Oh, yeah, go on then.
I have one already. I brought my own.
I can hear the skeletons. Where are they coming from?
Over there.
Oh, yeah.
Sometimes you need to just ignore the mob sounds and follow the trial chamber. There's a couple of doors in here. Okay, not this side. Oh, is there maybe up here? There's a door here.
Oh my god, I can't use a ladder apparently. Goodness me.
This is like Crystal Maze. We're all gonna go through this door now. We've got enough crystals.
And nothing.
Oh, this is
can
my
go
least
wrong.
favorite room. I hate this place.
Oh, this room. Oh yeah, yeah,
I
the
hate
birds
this
are
one the
cool.
most.
Oh, with all the
I mean-
skellies.
Yeah, but you can
And
play ping
bread.
pong with them.
Right. Best to get it over and done with. Who's the one that's got the ominous effect? You
Me,
need
I'm
to,
right here. I'm
Have a
powering this one
cover.
up.
Yeah, unblock the things for us.
This one's already unblocked.
Oh yeah, it is. It's completely unblocked. This room is not blocked.
Are there more up there? I'll trigger all of them. Trigger
Oh,
all
yeah,
of them.
sure.
Where are they?
There's more up here.
Oh, there he is. Got him.
Should have brought a smite sword. I think. Why can't I eat?
Don't stare at the spawners when you're trying to eat. There's a weird bug.
Okay, about to say that.
What?
Yeah.
Oh,
What happens
no.
if you eat while looking at them?
No, it just won't let you. What
Oh.
does silly mean?
Oh, I got two ganging up on me now. Hello.
Starting to run around here.
Oh, that's a
upset,
spawner. I'm literally at the spawner.
Next
Ah!
streamers.
Oh, I've got quite a little collection of them up here now.
Is anybody on the second floor?
I'm on the 3rd floor.
Oh, I'm about
I'm
to
on
die,
fire.
guys. Ah!
This pug is on fire.
I'm running away. I need to eat.
I almost whacked Jen.
Oh god.
Okay.
Bad things are happening. Too many skellies.
I just turned the corner. I just saw your top of your head, and I was like, "Oh, that's a mob." And I was like, "Nope, that's a Jen."
I have someone also playing with my keyboard. So
Oh, no.
I'm hunched in a corner.
Oh no. I've abandoned upstairs because there were too many. I need food.
Yeah, I had about 6 on me at one point. I was like, yep, you
They
know
all
what?
fell on
I'm
my
just gonna...
head.
Well, you know what? It would help if you didn't have totems in your hand and you had a shield.
I have a
that's
shield.
I
what-
don't have a totem anymore. Yeah, I do.
That's what they want you to
I
do.
keep my totem on my hotbar.
Hi, Swoopy. Yes, we're still alive for now. Woo! Ominous case!
Ooh!
Nice.
Ominous
cool.
case! Ah!
Nice.
What?
Oh, I picked up 3. We can split them after this is all done.
Put that
How
fire
do you
out.
stay alive?
If we can, I
Put
would-
fire out on my spawner.
There's an ominous thing
Yeah.
up here. Ah!
Let me mute.
Are you getting down? Where are you going? I can't reach the keyboard at all now.
Oh dear. Are you okay?
This is not ideal.
Do we need to defend you?
Log out, log out, log out.
No, I've got my shield up. I'm good.
Okay.
Okay. I think this
That's why I
one's
bring
done.
the shield.
I think that's it, guys.
We got them all?
In here, yep. There's something. on
Where's
this one.
the ominous box on the wall in here?
Up here, up top.
Yeah.
Well,
Top side, to the
I'll
left,
put a
or the
little
right.
ladder to it.
Wow, I got nothing useful in that little section.
I got some
Hang
tacos.
on.
It's red.
I picked up 3 ominous keys. Were there more than that? Don't they usually give you like 5? Or like however
Yeah,
many people there are?
I said I've got 2.
You've got 2, okay.
Yeah.
Who didn't get a
there
key?
should be one per player.
I got one here. Val, stop moving.
Here.
There's one for you.
Boom.
Geo, do you need
There we
one?
go.
Oh, yes,
Thanks,
thank you.
Jen.
There's yours.
Thank you.
Alright, everybody's got one. Alright, who wants to go first?
You do.
Me?
Who's next to it? Yeah, you go for
Ladies
it. You're,
first.
Okay.
You have the effects. What's the matter you?
I got a
Hey.
trim,
Ooh.
emeralds, and a diamond block.
Diamond. Very nice.
Where's my,
Yeah.
I need my bundles to start organizing. Okay, I'll move out of the way so someone else can go. I'm
Geo,
guessing we've already
Geo,
got the flow. That's
Geo.
not one of the ones that's missing.
Right. We need discs in
Oh,
here.
God.
Discs.
I
If
think.
we get a second copy of Creator,
didn't
I
get
would
any.
love to have that.
Me next. Me
I
next.
got a crossbow, some diamonds, and some beef.
Hardcore with added
Lucky.
difficulty. Yes, it is.
I got
Bit of
beef to pick for this
trim.
chamber.
Right,
Like,
get
Arrows.
come on in. Thank you for the follow.
Oh yeah, no, 100%. The luck effect should be
I
added.
got
to
Windburst
here.
1 book.
You got a what book?
Windburst.
Oh, nice.
Okay, my turn.
Let's go, Jen.
Trim, arrows, an apple, some windburst, and some emeralds. We're after the disc, please. Thank you.
Someone get the disc.
Have you checked all the barrels and everything in here? I found discs in barrels.
Oh, yeah, I
Ooh,
found one of the
I
Creator
got-
discs in a
Well, what do you get? What do you get? What do you get?
vase.
Emeralds, iron block, and a bottle.
Oh.
Woo, I
Lucky.
win! Yay!
An
Best loot
Good job.
ever.
Ominous bottle?
Yep.
We might need that if we have to do another.
We don't put pens in our mouth.
Oh my word.
We
Little-
don't?
Little one's unimpressed. Oops.
I
What's
thought we
Puggy
did.
crying about?
Oh, there's another one. Did we
Hey.
get any regular?
Welcome
Yeah, there's
on.
more boxes down here. Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't gotten any of the regular keys yet. But I don't even know if we get anything good from those at all.
I don't know. It's normal
You can
stuff.
get
isn't
this.
it?
Whoa, wait for
True.
me.
Oh.
Oh, wait, we're leaving?
I win.
You with us?
I think Jen may have already got all the barrels.
Yeah, I got the barrels when it came through. They were all empty, actually.
See another door across the way.
And you broke
Yep.
all the vases and stuff, I'm guessing.
I broke all the vases.
One of the
Wow.
times on my
Why
other
without
world when I
blame?
was looking for the creator disc, I got the disc and then broke a vase and got another disc.
Ah,
It's like I didn't
I
know
know.
those were in there.
also, it was pink wings fluttering.
Did
at
I
me.
not?
I don't know what's
Did I
going
not
on.
go far enough up the
Aw.
ladder?
It's
Oh,
empty.
look at this.
No go.
Dead end.
Ooh.
Dead end. Dead end.
Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun.
Oh, I like how you're all coming down just through the middle there. Well done. Whoops. And he's down.
Hi, Gary.
Nobody has regular.
Boop.
Nobody's got regular keys, right?
No regular
No.
keys just yet.
I
There's
have
probably
upstairs.
Yeah, that's fine.
There's should be a bunch of vaults over here. Or not vaults, but spawners. Where's Val?
There's a
okay.
drowned in
Yeah.
this room. That's exciting.
Oh, they spawn in like the water things, yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, here we go. Found more. Should I start breaking?
Yeah,
Yeah.
This
This-
is the breeze one.
This is the boy.
Oh, this
Yeah.
is the Beastie Boy room, is it? Oh, you guys are all above me. How did that happen?
Upstairs.
Ah,
I'm not really sure how I got here. Oh god.
These guys you have to
Oh.
melee. You can't range these guys. They'll shoot the arrows back at you.
How did I get poisoned?
oh,
Bro.
hello.
One of the potions. One of the potions that
No
dropped.
way out of here.
Yeah, for sure. But
Thanks, Gio. You left me down here with two of them.
Oh my god, I'm getting tossed around like crazy.
Where's the ladders gone?
Oh yeah, I
Oh.
can't get it.
hey, buddy. Hi, buddy.
Hey, I got breeze rods. Yay.
No, you needed the heavy core.
I like forget that the mace is a thing.
Okay, there are two more spawners in here.
Oh, here's one, okay. Oh, it sees me.
Yeah, nothing interesting out of that one.
Spiders.
And this one. Spideys. Oh, I should probably
Hey,
eat.
at least it's not baby spiders.
Ugh.
Cathedora, don't stand next to the spawner and look in your pocket.
I wasn't in my pockets. I wasn't even in my
Stuck
pockets.
in the cobwebs. Ah.
Sorry.
I got too close. That was my bad. I'm trying to figure out where I can stand and actually fight something.
Ouch.
Oh, there's
There was something in my peripheral. I smacked it. I'm sorry.
It was me, and it's fine. I'm fine. Everything's fine. That'll be our first like PvP death that I die
A
to
bunch
Jen.
of steak and tacos or golden carrots.
Somebody's
So if
cooking
I'm
something
holding
in the kitchen
carrots,
as
does
well.
it look like
Nice.
tacos for you, or do you have to name them to something?
Nope. You're eating tacos.
So it's spider
Delicious.
somewhere.
Whoops.
Mm-hmm.
Spider somewhere.
It's probably fell down there. There's the
Come here,
stairs.
itsy bitsy.
I found one in
Where
a corner down
Got
here.
it. Got it.
Woo!
Done.
Oh, there was two spawners right next to each other.
Yeah.
Oh.
Steak and taters.
Steak and taters, and what's that?
Potion?
Regen.
Yeah.
Sorry, street.
Ooh, I've got 13 levels. Yeah.
You wish it was
Nice.
tacos. I love tacos.
Tacos, tacos.
I don't think there's much else in this room.
No, I think there's. Do we have more diamond keys or no?
I
don't
didn't
have
pick any
any.
up.
Okay.
I'm just gonna
Weakness.
post all the junk in the barrel as I go past, because I don't need that, and I don't need that.
Ooh, what's that?
Oh.
That is a potion, lingering potion of poison. Nice.
Hmm,
Let's see,
fun.
Emeralds, I'll keep.
No, you guys are remembering to block up those spawners once we've dealt with them, right?
Totally.
Nope.
Are you coming back here later?
That's a fair point.
No,
After
I'm looking at this one here in the middle chamber on the way out. I'm like, we should probably block that one back up, then we don't get ambushed on the way out.
No, we're fine. We're big, strong. We're fine. We've got this.
Uh-huh. Well, just in case.
That's what Alien said.
Yeah, it's going good, guys. See, there's another ominous what's-a-doodah up there.
Mm-hmm.
How do I get up there? How
Uh,
did you...
if we
I usually-
come...
Stairs?
No, come
ladder.
out.
Found a ladder.
Where's
Hey,
the
Zero's
ladder's
back.
gone? I've lost the ladder.
Ladder's all the way down here.
Where are we going?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Up.
I'm just following the crowd.
All the way up, all the way to the left side of the chamber.
I'm on the
So
right side,
across
I think.
here.
They're left. Okay.
The other left, yeah.
My bad.
Are these... What are these barrel things? Did you put these in? Or these
Which?
spawn? With the hopper over it?
Oh, there's a
Yeah,
spawner up here.
it spawns there, then you can empty your pockets.
Oh.
There's
Yeah,
two
that's basically
spawners in
correct,
here,
man.
and they
Who's
are...
playing Christmas music on my stream?
Dan.
Alright, let's break off these and totally, definitely replace them when we're done.
Oh, these are slimes,
Slime.
right? Yeah.
Oh yeah,
slime.
this is a slime
Yeah.
room.
Ah,
Oh my
slimes.
god.
Oh, there's gonna be so many slimes.
Dude, watch
Not
someone
I'm
die.
fire. Oh, thank
Oh,
you.
oh,
for that.
oh.
I'm on fire.
I did warn everybody not to run in front of me.
This Geo's on fire.
Oh, that works nicely for that song. I like all the little baby slimes, the way they follow you around. I call them my adoring fans. Oh, there's another spawner. I'll break that one too.
You're
There we
adoring
go.
flams?
No.
Adoring fans.
We don't need that many slimes.
Yes, we do. We need all the slimes. All of them.
Oh my god.
Hear the sound. Oh my god.
I mean, if we've got flame on the bows and the swords, does that make it napalm?
I'm just getting loads of slimes down here. What's going on?
Are they all falling off the edge?
Yeah, oh, sorry, Jen. Where did you come from?
I'm trapped in the corner with all these slimes. Luckily, the little ones are keeping the big ones away. There we go. Woo! I should eat something.
Are you using the babies as gelatinous shields?
Not intentionally, but the way they filter through, like if you breed a whole bunch of cows, all the babies get closer to you because they're smaller. Puggy's got some adoring fans now. Did we get any ominous keys this time?
Jen, that was my friend. It was his name was Frank.
I want
Aw,
loot.
rest in peace, Frank. I didn't see a
We
death
got all
message
of them?
though.
Did we get loot?
I don't know, did we get all of the slimes?
It was my this one over here popped carrots and steak.
What about this one?
I didn't pick up that one.
I don't have anything, so I'm gonna grab it.
I don't hear anything else.
It looks like they
Unless-
both shut down.
unless
They're
it
not
was a
spinning
steak.
anymore. So I guess we
Yeah,
didn't
unless
get
it
it.
was that stuff.
Steak and potatoes. This one's a bus.
Delicious.
Do we want to cover these
Ooh.
back up, guys? Who got the
I got the blocks. I guess I could do that to appease Jen.
I put one up.
Oh, you find another packet of beef sticks. No, thank you, Gary.
But you had so much fun eating those the other day.
You should have seen me after stream. I was like, I need pumpkin pie. Where's my pie?
Extra covered.
Right.
And a
Well, that
torch on
room was a
top.
bust.
Alright.
How do you guys
I've
get
still got 43 minutes
Stop.
on the ominous thing.
Okay. If we come out of here, there's another section we haven't done yet. I told you this is only a small one.
It is
But I got a
small.
map for another one. Oh, that's not how we get out.
Up
I
there.
also do have a bottle. It's
Up there. Go where Geo is. That way. Go
This
where Geo is.
way.
That way.
Which
Following
way?
Geo. I don't know, Geo. You're leading the way.
Oh, here we go. Right, down.
down.
Boop.
There's drowned in there, though. Be careful. There's one
Nope,
just there.
that's
You walk straight past it, Kat.
I walked past it.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's
Boop.
another
Boop.
More
slime, I
slime.
guess.
I think there's some on the lower level as well.
Should I just hop down there and get them all going at the same time? Yeah.
Yeah. Why not?
Sounds like a safe idea.
So safe. I don't see them though. You said they're on the
I mean,
lower
there's
level.
no tomorrow, right?
There is no tomorrow. No day but today. Oh, giant slime is like, yeah, today's it. Last
Ow!
life. I'm not seeing the other spawners.
Oh, we got keys.
Whoa.
Yay! Maybe that'll be the
Got it.
thing. Am I missing?
Hang on, let me just play clean up. I said I think. It's been a while since it was beginning of the month when I did this chamber.
That was a
It
while
It's
ago.
really early. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not seeing any
Right,
others.
this one's done. Whoops.
Oh, you recovering it? Burp.
Here,
Burp.
come to the thing at the end here.
Ah. Oops.
No.
Oh, this is like the entrance, right? Right, I've got 5 keys.
Woo!
Okay,
So,
one for
Nice.
each of us.
5 keys.
now.
5 keys and 4 friends. That's awesome.
Ah! Oh no. I'm just gonna lob them from up here. Ah!
That's mine. I claim it.
Take a key! Oh, I've only got 1 key left. Hang on.
Me,
How did that happen?
I need a key.
I think I gave 2 to Var by mistake.
Yeah.
Is there
I got
another
you.
barrel? I have so many. Does anyone want this slime?
No.
Oh, I've got a trim. I've
You
got
got a
the slow
trim?
armor trim. Yeah, yeah.
Sunflower. Hi. How you doing, Sunflower?
Okay.
Hey, Sunflower.
I've got another ominous bottle as well.
Oh, we're set on ominous bottles then.
Yeah.
Guess I'll get in line here.
I
Another
wish
bottle.
I wish you
Okay,
could vote
I
my
got
ball.
another trim, more emeralds, more farts, and a chest plate,
Oh, nice.
and another bottle, which is level 3.
Nice.
What are you pushing over in there, Cat? Just destructive for the sake of being destructive.
I like how we are grown adults playing a block game and we were forming a line.
Yeah, I
We're
know.
very, very organized here.
Enchanted golden apple, regular golden apple, and diamonds.
It was quite funny when I turned around and just saw you all lined up. I was like, okay.
Modded hardcore Minecraft just added toddler.
Wind
Yeah, I like to
charges.
play extra hard.
What did I even
Mwah.
pick up? I guess I got wind charges and a crossbow. I thought
you
that. Oh,
saved?
maybe it was more carrots. I did not get the disc.
These
Boo.
are feelings.
I don't
Ooh,
want this
trim,
crossbow.
diamond, emerald block.
Has everybody seen this wall? I absolutely love this wall.
I know, these walls are so cute. There's
Yeah,
And then there's a spider one on this side.
they're
Yeah.
cute.
I think this zombie might be my favorite.
So we have the flow trim, right?
Yes.
Yes, I got a copy of Flow as well.
I've got 2 of them in my pocket.
Is there nothing back here?
No, to keep the diamond.
Oh man, it cut off.
I remember there being at least 2 more doors somewhere.
Chen, did you try digging through this wall?
No,
Because there should be something back there.
Which at the end up
It-
there.
this one's all back to front and round and round. Try it
Yeah.
if you want.
I don't have
Sometimes
a
they
pickaxe
line
on
up.
me.
I
You don't
have
have
it.
a
This
pickaxe?
wall, Val?
How do you not have a pickaxe?
Who leaves their pickaxe at home?
'Cause I came for battle, not for.
This just looks like it's
Pickaxe
just deep sight.
Yeah,
this-
so I don't have torches.
It's all back to
I have
front.
torches.
Oh, for goodness sake, are you all this unorganized?
I can't
Oh, wait, I
believe
got
they
12
fell for
torches.
it.
There we go.
Yeah, it's all back to front and round and round. With like, I've got some
Yeah.
bits sticking out where there shouldn't be. There is another door back here, on the bottom floor here.
This is definitely like the crystal maze.
Oh, I missed.
Is there the chest down here?
Just a chest. Okay.
Good.
There's one that's got a staircase that goes up. Oh, for goodness sake.
Hi, Jen.
Alright, I'm gonna go up the ladder, see if there's anything up there. If I can not get
Is there
stuck.
ever anything in the room with the drowns?
There's
beds.
a few doors there.
There should be a blue chest or a vault, whatever they are called nowadays. Oh, dude, I don't have my wings.
Oh, Puggy, I nearly killed you then.
Yeah, this door is
Oh.
good.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Oh,
Drowned.
there's drowned down there.
Drowned. Oh, we can't get out that way. How do I get out?
Oh,
Help.
the skeleton.
Can I hit you?
Oh my god, I saw something pop up into chat and I thought someone died.
Me too.
Yeah, me too.
I'm like, what happened? Who died?
Skeleton over there.
Hi, Mr. Skeleton. Why are you
Yeah.
over here?
He's in a
Go
cave
away.
just beyond.
Is that a
outside the
door
thing.
up there or were we just in there?
I found the door, yeah.
Let's have a look. Where?
Right, yeah, right there, that one.
Communication, what level?
Top
Top
level.
level. I'm
the top
jumping, you see Geo, Jen right here.
appreciate
This one
the
goes
wrong
up,
side.
so.
Why would I be on the wrong side?
Hello from the.
This one is not
other
protected
That was
at
not
all.
a. That was
Get
not
ready
a
for a
ladder.
fight.
Oh, yeah, this is gonna be a fun one.
Oh, here he comes.
Oh.
I took after the door gets closer, then he's going to disappear.
Bye! I didn't know
Wait,
that
I
made the other
do
ones
that?
disappear.
I've lost everybody now.
Oh, I hit someone.
Oh, I'll come back for you.
Alright, you got him, Val. Got her.
Yep.
I do believe I've missed this room.
Other side, Jewel.
Oh.
Over here. You almost made it.
I'm so happy that the,
Thank you.
the
Matt,
breezes
thank you
don't
for the
do
gift subs.
a lot of damage.
Oh, all the skeletons on the other side. I didn't even see them. Ah! Ah! Ah!
Ooh.
I'm getting tossed around, shot. This is chaos. Excuse you.
That
The
is
five doors are
fun.
pretty pushy.
Oh, it's this room. Ooh, nice. Okay.
Potatoes, honey
Potatoes,
bottle,
potatoes.
Woo!
nothing too
There,
crazy.
there is somewhere there's a
Oh,
what's
wow.
it room, a stray room.
There's strays up here.
Yeah, but
Wait.
I mean, there's the one with all the snow.
Oh, there's a
somewhere.
whole room of them, yeah.
Whoa, I'm in water.
Oh god, Val, I almost just hit you.
Alright.
Dude, if this wasn't hardcore, I would be in there right now fighting him.
Wuss.
Yeah, I almost
Wow.
shot you. You just walked right in front of me.
Oop.
I.
Oh, there's a silverfish. Ah! I'm gonna die to a silverfish.
No, not the silverfish. That's bringing back memories.
Many, many potatoes.
No keys.
No bones, potatoes, arrows, potions. Right, I don't
Not
need
every-
this many potions in my inventory, so if you want out.
You okay?
You okay?
Was that real life pain?
Did you get bitten?
No, I got punched in the mouth.
Oh dear.
Oh.
By the wither? I mean, by the skeleton?
By a small child.
A small child.
Thank you, Kiragan, for raining tacos.
Here's a tango.
Yes, 5 more gift subs and we get another hour on the timer.
You alright, Jen?
You alright, mate?
Good.
I'm
Alright.
fine.
What happens when you press this button?
Is he in trouble?
He's fine.
Oh, that happens.
Yeah,
It's a
that's where
fountain.
the water came from.
I
Yeah.
learned today. I learned.
An important lesson.
Right. Why did
I've
you
got
throw your
loads of
bottle down there? Huh?
Loads of strength potions. Is there anything inside this?
Sometimes there is
remember.
hidden treasures under there.
Oh.
So why did they add hoppers on top of the barrels?
In
So you can
case
quickly
you
dump
have
stuff.
a shulker that you need to throw down to empty all the rubbish out of it.
Oh.
That actually makes sense.
I don't think I'd ever seen that in any of the ones I've done on my other world.
I mean, it's a
Yeah.
recent update, right?
Yeah,
Or
the
not
hoppers are
recent.
new. It's because people thought that people were coming in before them and then raiding everything and just leaving empty barrels behind. So they added that to show that, you know, that it spawned in like that.
Oh, okay.
Right, that
So how do we get out of
one
here?
isn't covered over there.
Oh, we gotta cover it again. Got it.
Oh, yo. Give me some blocks to play with, mate.
Oh, yeah.
Didn't mean to do that.
Okay, so where's the stray room? Because there is a stray room in
Choose
this one.
the barrels
oh,
as
there is,
jump
there is.
catch. Oh, cool. Alright, I'll see you in a bit, Jules.
Look for more doors! More door!
Mordo.
Last one? Okay.
Whee!
Let's get rid of some of this.
Okay, I
junk.
found one on the opposite side of where you are, lower down.
Hello.
Hi. In you go, ma'am.
Oh,
I didn't bring my wings because I'm clever.
oh, there's an Enderman in here. Just so you know.
Nope, I'm out.
Whoa.
Yep.
No. Diggy hole, diggy in the wall. Where
I
is
got
he?
it. I got him. I'll take care of this. I'm big brave.
I don't want to pull it, alien.
Where'd he go?
No,
He
poor
disappeared.
alien.
Where'd he go?
He's in the snow. He's in the snow. Leave him. Leave him. He's dying in the snow.
I know he's not.
Yep,
He
no,
keeps
he's
teleporting.
behind you.
Oh,
Oh, he's in this. No, he's not.
Don't look at him.
But Mom, I want to.
I want
And
to
I
hit him. I want to hit him.
Actually, Jed's zeroed, froze.
That's not R zeroed, right? Is this-
Zero.
That's not
Um,
actual death, right? Is that another thing? That's not
I'm
an.
looking,
Is
I'm
that
looking, I'm
that better be
looking.
another pet death?
Hang on. Let me.
No, yeah, pet death. Yep.
Oh, thank God. I hate this game.
You're such a butt.
Val, you need to stop trolling everybody.
I didn't do it.
All right, are we ready
I'm
for?
here with
Oh,
you.
I looked at the Enderman. No, I didn't. I didn't look at him. I thought I did accidentally.
Is he still alive?
He's still down
Yes.
there. Yes.
Okay. Right. Everybody, move out of the way for a second.
Oh, I'm out of the way. Yep.
Is he coming?
I looked at him. I can hear him.
I mean, he's upset. He's still down? Question mark. No, he's literally running in circles, looking at you, Jen. I don't know if you could pull up my stream, but he's stuck in powder snow.
If you air him, it'll force him to teleport.
Yeah, but then he's gonna be mad at me.
That's a
This is
sacrifice
a
we're
whole
willing
group
to
of
pay.
people who are scared of an Enderman.
I was
here.
gonna go
You
kill
really-
it. Everybody kept yelling at me not to.
Half the roster got taken out by an Enderman. You think we're scared of the Enderman? Yes.
But
we're
we
scared
are
of the
so much.
Enderman.
We're so much more equipped now. We're big brave now.
I'm just removing all of the dispenser stuffs because we'll just get moodered by whatever they have.
Mootered.
Moodered. Yep.
No, the dispenser stuff is for us to use against the chamber.
Is it?
I think
I
the
thought they
chamber
could
uses it
activate-
against us.
Yeah.
All right, I don't
Yeah.
see the
They can-
Enderman anymore, and I'm down to my
No.
last 6 minutes on my timer
No,
for stream.
The chamber will automatically dispense stuff against us, whether there's
Make a
something
vote
in
and
that or
put them in there.
not.
Ah,
Because it
we can
dispenses
put-
effects onto us. The stuff that is in the dispensers is for us to press the button.
Is it? I thought
Yeah.
wind charges would set those off.
Yeah.
yeah, wind charges do, and arrows. If it's a wooden button, the
Yeah.
arrows will set them off too.
Wait, you can put Enderman in boats?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh god. Oh.
Is he in a boat?
No.
I don't
My
see
chat
him
is
anymore or hear him.
Yeah,
He
my
might
chat
have died
says
to the
put him in a
snow.
boat.
To the Ender Snow? Who said what?
Ender snow.
He might have died to
Stop
the snow, is
terrifying.
what I think I said, but it might have come out
Okay,
weird.
so...
Oh, I
You-
had a teleport.
Oh, I did
Whoa,
hear it
there
that
he
time.
is.
It's back.
He's there. He was
He's
coming
also
through
not
the door.
aggro anymore. I don't
He's
think
right there on the
aggro.
other side of the door. Very
I was
careful.
going to annoy him.
Val's got this. Oh, I hear it.
Oh,
There we
there
go.
you go.
Goodbye.
Yeah,
Hey.
One.
All right, guys, are we ready for
I
me to
was big
start
and
breaking
brave.
these blocks?
Well, he's still aggroed.
Wait, I thought he died.
dead.
No, there's another one, dog.
His brother's back.
Shall I?
Oh, I just
You-
had a zombie.
Nuke him, yeah. While he's aggroed on me, nuke him.
Alright, the one down below is dead.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna start breaking blocks unless anyone objects. Too late, I already did it.
Good.
You're like,
I didn't mean to break it that quickly, to be completely honest. I forgot I had efficiency. They're all fighting each other in the corner.
no, they're fighting
No,
me.
no, they're fighting Geo in the corner.
Oh, Gio! Oh no! I just hit somebody. Sorry.
You're good. I mean, Geo just launched a skeleton at me.
Sorry.
Gio, I didn't realize you were in there. I thought it was all the mobs, and I'm just like swinging. Gio's just in the middle of it.
Got him.
All right, there must be
Ooh,
another.
beef.
Oh, this one is one. I'm gonna break this one too. Here we go.
There's another one up top as well.
Oh, okay. If anyone wants to break it, I'm sure I'll fall into line of sight eventually. Oh, I'm getting. Oh God, I'm getting flung around. Let me out of the snow.
Excuse me,
Oh
Geo.
no.
Ah! Eat some food.
Get me out of the snow, dog. Please, thank you.
Beautiful landing there, Jove. Okay. This is a dead end. This doesn't help me. Alright, where's the other spawner you mentioned?
Up top.
Oh,
up where
sorry, I
I
just
am.
walked in front of somebody. Ah!
Ah,
Ah! I keep getting hit! I can't get away! Break the snow! Oh, stop it, you. Is that a person or... Okay, that's a... I wasn't quite sure if I was about to shoot a... Oh, carrots. Potatoes. More
Geo,
carrots.
Honey,
More
Geo,
potatoes.
you have your back to the one that's not been triggered.
Who,
Like,
who opened that?
Let Cathadora come up and trigger it.
Who opened that?
Me.
I'll just pillar up. 'Cause
I said that's why I was coming over here, and you just went and stood in front of it.
No, because I've been firing down the skeletons.
Yes,
Wait,
and when we
where?
came over here, I said I'm right there.
This one?
Yes.
Yep.
It had stuff sitting on top of it. This one.
It did. Yep.
Oh, from the regular one. Okay. Because I gotta trigger it with the effect. I remember now. I keep forgetting why I have to be the one. Like, why me? You want to put me in the way of danger?
Puggy, you're in line of fire.
sorry, Mom.
Yeah, Puggy G.
Alright, I'm going over here. I'm gonna get them from this angle. Nobody
That
get
one
too
was
close.
hiding around the corner, sneaky.
Yeah, I know. Jumped out and got my face.
Ah, dang it. I'm
Oh,
down.
I fell.
Ooh,
Oh,
nearly
he's
died,
coming for
nearly.
me. Ah. Rude.
There's so many swirlies.
Floor's on fire.
Cathadora's on fire.
Just a little bit.
Steak and potatoes.
More? Ugh.
Yeah, more steak and potatoes.
So
Apparently
many.
We need to eat a healthy food.
I mean,
A healthy lunch.
I love steak and potatoes.
It's delicious, but I want keys. I'm hungry for
Lichen.
keys.
Like and raiding in there.
Ooh.
Trouble. is
Welcome,
here.
Raiders.
Trouble is here.
Gio's like, I've had it with the snow. We're getting rid of
Yep.
all of it. Goodbye.
I'm like,
Yo.
you know what? Go away. Evil snow.
Nope, that didn't work.
Ooh.
I
That's
tried to
what
jump.
I usually do the first thing when I get
How do we
to
get
this
out of here?
room.
That's a dead end.
Oh, I can't fly.
Through
Dead end.
through the way we came in, so we need to go up.
So it's when you're looking at copper, you can't eat or switch armor pieces.
Oh.
Copper?
Yeah.
I thought it was just the spawners.
No. Or maybe it's
Those
wax
ones.
copper?
I'm looking at copper. I'm eating. No problem.
Try doing
bet-
wax copper.
There's also a thing now where if you're looking down, you can't. If you're looking up, you can't shoot your bow.
Don't we just love Bedrock? Isn't Bedrock great?
Yeah. You have to
Right,
look
there's a waterfall
down
we can
to
climb
look
up, guys.
to look up.
There's a waterfall we can climb up. Oh, we need to cover that spawner as well.
Do we? Do we
No,
really?
I mean, fine. I'll just remove the bucket of water.
Yes,
Oh,
really.
bless you.
Bless you.
Oh, thank you.
I got so many potatoes and so many arrows.
Say bones. I wish bottles stack.
Mm.
Empty bottles
I-
too. I don't know why I said that in such a weird voice.
We got this one already, I think, Jen, didn't we?
Yeah, if it's not got a torch on top of it, then it's been busted because I put torches on top of all mine. Hello, Axel, welcome in.
So, do we think that's it?
Everything? I
That
think
might be
that's
it.
everything. I thought it was a small one and it's all higgledy-piggledy back
Yeah,
to
that's
front.
it.
Why
So
can't I jump?
the
Oh.
ladder, there's a ladder there. You've got to jump to the side and jump up.
Yeah, well, I'm new to this game.
Do we know the way out?
Yeah, this way.
Cool.
Yeah. You're not new here, like, and shut up.
I don't think it's this way.
See, this is. Hang on, where is it? This here. This is what I mean by it's all higgledy-piggledy back to front. Like, this should not be walled in just as it is.
Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it?
Yeah. And this happened on 2 of the main chambers.
Weird.
I can't remember
Look,
the way out.
Paw Patrol characters do not need to be in my cup holder.
They don't? I think they do. That's exactly where they belong.
Yes.
Where else would you put them? Really?
Okay, so this door here with all the barrels around it was
Oh, yeah, the
that.
barrels.
Yeah, this kind of indicates this is where the safety exit is.
Oh, technically we're in negative time on my stream timer, but that's okay. I'm having fun.
And that's a key.
So this way?
You got a key?
You got a
try the
key?
thing if you got the key.
No, I was like, and that's a key to have
You're
fun.
having
Oh, I gotcha. Wait, is this the way down?
Okay, context. We're in a trial chamber. You say key, we think it means loot.
Oh.
Who wants this armor trim?
I already have
I'll
one.
trade you for
Okay,
a
we've
flow.
got more ominous bottles. Are we not
There you go,
still
Gio.
going until we...
I just gave this one away.
He said he'd
I'll
trade you.
again. You want to trade?
I've got flow. I don't want any of them. I give them to someone.
I have
Okay.
it twice.
I already have one.
Okay, now I have it 4 times.
You got a whole armor set, Jen. Yay!
Yay!
Do you always wear a gold helmet, Jen?
Yes, I do.
I just noticed that it's gold and not... Oh, Vow's over here, head to toe in netherite.
See, I don't
when
see helmet.
When I've got my regular packs on, my gold helmet is a crown, and that's from the first time I worked with Slack, and we were doing the hardcore on Java series that me and him did. It was him teaching me how to do YouTube, so how to edit and record. So we did a hardcore series as our first thing.
Oh, that's fun.
Because I wasn't on any of the series that he was on.
Yeah.
And he made me a crown. And the second recording was when he actually asked me out.
Oh.
And he gave me the crown and he labeled it his queen.
Oh, that's cute.
So ever since then, I've worn a gold crown called his queen.
Question.
That's awesome.
I love it. I'm glad I asked. That's cute.
I mean,
all
it's
this
not
posting
labeled at the
running,
minute. But...
Is this going to be a problem upstairs?
No.
No, because it's the trash.
Villagers.
Yes,
villagers.
exactly. That's what I was meaning.
I
Is
don't
it gonna
think
be a
it'll
problem
trigger a
upstairs?
raid because isn't it? It's the trial omen now. It's not the regular omen.
Right?
Yeah, we should be fine.
Okay.
I mean, worst case scenario, we do a
We're
raid.
gonna fight a raid at our base. Yay!
I don't
it-
think it
it
should
will be
do
fine.
that because it's the trial chamber one. Unless someone wants to go grab me a bucket of milk, we can do that.
I mean, it's Jen and Geo's base, so it's their call.
Trial omen overrides raid omen, apparently.
Yeah.
So we're
I
good?
promise you we're good.
I'm good to keep going up this ladder.
Hey, one way or another, we're gonna have an adventure.
I've taken on 2 raids today. Let's do a 3rd.
So what's left on your adventure list?
Well, my timer's out, so I'm not really sure.
Do not squish the stink bug. No.
What? Oh. I thought she was talking to me.
What are you doing over there? Stop that.
Leo!
So what
Do we
was
want to do
next?
another trial that's less safe?
I
I got
have
one under my base.
I have a
I might
map.
have to
I have a
go,
map
'cause-
for a trial chamber. Oh wait, you have one under your base. You haven't
Please
gone into
can
the
you
trial one?
rescue the stink bug
It's
before
it's
it gets
it's
squished
slightly less
and
safe than
sinks.
that just was.
I think we should do it. I think we should
Yeah,
do
I'm
it.
down.
Let's do it.
I need to go because
Get a
I need
baby
some
wipe.
dinner. So
Ah. Well, this was
Thank you.
wonderful.
Okey-dokey.
I'm glad we got to
Yeah,
do
it
some
was
stuff
fun.
together. Very
Yeah.
fun.
Yeah,
Very
yeah,
fun.
yeah.
and this might be me for the day for the month then, because I guess I can pop in
You
later on tea.
survived!
I did.
Yay!
Grief.
A
Hey,
live
hey, hey.
club!
But before you all go, I'm gonna press a button here. Okay, so this is the final day. We've actually just done the ominous trial chambers so that we can get the final disc. I'm gonna go over and show you the horde in just a second. But we have all survived to the last day. I'm gonna show you a graphic of who's left. Woo, I'm recording.
Goodness. Watch
So
it with us.
we're all very excited, and we're gonna go over to the horde now. Let's go over there.
Woo.
There we go. You can all go now. You can depart.
Okay.
All right.
But are we
Good
going
night,
to do another
guys.
one, Val? Okay,
I
bye,
forgot to-
Gio.
Oh, it took
I
me ages
forgot-
to get her up there. Oh my gosh.
Oh wait,
Oh.
I need to put my wings on. Wow.
Yeah, because I forgot to record that whole thing, so I had to do a catch-up clip.
Gotcha, gotcha. So are we heading to Vows for more trial-y chambery goodness? Anyone joining?
You can if you want to.
I think I may if Val wants to.
Yeah, I'm down for that.
Cool. Cool.
Alright, I'm
Baby's
back in my
crying
base.
because the stink bug got taken away.
Oh.
No.
Give it back.
Right?
No, he was trying to squish it.
Yeah, that's the fun part.
Hey, Madge.
Too bad, chat. We're not fighting the warden because the timer's out, so I'm doing whatever I want now. Huh.
I'll be right back.
Okay. Am I even going the right way? How do I get to Vows? I know the numbers, I just can't fly the right way. Oh my god, the little sounds are so cute, Jen. Oh no, I've fallen into the creeper farm.
Game over for you.
Yeah, I want to try to help get the creator, because we didn't get the creator disc. That one's still missing, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm hoping we get 2 so I can have one at my house because it's my favorite disc. And I got my other favorite disc, which is other side.
I like creator music box.
Oh, that one's really nice too.
Yeah.
One of the streamers that I mod for is Joe Plays Violin, and she was hanging out on my stream, and I was like, listen, this is my favorite Minecraft song, and I played her the creator disc, and she's like, I'm gonna learn that. So now she does the whole song for me.
That's awesome.
Yeah. I have returned.
Woo!
So,
So
much
What
more
does returned look like?
junk that I need to organize.
So is the trial chamber also in the church?
Yep, go down the same fortress stairs, but go down to -19 on the Y.
Do we need another potion, or does someone have one?
I have a 3. But I don't think they make a difference, right?
It's just how long you have the effect for.
Okay. Okay, that's what I thought, yeah.
Yeah, 3 should be enough. I warn you guys, there's a lot of slimes in this one. This is basically my slime farm.
Nice.
Where we at? I was doing a recording.
Oh, heading into Vow's church to go down to the next trial chamber.
666.
Is that the salmon?
No, that's the
No.
666666 space.
Because
The
Val's
church.
special.
Where's Vaz Church?
At
Yeah.
at 666666. Yep.
Chords are in the chat.
How do you do that?
You go to settings. I want to say you go down to creator, and first link is enable copy chord. UI.
Oh.
Yep.
Cool. That's good to know.
Oh, it's wonderful.
I'm going the wrong way.
Very ominous. Ding.
666 on the positive both.
Yeah, that's why I said I'm going the wrong way.
Oh, you're going negative?
I don't know if I'm gonna make it. Ah! I crashed into my dragon. You have got 2 bottles here.
Yeah, it's THADATHON. I do what I want, guys. Sorry, that was directed at my chat. Love how all of them have tridents, or most of them have tridents. Like a group of very scary drowned that are all kitted out. Can drowned wear
My
armor?
12 My 12 apostles.
Are there
Yes,
actually?
drowned can wear armor if the zombie converts to a drowned. They will
Ah.
keep their armor.
Oh, good to know. I don't see
That's
when
also
I'll
how
ever
you
use
get
that
damage.
information, but good to know.
Well, you can turn a trial chamber zombie spawner into a diamond farm by using that.
Oh.
Really?
Nice.
Huh.
Wait, how do you get diamonds out of it? Like diamond armor?
Diamond helmet, diamond chest plate, and diamond swords.
Smell them
And
fresh.
they, and the helmets and chest plates both have prot 4 always, and they're also hey, get that out. And they're
It wasn't
also
me.
trimmed with the hey,
What?
with it.
It scared me. It was coming right at me.
Hurry up.
Yeah, so it's so terrifying, little blue baby.
So scary. Very scary.
Stay away from that mean old man.
There we go.
Oh,
What
Goodness.
was
something happened with your mic there, Jen. That was terrifying.
that?
Just like,
Hey,
Ah, the
Exterminate.
Church of the Trims.
yeah. So,
This isn't creepy at all.
no,
not
not at
creepy.
all.
Welcome to playing with Val.
Very chill, not at all creepy. All right,
I
Val.
love it. I love the colors.
Thank you.
Hey, you match your base. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah,
Is
that's
this
it.
a basement? I'm just gonna walk in your creepy basement.
That's always a
Yeah,
safe
you
thing
you
to
know
do.
what? You know what? Pockets empty now. Come on.
That's
Fuck,
all
it's
bad.
empty.
Have we got a box anywhere we can empty pockets?
Sorry about the
I
bells,
have
guys.
pocket fluff. I have pocket fluff.
Pocket fluff.
I mean, there's
Fuck,
probably
fluff.
barrels down here if you just want to throw trash away.
No, it's not trash.
Oh,
It's-
let me check if there's a barrel near
Hang
the
on.
front. You can store stuff in.
It's okay. I got some wood.
Okay.
Like, definitely in Farlands, his base and his nether tunnel. Oh, amazing.
Thank you.
Okay.
I didn't know you felt that way.
Yeah. I feel like I'm getting stared
Oh,
at.
sorry. I zoned out. I was looking at my chat. I wanted people to be able to know what floor we were on. I think we're over here, Puggy. Puggy. I
I'm coming.
stopped here so people would know which way to go.
Just looking at you is like, hey.
That way. You can go that. I'll wait for Jen.
Minus 19.
No, that like I do love your storage room. Your idea.
Oh, thank you.
Welcome.
Incoming
I'm
ad break,
coming.
guys.
I have a tiny person again. He came back.
Hello, tiny person. Alright, yeah, if you come down the stairs, it's at -19 is where you get off.
She'll be coming around the corner when she comes. There she is. Da, 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 da,
Oh, I
da.
forgot about this. This is also in an ancient city.
Bro.
Hang on, let me record.
I'm sorry.
I forgot about that part.
It's
Sorry,
in.
can you just say that again?
I forgot to mention, but this trial chamber is also in an ancient city.
My chat might get their
couldn't
wishes.
have mentioned that before.
I forgot till I saw this scope here.
Bro.
I didn't
It's
even know that was
fine,
possible.
fine.
But my chat
Okay,
might get
has-
their wishes about me fighting a wither then.
Does anybody have 2 iron?
I do.
Yeah,
Right,
there's
one
iron in
here,
this
1
barrel,
second. I
actually.
got it right here. No, I got it. Let me be useful.
No,
There you
no,
go.
there's exactly 2 iron in this barrel.
Well, too bad.
Dang
Oh,
it.
dang it.
There
I
was 2
see.
iron.
See, she's tricking you. Look in here.
Okay, I just need to do a thing.
Swapping your pants?
You getting cheers?
Not shears, no. My sword is almost dead.
Oh,
There you go. Nice, fresh, shiny shot. Shiny, stabby stick. Let's go.
woo.
Words
Stabby
are
stick.
hard.
Beautiful.
What,
love
Geo,
it.
you just heard about the trial chamber being inside of an ancient city? Yeah, welcome. I wasn't aware of this. Oh, gosh.
Whoa.
Oh, gosh.
All right, I guess
We're in this. Sorry, guys. I still have the
Yep.
effect, apparently.
Uh-oh.
I
Ow,
didn't
That's
know
it.
that.
I'm sorry. I couldn't see through all the swirlies.
Oh, no. There's poison ones. The bogged.
Your sword is very sharp. Good job.
Stabby
Oh, I
stick.
almost whacked Val. Sorry, Val.
Ah!
That is not the game.
But it's whack a Val, right?
Whack-a-vow. Yeah, exactly. Like a Chuck E. Cheese.
Ah!
Good work.
He's dead.
Huggy.
Potato.
Ah!
Taco.
I got pushed in.
Potato
I got
taco.
pushed into.
Come here, little
Oh,
breezy.
Captain, I almost got you.
Oh.
I almost got you so good.
Who did that?
Is that it? No, there's more.
There should be
Where is
one
it?
over here.
Ooh, I have feather falling.
Yeah, well, there's slimes over there.
I mean, no, these are. What are these?
Oh, we still got a dude up there. Look.
This is more bogged right here.
Okay.
And here they come. Get their little feetsies.
Where's the little fart boy?
We still got a windy boy up top.
Oh, do we? Oh, we're fighting the big scary bogged guys.
Oh, he's up top.
Are you
Get him,
swimming?
Jen. Get
Yep.
him.
Yep. Nice, Kev.
Hey, it worked.
Yep.
Get spleefed.
Nice.
Got him?
All that for potatoes.
We got keys. We got 2 keys, 3 keys, 4 keys.
Oh, yes, 4 keys. You grabbing them?
Nice.
Yep, I got him.
I left fly mode and couldn't find my way back, apparently. Did we get anything on the other one? Did anyone check that? Yeah, I don't see
Making
anything.
potatoes.
And this is what, slimes over here?
Yeah.
So just
Like I
for the
said, this-
general recording, I'm gonna let people know that a few of us are live doing this, and I have a baby on my lap, so extra hard
Hard
Scaled
mode.
up.
Hardcore.
and one-handed.
Mom
Come on!
mode.
Ow! Ow!
Jen?
Is there a breeze in there? What pushed me? Oh, maybe it was one of the trial things.
Yeah, the potion's
Yep.
falling.
Ah!
Yeah, like I said, this was my my slime farm, so it's oh no,
Are you
don't
okay?
burn.
Oh, water. I got water right here. Oh, you're out already? Never mind.
Yeah, I got water.
People, stop jumping in front of me.
Who just has
Please.
a flame sword?
Me.
Why?
Always.
I usually have a flame sword, but I wasn't able to find fire aspect this time.
Everything is better on fire.
Yep.
That's right. Thank you,
100%,
Jen.
Jen.
Spoken like a true firebug. Love it.
Buggy,
That's
get outta
literally the
here.
tagline of
You're
one
gonna
of
burn
the
again.
suppliers for the fire gear that I used to use. Everything's better on
Potatoes.
fire.
I see potatoes and carrots and a bottle.
Sticking potatoes, sticking potatoes. Yeah.
Right, keys.
Keys.
Yee.
1, 2.
Oh, my inventory's full.
Where's
There we go.
the ominous dude?
Up there. I see. I'll build a little pillar to it.
I see it. Hang on.
Yeah,
Welcome in,
follow the
boss.
skull.
How you doing?
Probably safe.
Here.
Follow the skulk. I can follow the skulk.
Oh,
Oh, sorry.
I've
Sorry.
already done these. These are no good to me.
Oh, well.
Oh, they're good to us. Sorry, Jen. I messed it all up.
I was trying to see if I could climb the skulk.
When did we do these skeletons?
And law break. Oof. What about skeletons?
Yeah, when did we do these skeletons?
Oh,
one's
when
not-
he was doing the bruises.
Oh, okay.
Alright, I'm going in here. Let's see what I get. I got a book with density. And I didn't
That's
see
good
what
enough.
else I got. I don't think I got anything else. Maybe I got some arrows again. Probably.
Okay, give us a disc.
Come on, disc. Here we go, disc.
Emeralds, diamonds, emeralds, emeralds, emeralds. Really? Really?
Emeralds. More emeralds. And some more emeralds.
All the emeralds.
Do I look like a villager?
Emeralds,
Chat, don't answer
arrows,
that. Chat,
a
don't
book.
answer that.
Book of Breach 3.
Trash cans right there. Yeah.
Trash can. Da-na-na-na-na-na.
Lame, right?
I don't need this density book. I don't know if anyone wants that.
Val, you have a mace, right?
Yeah.
There's a
Want
density 4
breach?
book.
Did you put it in that trash can?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. I'll find it later. Thank you.
Find it later tonight or later next year.
Ah, I fell in the water.
Good night.
Alright, what's...
I hear slimes.
Voodoo!
Happy slime farm.
I've fallen.
Yeah, this place gave me way too much slime.
Puggy!
Jen!
You
Nice to meet you.
You literally jumped in front of me and you've got thorns on you.
I fell, to be honest. Thank you very much. I'm sorry, Jen. 100%.
Yeah, you fall and I get hurt because you're wearing a bush.
I dress like a bush.
Welcome
yeah,
in,
thorn
Magpie.
bush.
Alright,
I'm
Raspberry,
sorry.
blackberry, take your
Later.
pick. There are a number of thorny bushes.
how come I can't get out of here?
Do you want to hit me to make it up?
No, I want somebody to stop pressing buttons on my keyboard.
Oh, hi, Zeroed.
Oh,
Hey,
here's another one.
Puggy.
More slimes.
What's up?
Fire spawn.
More slimes.
Hey, you're not having the remote. This is not a good time, bud.
Seems like the best time.
For sure. I get it, Magpie. I was baking bread and buns. Ooh, yum. What type of bread? Sourdough?
Oh,
Can I take a quick poll on something related to bread?
keys in there. Who's getting the keys? There you go.
I got keys.
Do you all consider croissants to be bread?
I mean, it's,
They are a savory pastry, or sweet, depending on where you get them. They're not bread.
I consider them bread.
They
I do.
They're-
Moss says too. Yep.
That is
They-
bread in America. What are you talking about?
their definition is a pastry.
Really?
Yes.
I had a friend who like took a poll and was like, is croissants bread? And most people said yes, including me. She's like, croissants aren't bread. If you ordered bread and you got croissants, how would you feel? And I'm like, blessed,
Delighted.
like absolutely
Right?
thrilled.
They
I'd be so
are
delighted.
defined as a breakfast pastry. They are not defined as bread.
They're bread in my heart.
You get a key.
Oh, keys.
Is it my mum applied to British Bake Off? They are a pastry.
Oh, really? That's fun.
You get a key.
Key. Oh wait, I got a room.
I am gonna have to take a second.
Okay.
For sure. Kathiana, did you grab your key? Or no?
Oh, wait. Did I get it? I got it now.
Zeroed.
What did you just call me, Kathiana?
No.
I'm glad I'm not the only person that heard that.
Something shooting. Oh, it's Val. Oh, Zero. Have you been here this whole time?
Nope. I just got here.
Okay. I was like, wait a second. Where'd you come from?
The
Was
ladder
that
behind you,
thunder?
Garrett.
Did you guys just hear thunder?
Hold on.
I did. I'm going.
Go, Zero, go!
How do you get out of this infernal place?
Good luck. I don't know. All right. Where's the? Do we have a? Is
He
that
found it.
the path to it? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, no, never mind. You can't.
Hold on. I have to get. Oh, I can't use this
Then
one.
how
Alright,
did
okay.
I miss?
Key
how
is
do I
on the
have
ground by
keys?
the entrance.
Armor trim, emeralds, block of iron.
I will be
Boom.
right with you. I'm just sorting a code brown.
Oof.
Oh, do what you gotta do.
Yep.
We already have the flow armor trim. Now I have two
Oh,
of them.
a disc.
You got a disc?
Emerald.
Nobody sleep.
Which disc?
Yep.
Nobody sleep.
What color?
I got creator.
Which creator?
Is it green? Is it this green?
Yeah, it's like a copper green.
Is it okay? There's.
It's the one we need. I
It's-
think.
It's the one we need.
It's just creator. It doesn't say music box next to it.
Yep,
Correct.
it's creator.
We've got the
Yes,
last
yes,
disc.
that's the one we need.
And then I'm gonna log off and never be back on the server.
Puggy. Wow. Okay, guess we're still going then. We got to get our own disc. Somebody's selfish.
No, I'm coming back. I'm not gonna do that.
Sure you are.
I'm gonna check, make sure this isn't a dead end.
I'm
Nobody's
following you
sleep.
anyway.
Nope, I fell.
It's not a
Don't
dead
follow me.
end. There's stuff up here. All right, I'm gonna put all this
I posted a
sign.
picture of a bread and taco chat, dude. I want to look at it.
Yeah,
Nick
the
messaged me.
croissant is literally layers of flaky pastry.
Made of
Oh, that's
flour.
mine.
It's bread.
Baby boy has something for you. Oh God, I might have my own code brown.
Yeah, but pastries are also made with flour, so that's a moot argument.
They're bread
Welcome
in my
back, Sky.
heart.
Doesn't that just mean that some pastries are bread, but not all bread is pastry?
Yeah, it's the whole square rectangle thing.
Yeah.
What I was thinking.
Well, by that you
How do
could
we
go
get up
chicken
there?
and egg.
Sure.
Yeah, egg
I have
is
no
chicken.
problem with that.
Wait, what? I'm so
Egg is
confused right
not
now.
egg.
And yes means up, Buggy.
Right,
What
coming back.
happened? Thank you
There
for
is
the
yes.
follow, Aaron. Oh, I'm up here. I set something off. I didn't mean to.
Where are the creepers?
Where did you all go? You all left me.
Oh,
Sorry.
I'll come back.
Where-
for-
Where was the box?
Oh no! I just got
I'm
sent
coming
back
into
again.
there. That was scary. The breeze somehow knocked me into the little chamber where all the bogged are. How did it do
That's
that?
amazing.
Okay, here we go. Where?
no.
Which way are we going? I've got the key.
Okay. Up the ladder.
This
The
way.
ladder.
You have to find the gatekeeper.
This way.
I'm coming back for you. This way. Here you go. Right this way. Do you see me
And
jumping?
then the key.
Oh, you're going to the
The
key.
vault up there.
Oh yeah, I see it.
Okay.
Okay, let's see how much room I've got in my pocket. There we go.
Cinnamon
ooh.
toast is the pastry, according to Moss.
I got the disc too.
You got it too? Nice.
Yeah.
Puggy, we don't need your
Yeah.
disc.
Take that, Puggy.
We
don't
have a
need you.
duplicate.
It did it again.
Somebody said they wanted it, so.
If you don't want it, I will take it. I would love
Then
to
I
have
believe
it.
we are all up here.
Well, we have a duplicate now, so we can put one on the dragon horde, and ow, you can keep the other one. And I am terrible at walking upstairs. Ah! Get out
Stairs
of
are
my
hard.
face!
You got him, Jen?
Oh,
Hang on, I'm chasing him
Later.
down the stairs. There you go, I got him.
Okay.
It was
Oh my God, there's
Jen
so
on the
many
stairs with
spiders.
the sword.
there's so many spiders. My God.
How did I
Oh,
find
Val, you almost just got hit because you blended in with the spiders.
Yeah, I get that a lot.
You and those 8 legs. All right, was there stuff in here to collect? There's, can I not get in here? Come on, fly.
There's tacos on top of the spider spawner.
Ooh,
Can't
tacos.
get in. How do
There's
you?
debris somewhere.
I
So
can't-
what is retextures for you to have it as
Spider behind
Get
you.
off of me! Yeah, I know it was behind you.
Good.
I was protecting you.
My hero.
My inventory is too full. I can't get into anything. I'm using this dispenser as a trash can now.
Bread. Tacos. A bowl? Bowl? What is that?
Suspicious to you? That's-
Oh, it's
Maybe
just
stay.
potatoes and carrots. We're good.
Anyways, what you were saying, Jen?
I
what
was asking you, what do you have retextured for it to be tacos?
Golden carrots.
Okay.
I do not see that breeze. Anybody find him yet?
I hear it, but I don't see it.
Got him.
We got a loose one?
He's down.
Did we get more keys? Is that what someone said?
Not that I saw. More
No.
tacos on the breeze spawner.
Yeah, steak and potatoes again.
Ah. Always steak and
Okay.
potatoes.
Next room. I am recording, knock it off, you two.
This
Right,
place gets me.
how do we get down?
I don't know.
Just through a hole.
Through the hole.
Pick a hole, any
Alright.
hole. Don't go this way though. This isn't the way out.
Where's I thought there was a a diamond key down here somewhere.
I think it's just
Ow.
a bunch of regulars.
Oh, maybe it's topside?
Yeah, I
Or
think
maybe
they're all regular too.
Did we have keys?
I have 2 because Val doesn't did these already.
Yeah, I've already
Oh.
done these, so I don't need to use.
I think there was one up top that was the ominous one. Hold on, let me find this way back up. It's a maze in here. I'm getting lost.
How do we get to the up?
I don't know. I'm trying. Not
I
this
believe
way.
it was
Okay,
back there
stairs
from
this
the
way, stairs
entrance.
this way. I'm in this corner. Stairs, stairs, stairs.
I see you. I see you. Okay. So I think there was one up here. That was a ominous vault. Right here.
Bye, Moss. There's one random key. Y'all can fight
Me.
for it.
Mine.
Alright.
Mine.
Oh, CD.
Sorry, I haven't been reading chat at all, guys.
Creator. We got another creator.
Yay! Okay, who wants to give me a copy of Creator?
There you go.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Heavy core!
Let's
Very
go!
nice. Woo!
Woo! Heavy core!
Woo! Val, what are you doing over there?
I'm just standing at the exit so you guys know where to go.
Thank you. I appreciate it. If you pop down this hole, it's really easy.
And I have a mace in my pocket.
Anything I want to
Nice.
get in there? Have some not blaze rods, breeze rods. Boop.
I don't care if anybody sleeps now, by the way.
Are you still here?
Doesn't matter. Huh?
Did you get one?
I got one. I'm just trying to get it into a pit now.
Oh,
you
you got your
trying to
charge
get?
creeper?
Oh, Puggy,
Yeah.
that was so.
What?
Hang on a second.
Did I just jump right in front of you again, or no?
BRB, 1 second. All right, what's happening over here? All right, Aaron came in, popping over from Jen's. By the logic of flour makes bread bread. That means cookies are bread. Cookies are bread. Absolutely, I'm fine with that. Pasta can be bread. Everything is bread. Everything is bread. In the sense that I love carbs, and everything that's carbs is delicious. There's a French pastry, but in the US, we often use them for sandwiches. Yes, croissant sandwiches. Delicious. Did I miss anything else? This place is amazing. Yes, Gio. Seiken, resident Frenchman. Pain brioche may be used in sandwiches, even if croissants are sometimes stuffed with ham and cheese. Oh, croissant is more of a breakfast dish. Okay, all right. Now that I'm caught up, bye. Okay, I'm back.
You're all making this look easy. I mean, oh. God, there's water.
So easy. Oops.
Whoopsie!
Jenna, did I hit you? I was trying to get the slime that was in there.
Do I look like a slime to you?
No, the slime looked like a slime and you swooped in so fast. I reacted poorly. I was scared for my life.
I
one's a dead
like
end.
that one. I
That one's a
reacted
dead end.
Dead end.
poorly. That's a good excuse. Dead end, dead end. Do, do.
Yeah, dead end.
There's just
Oh, thanks.
slimes everywhere.
Hey, remember when I said I didn't have a pickaxe?
That sucks.
Still you don't have a pickaxe? Oops, I fell.
No, I did have one. I was wrong.
What Minecrafter walks around without a pickaxe?
Val.
I was ready for battle. I did mean to put it away, but
Well,
I took it
sometimes you
anyway.
gotta battle rocks,
Sometimes
okay?
battle involves a pickaxe.
Exactly.
Sometimes you gotta walk away and hide.
Alright, my chat is making me really hungry. They're still talking about bread, and now they're talking about stuffed French toast. Oh my god.
Oh God.
I'm so hungry.
Fun fact: I never heard of French toast until like 8 years ago.
Really?
Really?
you guys look at all this.
Oh, just a few slimes. No big deal.
What in the
This is fine.
carnations?
Oh my god, there's so many
Oh,
of them!
okay.
Did you get pushed off or did you fall?
I got hit off.
Vow.
Who did that?
Definitely Vow. Absolutely Vow.
I was talking to my little one. I didn't do that.
It was you.
It was not me.
Oh, I fell too.
I guess
Oh,
it
did I
was
do that?
Jen? Question mark.
Who did that? Oh, oh, it almost happened again, Jen. I'm fighting slimes and you're flying in front of me.
Well, I got shot off on fire.
Oh,
Because
dear.
you walked in front of me.
I did not walk in front. I was behind you. I was actually about to push you off the edge.
Oh,
And you got-
you did like Huggy, huh?
Karma, instant karma. Okay.
I feel even less bad about it.
Oh, dude, the sound of slimes are driving me nuts.
Ooh.
Oh yeah, you're gonna hear it in your dreams tonight.
Karma is sweet and spicy.
Ah! Ah! No! No! Let me out! I don't want to be in there. I keep getting, like, thrown around and sent into fly mode.
Why am I
Friendly
poisoned?
fire might be the most dangerous thing in the chambers. Oh yeah. Then you need to thick Belgian French toast. Ooh.
Ooh, that
whipped
sounds
cream
good.
and strawberries.
Talking about that, yeah.
Mm. So now that everybody is
Ah.
super hungry,
Order up.
Right?
oh, I gotta eat.
Zero, get over here. You're gonna get it, buddy.
Oh no! I don't want to be in. I don't want to be in here.
French
Let me out.
toast is called lost bread in French because before the bread would get spoiled, we would use it as French toast. That's what my buddy Seiken is saying right now. He would
Huh.
know. He's French.
That is correct.
Oh my god, the
can
slimes never end.
Wheeling from the other.
Right.
room. Oh, there's keys.
Yay! Alright, is it safe to go in here? Oh, Jen's got him. Let me out.
Oh, I
Oh,
also
another
have 5 keys.
Woo!
Alright.
Okay, so
I need a barrel. Do we have a barrel nearby?
okay. Puggy, pick up the keys. Puggy,
Barrel
pick up the
in the bottom in
keys.
the middle. Yeah.
I think Zero got them.
Okay, so we should have 2 keys each, right?
I don't have any yet.
There you go. Behind you.
Thank you.
No, you got them. I still have 5 keys.
Why do you have 5?
I don't know.
I don't even know if there's 5 trial the vaults for you to do.
Val, you have 2 keys. Oh, you can't. Never mind. Jen, you have
Yeah,
2?
I
got
have
no
to.
keys.
Zero, do you have 2?
No. I used one. I picked up one, but that's all I have.
Wasn't
Oh,
there
unless we've
another
got
vault
extra
over
keys.
here? Where's the...
There's one below us.
Oh, there's a vault below.
What are we looking for? Loot in here
Golden
now?
apple or enchanted apple.
Ah, it's a diamond one.
It's a diamond vault?
That's what
There's
it was
your 2
showing.
keys. Zero, behind you. In front of you.
Zero, pick up the keys.
Bruh. Oh yeah, I can't do this twice. Never mind.
Oh, I can.
No,
do
we
it.
need to find another one.
I can do this one. Oh, you got it too. Okay, you can go.
Hey, Captor.
Yes.
Happy birthday.
Ah! Get off my
Oh,
loot.
thank you. Just what I've always wanted.
Oh, we have a banner pattern here. Hang on.
Oh yeah, you're still waiting for one of the banner patterns, right?
This is not the one we need. Okay.
All right, I'm going.
What the heck is this?
Right?
Emeralds.
This room is brand new to me. I haven't seen
diamonds.
this yet.
Zero, is this room always behind the trial chambers?
I don't think so. I don't
And
know.
a
Somebody dug
crossbow.
the hole there.
I didn't dig it
I thought it
out.
was you. I thought it was you,
No.
Val. I just opened it up a little further.
Okay, so I still have a key,
I don't think I've seen this yet.
and the world's full
Yeah,
of inventory.
I still have one as well. But we can find another one if
Yep,
these ones
yep.
don't give us keys.
We have
Like
the
there's one in here.
the enchanted golden apple banner pattern yet?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
Oh, hold on. No, I have been in here. I lied.
How could you lie to us?
Why you gotta break? Why can't you place new ones? Why you like this, Zero?
Jen, we're in a battle.
Oh dear.
It's fine.
Alright.
You're only playing with a puff ball. It's fine.
Ow.
Get him. Get him.
Why every time I swing my sword is Val suddenly standing in front of me?
Sword magnet.
Ah! I'm on fire.
Wasn't me. Come on, Poofy, get down here.
Give me
Woo!
Trim.
Did you just call me?
Oh. You have a key?
Ouch.
I have a key.
Alright.
I'll do
Zero,
it
do you
after
have
the
a
fight. Is that the whole fight? Are we good?
Keys.
key?
More of 'em?
Keys.
Yep.
Goodness. Maybe if we have an extra, I'll put that on the wall as a...
Can you take a quick break soon and change them? And then I'll... Yep, I got you, Nick.
Alright, who wants
Is there
keys?
a thing in here?
More
The
keys.
vault?
An ominous vault?
There's a
I
vault
feel
right
like
here.
there was skeletons up there.
Keys. More keys.
More keys? Here you go.
Here,
Wait.
I have the fart balls.
I have
Thanks
3 more
a lot.
keys. Does anyone need keys?
Get a lot of diamonds out of that.
I'll be right back. I gotta deal with baby pug.
Okay.
Okay.
Baby pug. Do, 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 do,
Ah, I
do.
love it.
What?
Baby pug do 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 do.
Yeah, fly up there. See if there's anything up there. I feel like there's something over here.
Oh, there's
Wind
bogged up
burst
in the top
one
corner.
book.
There's bogged in the top corner.
Ah. Oh god, my inventory.
Ooh, not where I want to be. Not where I want to be.
Oh, Jen, are you okay?
I was trying to fly up next to it, and I went in it, and now
Oh.
I'm frozen.
Oh, now I've got
Oh, no.
weakness.
Zero, they're behind you too.
Look out! Okay, got that one.
You know, I've got half rockets.
You need rockets?
No, I've got half rockets. I'm good.
Oh,
Half rockets?
I thought you said I don't
Wait,
have
one.
rockets.
No, I have half rockets.
Like half a stack?
No,
Like
end
none.
pearls.
Oh,
What?
I never heard that.
Like what?
I see tacos up there.
Half rockets are ender pearls.
Oh.
Oh, I've never heard that before. Does anyone
Oh,
want this Windburst 1 book? Jen, do you want that for your...
I do.
Oh. Oh, that's a carrot. There you go. There you go. I always just press the button. It doesn't matter what's on my hotbar when I actually have scrolled over. I just press the button. It's a bad habit. Whee! All right, I'll put this in here. I don't need that. How do I get out of here? Oh, I just picked up more stuff.
Pudding? You're supposed to be playing nicely. Why am I hearing crying?
We're still throwing wind balls. Cut it out. Grow up, Zeroed.
Oh, that is... Are you the one who's been setting off wind charges when I'm, like, really confused where it's coming from?
Yes.
No.
Yes,
I
it's him.
mean,
It's always
Never.
him.
you telling him to grow up, but we're literally a bunch of adults that play a child-based block game. For
Yeah,
like,
but not playing
Adults.
it- Not playing it like an adult.
Adults, you say. Speak for yourself. Third, what are you doing with all this copper?
Me?
Are you breaking all the copper? What are you doing? Or the tough?
There's
Oh,
some
you're getting
musical
tough.
rod.
I'm just annoying Val, really.
Okay, that's fine. Fair enough.
Wow.
No,
Nobody's
Val.
got my back.
Oh, 1 second. I'll be right back.
Geo says 10 minutes. What for? 10 minutes for what?
I found a good room.
All right, we got a queue drop game, folks. So get your drops in. Exclamation point drop and an emote, and we'll all drop together. Jules, I'm going to let you be in control of starting it. Okay? You can start it when you're ready. Okay? I trust you. I trust you to do it. Also, hi, Minor Mom, and hi, anyone else I may not have said hello to. All right, I'm getting back in the voice call. Okay, bye. Okay, I'm back. So now what? Are we finding another room?
I don't know where it
Yeah,
went.
Yeah.
we gotta make it quick because I've got a meeting to go to.
Yeah,
Oh,
this is a breeze
okay.
room over here.
How do we get up there?
I don't know. I'm following you.
There was
Never a
ladders.
good idea. Oh, ladder's over here, Jen. Never a good idea to follow me. Oh, this isn't... Wait, is this the right way? You guys are over there? How do they get over there?
It's
Oh, this
flooded.
is the room that has. This is the room that has. speakers
Okay,
in it.
I
Let's go.
hear crying, and then the smallest appears with a boxing glove.
Uh,
I wonder what happened there.
how did you guys get over there?
I just have a.
Oh, door.
Does
Found
anybody
the
have
door.
regular keys? Val, do you have regular keys?
Nope.
I might back home, but not on there. Every chamber we done was ominous.
Where you all at? Hang on.
Oh, right here, Jen. You're almost there.
You-
Right through that
you
door.
took me. I just had to burst through all the walls and stuff because you left me.
I'm sorry.
You were a scary looking dude.
Still is.
Well, I won't take that personal at all. Not a big deal. You guys see the shrieker?
What?
Shrieker.
This is the room with the shrieker in it. I think it's
Oh.
over here. Come check
Oh
it out.
god. Nope, I'm good.
Oh, okay. Is there a wiggly tentacle thingy in here too? It's not gonna set it off, is it?
Oh, the sensor.
Hold on.
Where's the shrieker?
See, you knew what I meant.
Inside there. Go in there.
Going where?
Where?
It's in there? What?
I lied. There's no shrieker.
Why would you lie to us? How rude.
Why would you lie to me?
Well, Val's got this one.
No, I don't. I'm dying.
I'll help.
Sorry,
Oh no!
was a
Oh
little
no! Oh no! Oh no!
preoccupied.
Oh no! Oh no!
Go totem on.
Oh yeah, I have
Wow,
totems.
you just hit me with your stupid sword.
Me?
I don't
You
know.
walked
I
in
was
front
on
of me,
fire.
I was a little preoccupied by the toddler that entered the room with both boxing gloves on his hands. Now, there's only one way he could have done that, seeing as he's one. Uh-huh.
Where are the
What's
Here,
your name?
others?
You're the only
come
one
and
that
show
didn't get
chat
set on
your new
fire,
boxing
too.
gloves. Come and show
the
chat what
vault.
Grandad sent you.
Oh, that's a regular vault. Okay.
Over here.
I have returned.
Golden
Welcome
this
back.
tiger.
Good luck
Speaker
finding
on it.
us.
Black leather gloves. Here, hang on, let me... Take care.
All right, so we got to go up to this
There's
vault.
a tiger. And
Oh,
go
I
put
see
them
name
away
tags.
and do not put them on the baby again, please.
You got him, pal.
Oh, there's still more? My god, where are they all coming from?
There's an ominous vault in here, too.
Right up here. That's where I am.
Oh, you're already up there. Nice.
I didn't
They're
realize there
coming
was
from
more.
This spawn around the corner.
Spawn around
I'll
the
make
corner.
my own doorway. There we go.
Spawn around the corner.
Hey,
Oh,
Buggy.
hi, Buggy. You're right next to the vault. Hello.
Busted in like the Kool-Aid man.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't know how to get here, so I just
It
made
works.
my own door.
It works. Oh, I gotta actually do the
Get him,
vault.
Jen. Get him, Jen.
I was gonna put
I
some.
can hear an Enderman do-da.
No, that's Buggy.
Hey,
Oh, how do I get back up there?
Does everybody still have ominous effect?
I've never had ominous effect the whole time.
Mine's
I have
worn
two
off.
on their sleeves. Anybody need them?
I have a bottle.
I fell.
By
I have a
everyone I
bottle.
met does somebody. Sorry.
There's 2 keys on the ground.
Oh,
Right
heavy
next to
core.
Jen.
Let's
Really?
go.
Never mind. Zero
Nice.
token.
All right, I gotta do one
Damn
of
it,
these.
Jen.
There's a tram right behind you, Jen.
All right, I'm trying to keep one of the keys for my trophy thing, but I have an extra
I don't
one.
need any more of the trim. I keep putting in empty boxes because we've got it like 7 times already.
Yeah, that one's common.
The trims are supposed to be rare. We need the other banner pattern, so we need the one that looks like the breeze, not the
We have-
swirly one.
Oh.
All I got out of that was wind charges, and I think that was it. Oh, some emeralds.
Where's the thingy? Yeah, that's not the one. That's
This one up here. If you
Oh,
hop
give
up
me
back.
onto this and use the cobble path, you can get up there.
oh, I see. I see the way. I see the way. Eh. More fart balls and another apple. Thank you. I don't need any more fireballs.
It's
Jen,
possible, but this was last room.
are you gonna be
Okay.
alive for a while?
No, I'm going to a meeting right now.
Oh.
Okay.
I was looking for someone to raid.
Okay, well, I have all of those.
So many keys. Oh, I don't need all these. Who wants some? Puggy, you want them?
No, I'm good.
Where's the way out quickly? Where did we come from?
Like
Then I
the
can fly my way
intersection.
back later and do my outro to the video because I can't do it right now.
Go
Val.
toward the water.
The
Are we
water.
following you, Val?
Yeah, like the water room.
And up this ladder?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. Then I think it's straight this way.
You think?
Yep.
Hmm.
Yep.
Very,
Get out.
very believing.
No, back here.
Ah!
Wrong way, Jen! Oh, that
out.
way. Okay.
Don't come back.
I won't come back.
So I guess this means there's more this way.
No, this is
no,
where
this-
we originally
This is
started.
where we started.
Oh, this is
Yeah.
where we started. Okay. All right. Does
I mean,
anyone
we
want
can
any
get
of?
more keys.
Does anyone want any of these keys that I have? I have now 5 extra ones on me, and I just wanted one for my.
So, Puggy, you asking for whether I'm staying live? I'm assuming you need to raid out too.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm about to raid out also.
Okay, for sure.
Okay, let me save and quit that. Let me see who's there. Thank you everybody for watching today. Sorry I didn't get much chance to talk to chat because we was
No,
doing
I don't want to be in
collabby
here. I
stuff
don't want
and
to be in
things.
here. Thank you.
Let me
No, you
see
don't.
who
'Cause I'm
we've
swinging
got.
recklessly.
Who am I following?
More keys in there.
All right. So I guess I'll hold on to these if no one wants them.
Okay, I need to refresh
You-
because it's saying that people are live. Kath, are you
Yeah, they're
still
like-
going for
you-
a while?
You could
I
go
guess a
back to the
little
first
while
one.
longer.
You're going for a little while longer. In that case, we're gonna bring to you then.
Oh,
Yep.
wonderful! Thank you in advance for the raid.
And then I'm going to send people over to you too.
All right. I guess I have to stay live, even though my timer is negative 56 minutes. That's how this works,
But-
right?
But if people follow you,
Yeah.
right?
I'll see you on
right?
the other side.
Okay, go
Bye.
follow her. She's cool. We love her. See you all later.
Okay. So that's it for the trial chamber. Did we get everything we needed? Except for the
We
banner?
did not get the banner we still need. I don't know which one, but
Are there
I think it was Guster.
Are there more
Hey,
ominous?
later,
Because I have
people.
12 keys.
I have like 5 keys, 7 keys, something like that. Welcome, raiders! Thank you, Jen,
The
for the
regular one?
raid that I totally was not expecting. Oh no, 5 ominous keys I have.
Val, where are the ominous things?
I mean, as far as I know, we got all of them.
Well, I wasn't with you for 90% of the time.
Well, good luck, Zeroed.
I feel like this might be the only one you missed.
I don't want any of that stuff.
Did you get a flow trim? Those are super common. Wow.
Yay! Common trims.
Yeah, I think that's it for this one.
Why
We
is
can
this one running?
backpedal.
I do have a map
we
for
just
another
do
one
this?
if we want to keep going.
I mean, I'm down.
We can go do Peter's.
Oh yeah, he has one under his base too.
I know how to get there.
I'm down for anything.
All right.
Are you sticking
Oh,
around?
Puggy, welcome
Oh,
in,
yeah.
Puggy
No, 100%.
raid.
Yep.
Hi everyone, welcome in.
I just like to talk to my chat, and it's like it's not
Hold on.
going
I'm
well.
almost dead.
So
I haven't been talking to
You're
my
not-
chat. I hope they don't feel neglected. Welcome in, everyone. That's the
now it's
extent
like
of
a
it.
Puggy, except more exciting.
what, Val?
It's just like a Puggy stream, except more exciting.
I wish I had a lava bucket right now.
I got a water bucket. Look out.
I mean,
Me too.
I mean, he is wearing a totem.
Oh gosh. Goodbye, everyone. This is how I die.
Slowly.
But yes, welcome in all the lovely raiders, including Puggy's chat. Thank you, Puggy, for the raid, and Jen.
By the way,
Sorry.
Puggy, it was
problem.
amazing when I died earlier, and you guys were in here. You were in a snow chamber. And
Right.
You immediately blamed Val, and it was so good. It was.
We
so
did.
Good.
We all immediately blamed Val.
And I had nothing to do with it.
Thank you to Jules for doing the shout out. You the best. You the best. Everybody go follow Jen and Puggy, even though you all just came from Jen and Puggy for the most part. So are we going to Peter's trial chamber from here?
Sure. How do you get out of here?
That's a lovely question.
I wasn't even planning on doing any trial
Right there.
chambers.
Get out.
Can't
Hey.
really
Back here.
get
Back
much
here.
from
Get
here.
out. Go. Get out. Go. Don't
I'm
come
leaving.
back.
Oh no, I'm not in the right
Hey, you.
place. I'm
Yeah.
stuck.
I see you. Hey,
Okay, this
get
way.
over here.
This way.
Get over here. Get out.
Nope.
Nope.
Okay,
Over here. Over
okay.
here. Get out. Get
I
out.
can't get out.
Don't come back.
I can't. I don't have a pickaxe. Just kidding, I do. Oh, it's gone already. Never mind. Oh, I think.
Oh, 0.
Ah!
Oh,
Hey! What happened? Why did I get hit?
your head looked like stone. I'm sorry.
I get that a lot. I think I'll stop by my house and drop off my fancy new creator disc that I probably won't even have an opportunity to listen to.
Wow, look at all this litter. Thanks, Puggy.
It's not even me. It's 0'd.
Yeah, right. This is your MO.
That's definitely Puggy. 100% Puggy.
I know. I know. As much as I want to blame Zero, that was Puggy.
Yes, everybody who's in chat, feel free to do exclamation point drop. Jules is going to do the mass drop whenever she pleases, so hound her for it.
I love how this is working out, Puggy.
It's
amazing.
horrible for
Oh,
me.
it's dark out. It's dark out, folks. So we're
Not near
safe to
Vows.
we're safe to sleep now, right? Like you don't need any more thunderstorms?
Yeah, we could do that if you guys want to have a real adventure.
Don't be doing the creeper sounds while I'm sleeping. Absolutely not.
Wow. Here, for later, like once we're done with the trial chamber here, you follow me. You ready? Wings. Wings on.
No, wait. Where are we going?
Where are we going?
I was gonna show Val a thing, but apparently he's ignoring me. Okay.
I'll come see the thing. I want to see the thing.
You
Show
can
me
see
the thing.
That's fine. That's fine. Just be very careful.
If Fao doesn't want to see the thing, I'll see the thing. Oh, is it the creeper?
Yeah, it's over here.
So I should land
That
right
sounds
next to
too
it, right?
excited.
Yeah, just don't land in that trench. If you land in that trench, you're dead.
What trench?
What trench?
Oh, that trench. Okay, don't land over there. Heard.
Yeah, there he is. Okay.
Right here.
This
Oh,
one?
there he is. Yeah. All right, so just leave him there for now. We can get him later.
You name tagged him, I'm
Okay.
assuming?
Yep, he's name tagged. I had
Here,
another one,
creeper,
but I
creeper, creeper.
think he despawned before. Okay, so to Peter's is the other side.
I'm going to swing by my house real quick, and I'll meet you there. So I can remember how to get to my house.
Right.
That's not the way to my house.
Now recording.
Now recording.
Creepy. Creepy.
That's like the worst jump scare of all. Alright, my base is somewhere this way. There it is. That way.
Here's my house. Oh, is Jen gonna put up the creator CD or should I?
I don't know. She might have wanted to do it for her clip.
I'll leave it. I'll leave it for her.
She has one,
She has.
so.
Okay. Yep. Okay.
Because you're the one who gave me your extra, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you.
I
by
just
the
don't
way.
want to be that person that ruins something for someone.
Yeah. Fair enough. Honey, I'm home. And I don't have another...
Alright, I'm gonna take this break and check on Nick and Baby Pug.
Okay. Oh, I need two leather for 2 item frames. Question? Drop time! Oh, I'm still screaming into the group chat. 1 second. I'll be right back. It's drop time, folks. We're all... Yes, I did say it's for Jules to start it whenever she wanted to, but that's okay. I'm listening. We're going to start the drop. Last call for drops. Get your drops in. Exclamation point, drop in an emote. That's okay, Jules. It's been a while. It's been a while, so that's fine. We're dropping in 5. Kong is here. Hi, babe. I guess you got home safe. 4, 3, 2, 1. Here we go. We're dropping. Look at us all go. Oh my god, there's a bunch of us. There's so many of us. Hello, everyone. Thank you for being in our drop. Let's see what happens here. Oh, Faust looks like he's got a good landing there. Come on, get in there. Get in that leaf pile. Hoagie's using the... Oh, don't... There's no creepers in my house. Hoagie with the last-minute chaos bits there. All right, who do we get? Who landed? We got... Sky landed. Very nice. Did Faust not land? I thought Faust landed. Did he get knocked out at the last second? Well, clappies for Sky. Clappies, clappies. Good job. Good job. Okay, I'm gonna make my, we're gonna real quick hang up my record here. I guess we'll put one of them up there. I want other side to be right here. And let's make some sticks. Do I not have any more wood? Goodness. Wood. Wood. How many sticks we got? That should be 2. That should be 2 item frames, which is what we need. We need 1 for this other disc. And then we're gonna put 1 in here for the trial chambers. Okay. This is in honor of my first trial chamber, and we are out of iron, I think. I need iron to make another... I need iron to make another, Which one's my goodies? This one? I probably should have colored these. There we go. So 1, 2, 3, and then what is it? Like 5?
You're my family and I love you, but you're terrible.
You're all terrible.
I don't say that.
Well, that's all you say.
You kind of do.
Unbelievable.
Unbelievable. First trial chamber. That's in honor of that. Perfect. Put that away. Put away. I'll put the iron in here, yeah. We don't really need all of that. We'll pick up this. And we'll put this in the item frame in honor of our first trial chamber. Yay! Look at that. We have all these goodies now. I'm happy. Welcome in, Kong. We're well past our timer for the day, but that's okay. I've kept going anyway, because I do what I want. It's THADATHON. It's THADATHON. You're very proud of me? Oh, thank you. Also, my camera's really dark. We should probably fix that. We probably will be wrapping up after this next trial. Just want to help get that last banner pattern that we need for the collection. We're engaged, Kilden. We've been engaged for a few years now. But we've been together a very long time. Anything goes on Saturday. Okay, so I'm going to switch back into the voice call so we can do another trial chamber. I love all of you. I'm sorry I've been neglecting you. We've been doing a lot more community stuff than I expected, and I love it. It's so much fun. I'm having an absolute blast. This is totally the way that we should be ending things. So I'm going to get back in the voice call, and I'll see y'all in a bit. Keep being wonderful. I love you. Make sure you're hydrating. Is everybody hydrating? Take a sip of water for me.
Just
okay, I'm back.
Yep. Hi, back. I'm Puggy.
Hi, Puggy. I'm back. I'm on my way.
Oh, got him.
Are we all at Peter's already? Are we just waiting on me?
No, I'm still flying.
Okay.
I just got back too.
I had to put all my goodies up on the wall. My creator disc and my trial chamber key. Whee!
Are you guys ready? Are you down there?
I'm
It's like minus
right here.
600, positive 300, right? Yeah, I
It's-
mean, I got it.
Negative 472, 327.
Is it off the beacon hole or no?
No, well, I don't
You
know
got
where
it
the
drowned
beacon is.
after you.
Right here.
Ooh!
Ah.
Get him.
Wait, what? What was the chords?
Negative
Oh.
472, 327.
Okay.
Okay, goodbye. Is this where I'm supposed to be going?
Yep.
Cool. Thank you, Kong, for the 10 gifted subs. I appreciate you. And I will add an hour to our already negative timer, just for good measure.
We gotta go down the ocean, down the water.
Yep.
Zeri. Thank you, Zeri. Thank you for the gift sub tonight, bot. So am I the
Val,
only one
on
that's
me.
live now?
Yes.
Just me.
Val. On me. Oh, I forgot. I don't have respiration.
Please be careful.
Oh.
There's, there's holes on the side along the way
Yeah. Breathing
for
holes.
that purpose.
Still not seeing. Oh, is it? Buggy, you find it?
Yep, it's on me.
Oh, okay.
Are you okay?
This was convenient. It came right down into the middle. Did he plan this?
Ah. Oh, that scared me.
Oh,
I fell into one of the holes.
Peter for the win with the.
Hey, hey.
Hi.
I forget when I did this. Oh, I think it was. What? I don't know. I don't know why I do things.
Why does
Same here.
anyone do anything?
Oh, I should have grabbed my extra keys.
Oh, I should have grabbed more food. Hold on, I have some in here somewhere.
You need tacos? You got tacos?
There will be plenty
Oh,
of
thank you for the
food.
tacos. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I was down to like
Welcome.
20 carrots, which wasn't an absolute emergency. I was just like, I should replenish. So thank you very
Yeah.
much.
Not a problem.
Worst case, you get plenty of steak and taters.
Yes.
Right.
Go back to eating steak.
I just tried to put a steak in the ominous. I just did it again.
Did that
What do
work?
you get for prizes?
Matt with
You'll
another
never guess
gift.
what I just
Thank
got.
you. What'd you get? Carrots?
Banner?
Flow trim.
Another flow trim. Where's the thing? Is it down here? Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Everything's fine. Guess I'll throw one in. Let's see if we get what we need.
Gio,
I
you
have
wanna
3.
toss me a key?
I have 3 other keys, by the way.
Oh, sure.
Oh, I think I got the banner pattern. Wait. Do we need the flow banner pattern? Is that the one we need? The
I thought
little
it was just
swirl?
good.
No, we need the other one.
Oh. Dang
Hey,
it.
hey, cat the door. Cat the door.
What?
Right there.
Thank you. I can't pick it up. My inventory is full. Why can't I put banner
Ooh.
patterns inside of a bundle? Why is that not allowed?
Because they don't stack.
They should. Here, have a crossbow that I didn't ask for.
There's a trash can right here. Looks like a trash can at least.
Trash can!
Ooh, got apple, balls, and a crossbow. Wait,
Whoa,
was
is
this
that a
your...
flow trim? Nice. Look what I got, guys.
Woo!
Whoa, bro.
It was
Woo!
just sitting on the
Ominous.
floor.
Nice. Who has the ominous effect?
I have it.
Vow does. He is
I'm on
visibly
console,
stinky.
so I can't see how long it lasts for.
Oh, it doesn't tell you?
Oh, not on console, no.
Thank you
That's
for the
weird.
bits, Aaron.
I think you have to hit the center button if you're on PlayStation.
Where are
No.
they?
Above us?
That brings it.
They're right next to me. They're all on me.
Oh, yeah, I see him. I'm back.
Not all of them.
Ah!
Yeah, it's also Vow's sword that's on me too.
Bro, will you take off that skeleton
There
head,
was
please?
nothing there. You just walked around the corner and then smacked me.
And I saw a skull. Take that off. We're
It's his
just fighting
signature
skeletons.
now. It's his signature look. Thank you for the bits,
Flames.
Kong.
Flames is his new look.
Wow.
So is there anything in that pile that we want? Doesn't look like it.
Steak and taters.
I'm good. Full up. I've had too many tacos.
Yeah. I'm going to convert everybody over to tacos here soon.
Well, who doesn't love
Got me saying
tacos? There's a
Right?
taco for everybody.
Yep. There's a room over here on me.
Oh,
Somebody just,
was that you,
I
Puggy?
swear I just saw names that went this way. Oh, Vow's up here.
Puggy's got a room over here. Anything in this here? Pop?
There's
Looks like bricks.
Bricks.
there's nothing above.
Val, you
We're
want to
dead
go
end.
first?
Sure.
Keldon with the gift sub. Thank you, Keldon. Oh,
We got fight,
potion.
boys.
Stuff's happening. Stuff's happening. Ah! I didn't need to add another hour to the timer, right? We're good on that? Somebody confirm that for me in chat if you don't mind.
Low banner pattern.
Another one? Oh!
Ah, Val! Almost whacked you.
Did I?
No, I almost did.
Oh. Hey, Skelly boy, get out of here.
Dude, yeah, Zero. You need
This
to
is
take
not a
off
good
that.
place for you right now.
100%. You need to take that off.
Blending an awful lot in with the mobs we're killing.
Hey, if you kill me, that's on you.
Oh, that's on you. All three of us
Who's
agree
gonna-
that's on you.
Who's gonna put up his
Yep.
grave if he dies?
Right?
Not him.
All right, do we need to do this? It looks like we need to do this vault. I don't know what happened
got
here.
the keys.
I have
Rude.
5 keys. Does anyone need one? Does anybody want a key? No?
Yeah, I'll take. I mean, I have one key.
There's another. One for
Got the
zeroed.
key.
I have 8 ominous keys right now.
Never
The
mind. None
problem
for
I have is-
zeroed.
Problem I have is finding vaults.
Me please, me please. Please, sir, may I have another?
That's all I have.
That's really what I thought too.
Oh wait, no, I have one more. If you actually want it. Oh, I got a heavy core.
Nice. Hammer time.
Now can I put those into the... Ah, yes, I can put that in my...
Wait, you can't do wind charges off of copper? What the shenanigans is this?
What the shenanigans? Don't worry, I'm not strictly PG.
All right.
I try not to swear on stream, but my
Same
chat
here.
my chat swears
Same here.
plenty. Well, not
Yeah.
too much actually. They're pretty well behaved. You guys are wonderful and I love you even though I'm ignoring you. That's what I do to people I love. Ask Kong. So, Val, you getting anything good up there besides wind charges? No more wind charges for Val. He's cut off.
That's the first one I threw.
Oh, I found another chamber. Wait, did I?
See what?
Aha! I found another chamber.
Oh, you're all the way
This is
down
my
there. Goodness.
Arrows, emeralds,
this is my favorite.
emerald blocks. Where are we going?
I guess up
Why?
here's where zeroed is. Oh, there he is. Found
Quit
him.
knocking me off. That was you, wasn't it? Okay. I've fallen off this thing
Ouch.
3 times. Knock it off.
Oh god, I have so many arrows. I need to get rid of some of these. Is there a barrel? Oh, here's one.
All right, I'll catch up. You guys go ahead. Please go ahead.
What? There's so many blocks. Stop giving me stuff.
Oh, the boars are having fun.
I got flow banner.
Yay. Oh, I need to
We
eat.
do need Guster, right?
Wait, what?
It is Guster that we need, right?
Yes.
Yes. Oh, I thought someone dropped their pickaxe. It's a crossbow.
Hey, Puggy, come here. I got something for you.
Yeah.
Where you at? Oh, that's you? Here. That's for you.
Punch too. Thanks,
Still
bro.
going, Grumpy.
I punched Buggy.
Thank you all for that hype train. I feel like I'm getting caught in the middle of something here. Hey.
You were gonna get your skull chopped off.
Speaking of,
Any
where
other
was that
stuff?
timber that I found? Oh, it's over here.
Oh, I've got so. Does anyone want a strength potion? I have so many.
No, right here.
No.
There it is. Just drink it.
Oh.
Yeah,
That's
might as well.
Okay.
Ooh, more wind charges.
Look at. Haha.
Mmm, tasty.
Well, thanks.
Boys and their toys. Did you
Where
just?
did you go, Val?
He got sent flying.
Punch me straight up. That was awesome.
Oh, you found like the next level.
Oh, there's a whole extra trial chamber up here.
This
Yeah,
way?
We've already started one over here though.
All right, well, don't forget this bug, because I will.
Oh, it's one
If
of
you
the
didn't do that, how would I get up?
one of the skeleton ones.
You got
Is-
the potion effect? Oh, yep.
I was just waiting for it. Yep. Woo. Have they all been triggered with the ominous?
Zero. Oh.
Oh, did you almost just hit him too? Because
Yes.
I saw out of the corner of my eye. I didn't send it though. I just saw it.
Remember, if fire lands on top of any of the spawners, make sure you put it up before you kill the last mob, because they will burn off the treasure.
Oh,
That's
that's good to know.
Yeah.
I think that happened in the first one.
Oh, really?
Oh,
All
Come
in all,
on.
this hasn't been super dangerous. Like the most dangerous it was one of those first skeleton rooms we were in when I got caught in the corner with like too many of them.
yeah, I think that was this type of room, wasn't it?
Yeah, one of these
Yeah.
rooms, but I think it was the icy, maybe the icy ones or just regular skeletons. I don't think it was bogged.
Yeah, that was pretty bad too.
Oh gosh, you sent that guy flying at me. Oh, I'm
Welcome.
poisoned. No, I thought I was poisoned.
Gotta keep you on your toes.
You are. Thank you. Keeping it interesting. Is that? There's nobody down. Oh, I'm on the bottom now. Ah!
Val
This-
on you.
This is fine.
Oh.
This is fine. This is fine.
Nice
Every-
trade.
Ping pong.
I'm poisoned. Who's shooting at me from the other room? Where did you come from?
Keys.
Woo, keys. Woo. Oh, I'm still very poisoned. Very poisoned and
Musties. Oh, like Zero, please take that off.
Did you almost shoot me again, Val?
No, I almost charged at you with a sword. Stop it.
carrots.
I'm gonna put on
Oh.
iron armor and then run at you.
Dude, no, don't.
I promise you'll die. Oh, good heavy core. Anybody need that?
Yeah.
I got one.
You right.
Oh, I
If
should
you ain't
probably
got one
keep
yet, go
some
get
of
it.
the breeze rods for that. Did I keep any breeze rods? Okay, I have a few.
Where's that coming from? I didn't even see him.
Where is this dude? Are you down here, dude? You are.
What are you talking?
All right, I'm down to my last key. Let's see. Oh, that's a regular one. I need to go over there for the ominous one.
These are all regular in this one, aren't they?
This one up here is ominous. Up on the wall.
Yeah, where you just got the heavy core from.
I do have 5 keys on me.
Oh, I got another heavy core. If anyone wants it.
Wow, that's 2 in a row off that. That's awesome.
A flow trim.
Is that a flow trim?
Another?
Wow.
You're so lucky. Super lucky. Well, if anyone wants it, I've got a second heavy core. There we go. That's what it's called. Oh, and breach.
I think it's Puggy's turn to get a hammer.
I have one.
Oh.
Does
yeah,
everyone
I'm
have one?
Yeah.
Cool. Well, maybe we can put it with the collection as an extra one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I don't need 2.
That takes 1.
I can't believe how difficult it is to
skeleton.
get this armor trim. We've done how many of these at this point, and still we haven't got that armor trim? And there's been like 4 or 5 of us doing it each time.
Right.
Pretty wild. The
Blink
drop
out.
rate is like 0.
Blame me for what? Now what did I do?
No, I said the drop rate. I didn't mean you. The drop rate is like equal to 0.
No, I heard
Wow.
Zero said blame Val.
Oh.
Oh,
we're
I
talking
thought that
about
was
now.
0.
We have to go up. Back up. Somehow. Right here.
Wait, this doesn't open up? This opens up.
Oh, is that
But
how
we
we
need to
came
go-
in here?
But we need to
We
go
came
up.
in up top, but
Yeah.
Bless you.
Thank you. Sorry, I tried to mute.
Oh, you're fine. It wasn't obnoxious or anything. How do we get up there? That's the question.
spiders.
Oh yeah, I have wings. Oh, oh god. Oh god. Well, that's the most damage I've taken today. This is why
Huggy,
we
hold
don't
still.
fly.
Good job.
Hold still.
Me? Who?
You missed.
I did. I did.
Oh, thank God, dude.
It was only like a 4-block drop. You'd been fine.
Yeah, until you
Like Granny
pop
Hammer
my
people?
totem.
What? Val?
Oh, it's one of these.
What?
Where we going?
I'm lost.
No. Oh. I lost on Puggy.
Hi, Puggy. I'm lost.
I lost. I'm sick of this joke.
Me too. But I've got to say it every time. Do we have...
Whoa.
Are you actually at a spot we haven't been to, you guys? Or...
I
Yep,
am up here.
Yep.
Okay.
Zeroed.
I guess
What
I
are you
How'd you
should.
get up there?
You fly?
I tried flying and then I took the most damage I've taken all day.
I'm doing it twice, Puggy. So
Ah.
like if you do it to start with,
Okay.
and then somebody that shows up with ominous, then you get both. I got a couple of the regular keys.
Does anyone still have ominous on them?
I have a bottle.
Oh, this is what you blew me up into, right?
So what happens with ominous silverfish? Do they get armor?
They just
Yeah,
get
there's
a lot
just
of
more of them.
Imagine them in armor though.
Oh God, that would be horrible.
So in my other world, my XP farm is one of the ones with the infestation potions, but I put myself in the farm because I don't want to harm any of the other creatures.
What?
So I infest myself and stand on a magma block, and it works great. It's one way of doing it. It's my
Oh my
way.
God, top side is crazy too.
Yeah, it's raining spiders.
But yeah, I see that
Oh.
now, Val.
The worst kind of storm. It's raining spiders.
Hallelujah.
No, someone help me. It's raining spiders.
Save your life, Puggy.
Thanks, bro.
You got it, bro.
I like the inflection on bro.
Get away from me.
Thanks,
Get away
bro.
from
I got more keys.
I was hoping you were gonna swing. We don't need the flow banner pattern, right? I know we don't.
Keep
need
him
the
away from me.
What's happening? Who am I protecting?
Protect me from the skeleton. Because I'm gonna murder him. He's gonna blame me.
Thad, tell them about the time you died to the silverfish. One time I died to silverfish from my farm.
Ow.
There we go. That's the whole thing. Because I fell into the chamber where I collect them.
Oof.
Oh, and the first time I built it, I didn't have enough like area for them to congregate beneath me, and they were just glitching through blocks and pushing each other out. And actually, I don't think I was streaming for that one, but Kisser Kong had to come save me because I kept dying repeatedly to them. Lost a bit of gear.
There's a I got a bottle from that. What type of shenanigans is that?
What the heck is this?
This is Peter's doing.
This is where he was.
What did he do?
He was
Was he
going to do
clearing
some
up
sort
the
of sky
timber?
block thing. He was going to dig everything out.
But this is the Animus vault right here.
Oh. Okay.
And that's a gold vault, right?
Puggy, did you actually land up there? I can never land on a single block.
Bam. Let's go.
So that one that Puggy's on is ominous. Okay, let's see. I should eat first. Let's eat first. There we go. All right. Let's see if I can do it. All right. Oh, that's a wall. Oh no, too low. Oh, another wall. Oh god, so many walls. 3.5 hearts. So that went well.
Might want to put that totem in your offhand. Oh, hi.
Yeah, let's do that for now.
Ouch.
Just gonna heal. I'm probably gonna cave and just pillar up because this is not going well. Oh, I did it! Oh, no, you pushed me off!
I didn't know that you were coming up.
I said,
trying to
here
hit
I
Puggy.
go!
I was trying to hit Puggy and you landed right in front of me when I threw.
All right, ready? Here I go! Nailed it.
Yay!
First try. Don't you dare. Let me put the key in. Matt with the creeper bits. There's no creepers up here. All right, I'm putting the key in. Here we go. Guess what I got, guys?
Heavy core.
Flow armor trim. There you go. For the people. No! I think I still had stuff up there that I didn't pick up.
You did. What did you leave up here?
Hopefully nothing good.
Breach 2.
I have a Breach 3 book. Oh my god, that was so loud. You guys having fun with the jump scares over there? My chat being crazy.
Too bad he destroyed the spawners in here.
Wait, you can destroy those? I thought you can't destroy those.
You can destroy them. It takes a long time though.
Really?
Like longer than obsidian?
Yeah.
Obviously.
We're cool. I'm not gonna hit you. Really? So you just have to sit. Oh no, that's a vault. No, really?
I think you can destroy the vaults too. Yeah, like that's cracking. That's a spawner though.
That's weird.
Why is it not picking up all of them?
This is the way that Peter must have come in. I don't know how to.
We're topside still, zeroed. there should be more rooms.
Maybe. Maybe not.
That's why I said should be.
Everybody used the first one, right? The one right next to where we came in.
I believe so.
Maybe. I think I had extra ones at that point. Wait, where is it? Was it over here?
I believe it's
It's
down.
down by me.
Oh. I can check, and then we can make sure.
Oh, there's a room behind it. I don't think we did.
Val, you coming?
Oh, and it just triggered.
Oh. You said the vault was somewhere over here? I'm not sure if I did this one.
Yeah, it's underneath.
Oh,
the stairs.
underneath. Yes, I think I did. I'll just double check. Pretty sure. Yes. Yes. Yes.
Wow, keep me alive. I'm blaming you if I die. Look, I'll even put my helmet on. What?
Did you just put it down?
No, it's because it doesn't have an action for... I don't know, it's weird. If you have that on and you're facing a block when you put your helmet on, it puts the...
Oh, you swapped it.
It places the skull down, yeah.
Huh. Oh.
Okay, what are we looking for? Banner?
The
Guster?
Guster banner pattern, yeah. I keep forgetting cake stack, so I just had cake sitting in my inventory thinking I couldn't throw it in a bundle. Oh, I got an ominous bottle somewhere along the way, so if we need it, I have another.
Yeah, so this is what I was thinking. So the reason we're not getting this one is because we keep doing ominous.
Oh, it's a regular one?
Yeah, you can only get it with the regular.
Oh.
It's not on the loot table for the other side.
Good to know. We would have
wait,
just kept doing this
wait.
forever.
Hold on.
Wait, what? What's going on?
Yeah, it's not in the loot table.
The banner pattern we need is only the regular trial, regular vaults.
So who has ominous right now?
I don't.
I don't.
Vow did?
How?
No, mine ran out.
Okay, so now we're on
ran
regular
out.
ones then.
Okay, so now if we do regular ones and we get regular keys, we can do those and we should get it.
So
Perfect.
don't drink this potion.
Drink it. Drink it right now. No, I'm just kidding.
No, don't do it.
Glug, glug, glug. It's gonna be like easy mode now that we've done all the ominous ones.
Where's
Keys.
my armor?
I got 2 regular keys.
You got potatoes. And bread.
Almost as good as keys. And a honey bottle. Yay.
I got that green disc that everybody was excited about for a while.
Creator?
Yeah. The green, I don't know.
If
what is
anyone
it
gets
called?
the
Yeah,
other one.
Creator. Yep.
If anyone gets the music box version and doesn't want it, I'll take that. Were there
There's
more
an
things to
extra
do in here? Is that a regular one down there to do? Or is that one of the ominous ones?
No, it was an ominous one. I just had a leftover key.
Oh, okay. Oh, I guess I could throw something in there. I think I have a couple keys still.
I got 4 regular keys. 0. Goodbye.
Up here is one.
Yeah, that's a regular one, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
I have one other regular key if anyone wants it.
I need
I'm
one.
gonna-
Alright.
Okay, here you go.
Nothing.
Thank you. And where is the vault?
There is a regular one across from you, straight across. And this is the ominous one over here. Which I think I can do. Oh, look, I got another copy of Creator. I would have been so excited about that earlier.
Cabbage.
Why do I have so many chickens?
Why not?
Yeah, true. And then let's see what I got. What I got. What I got. Diamonds, emeralds, golden apple.
How did I miss this the first time?
How'd you miss what?
This ominous vote.
I don't think we were in that room the first time through.
No?
No, I think this is the first time we came through here.
Well, that explains everything.
And then where do we go next?
Up here is how we get out, if that's what you're asking.
Did we get the other thing?
The other banner powder? Not yet. But we need regular spawners now for regular keys.
Yeah, which we can get from the spawners as long as nobody has ominous, right?
Nope, I haven't drank my
Right.
bottle.
Yeah, mine worn out.
Some of these we did.
No rookie.
I
Oh,
wonder if you
whoa.
do ominous, you can't trigger the regular.
It
works
should,
the
but
other
on
way.
a timer. Like
Oh, right, yeah.
So what is it, like 30
But
minutes? I think it's every
Here's
30.
a. Do you have any keys left, Puggy?
I have 2 of
Regular,
each.
I mean. You have 2 of each. Here, if you come to the room where I'm at, there's 2.
Ouch.
Is it a regular
there's
one
2
there?
vaults. Is that it?
Oh, here we go. I got it.
No.
You got the banner pattern?
Gustard?
Yes,
Yep,
that's the one.
nice.
We
Let's
did it! Yay! Now we can leave, right? We're
Imagine
done.
that.
We're done here.
Yeah.
Whew. As fun as this has been, I think I'm trial chambered out. Oh, I don't even know I'm trying to go that way. That's not even the way out. How do we get out of here?
Come to me.
Where? Oh God, dude, Zero, you're so far away.
No, I'm not.
Oh, there you are.
I see your name. You're right there.
I see your name too. Now we
Imagine
go up.
that. Val hit me again.
Again? I think that was the
And
first time.
And you called me a troll.
That one was on purpose.
The long swim up.
Hey, bug.
Hi. Need an air.
I was gonna say, is anyone drowning? Please be careful.
Imagine dying with the
Puggy drowned on the
Right.
last day. After doing all the scary things, Puggy drowned.
most noobish death.
Well, this was a lot of fun. Like, we should have done more of this throughout the month, maybe? I'm
Well,
so
that's
bad
just
at
kind of
collaborating and stuff, at like doing things with people. Maybe next time I'll be better about that.
Same here.
Especially now that I like know people a little more. Before it was like, hi, I'm here. The only 2 people I've ever met was Naku and Peter. So, strangers.
Hey, get back in there. Get back in there. I was doing something.
What are you doing?
Nothing. Just don't worry about it. Just get in there.
Okay, I'm trusting you. If you
Puggy,
kill
help
me,
me.
I'm gonna hold on to my
Help me, Puggy.
totem here.
Oh, I ran out.
You ran
Yeah.
out of blocks.
I thought I had more.
Whee!
Wait,
Goodbye.
no! Come back! I wasn't done.
What are you doing? You're just boxing me in. Why?
Just go back.
To
in
what end? To what end?
Don't worry about it. It'll be cool.
There. Yeah, just go in there.
No, there's a no. You go in there. You want to go in there? You go in there. I'm gonna go make my mace and put it up on my wall, and put the extra heavy core over by the Dragon Horde. Does anybody want this creator disc? Anybody at all? Do we all have like 6 copies of it now?
I don't have any, but I don't need it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna put this pattern up there.
Very good. I'll go fly over and put the banner pattern. Are they
item frames here somewhere?
If you're by the collection, the Horde, I think there were some in one of the barrels out front.
Wait, how many patterns are we missing?
I don't know. I think that was the only one from the trial chambers we needed. I don't know if there was more.
Gotcha, because there's 1, 2, 3 frames left.
And where should I put this?
There's 2. Oh.
Heavy core.
See, I didn't know if Jen wanted to do that for her video.
Well, if she wants to do it, she can take that one off and put it back, I guess. That's fine.
Are you saying pretend? We don't do that.
No, not at all.
Or should I put the heavy core on the wall with all the heads? Since it's
She's still
kind of
putting
like that.
hers on the wall. Oop. Did I just pick that
Nope,
up?
I got it. I'm gonna put it up on the wall with all the stuff.
Should we do
So we're
the
missing
that's so
rib?
big? What?
What? What about? Oh,
heavy
it
core is so
doesn't.
big.
It looks like a normal head size to me. Is it like? What about it?
Just was not. Oh, you didn't put it in an item frame.
I probably should have put it in an item frame because I thought it would attach to the wall like the heads do, but it's not. It's floating. So excuse me. Give me. Oh, you picked it up.
Steve,
You can put
get
the,
him.
You know what? You can have it.
Thank you.
I don't even want it. You can have it. It's all yours. You can put it
Yeah,
back if you
got
want.
one. We need one extra item frame. Ouch.
Should we do the trial keys?
Do I have any extras?
I
I have one ominous extra.
I have 2 extra of the ominous.
Crazy.
I don't have any of the regular ones. We used all of them.
How many of these? Are we missing any of these guys?
Yeah, apparently there's like 23 shards.
Yeah,
So
we
many.
gotta do scuba diving to get those.
I
Zero, we did that together before. Remember on my stream?
Yeah.
That's what we gotta do again. Remember when you were my captain? You boated me around everywhere.
Did.
Didn't troll me at all.
I did. Yeah.
Snout.
Yeah, yeah.
Is that a banner pattern, Grumpy?
Oh,
Is Snout
okay,
a
so
banner
these are-
pattern?
Just Trail Ruin shirts.
Yeah.
I don't know how we get that, but Grumpy's saying something about Snout, so I'm guessing it's one of the banner patterns.
Yeah, you gotta go to a bastion for that.
Ah, that's not
I
happening
don't see a
today.
snout. I don't see a snout trim up here.
Oh,
Was?
that's the one with the 2 dots, right?
You
Yeah.
have a snout trim.
Yeah, I have it.
Hmm.
All right, I'll go dupe it.
Ooh, you're duping. Ooh.
So we're missing. So we're
Was
missing.
that not
3 on the
allowed?
wall.
Different kind of duping.
Right.
This one's encouraged.
So we need 2 more item frames for the wall.
Oh, I'm not sure if I have Blackstone.
I got Blackstone.
Let me check first.
I have a single piece of Blackstone that I picked up while we were in the chamber. Will that help?
I got 25 Blackstone.
I would only need 1, but
Oh yeah, for
Right.
for copying it, yeah.
Wait, oh no, you need 7 diamonds. Never mind.
Oh, I can hook up with the diamonds. I have too many. I have 5 right here and a diamond block. Do you need that?
No, I got a stack of diamonds. I'm good.
Okay.
Wait, some of these are. Okay, some of these have multiple things on them.
Okay, yes, I am gonna need that Blackstone. I don't have any in my chest.
Alright. If you want to meet me at my house, Val.
I don't know where your house is.
Oh, you don't know where my house is? Go to the,
No,
go to the
don't-
iron farm.
You don't invite me to places.
Oh, you picked that up.
Val, come here.
I can't read numbers.
Well, that's your fault.
There's a word for that, right? For like specifically like number dyslexia.
That's alpha, what, alpha lexia or something like that. Alphlexia.
What?
Did we solve the Blackstone problem? Because I still have the one, and Grumpy says he has a bunch, but we have one. I think we're good, Grumpy. Thank you.
Yeah.
Ah,
What happened?
just broke.
All right, I think that I'm gonna go wrap things up and put my armor and stuff in my house and go get some food because it's like 4 o'clock almost for me and I haven't eaten today. Wait, I had a piece of pie. That was a lie. I had a piece of pie.
Welcome to my house.
Ooh.
You want some grilled
Nice.
steak? Yeah.
No, I'm vegetarian, sorry.
Get out of my house.
Are you actually?
I mean, I try to be. My wife doesn't let me. She forces me to not be. When
I
I cook,
see.
though, it's vegetarian meals.
Gotcha. I would like to eat less meat, but
I feel like I have way more like natural energy if I don't eat meats.
Yeah.
That's why I do it. Yeah.
Interesting.
Like
See,
I don't need coffee if I when I'm vegetarian.
oh, I
You
need
don't
my
eat what?
coffee.
Coffee?
I
Yeah,
don't.
I mean, you know, I like my coffee. I'm just saying I don't need it when I'm
Gotcha,
not
okay.
eating meats. Yeah.
I mostly drink decaf nowadays anyway. I just like the taste of coffee,
That is
but the caffeine makes me
disgusting.
kind of jittery.
Ew.
Hey,
Gross.
hey, I'm not saying you have to
Shame.
drink it.
Shame.
Shame on you. Shame on you, Val. Shame on you. I'm out of here. I'm out of here. All right. No, this was a lot of fun. Thank you for everyone who accompanied me on all these scary things today. It made it a lot
Welcome.
less scary.
I'm sorry there wasn't enough withers.
Yeah, if only there were more withers, you know. Really let me down there.
I
Val, you
know.
could do one in the village.
Right here?
Yep, right here.
Oh,
All right,
God.
let's go.
Yeah, right next to Grumpy's tree. Grumpy, what do
Yeah.
you think of that? Great idea,
Right on
right?
top of it. I didn't want to get invited back for season 2 anyway. It's fine.
Yeah. Go for it, dude. I got you.
All right. Thanks for everything, guys. Stay alive.
Thanks.
Good luck, have
Captain
fun.
See y'all next time.
Thanks for hanging out.
Bye.
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 Alright, good. She's gone. Now we can set off the wither.
Oh my goodness. I closed out of that, right? Yes. We're out of the stream chat. Guys, we're winding down now. Negative 53 minutes into stream. Let's come into the house. We're gonna make our mace. I'm gonna put the mace somewhere. Where do we want to put it? Maybe I'll put it over the mantle. That could be cool. We got the heavy core. We've got the breeze rods. I'd like to organize my inventory real quick and put my stuff somewhere so that for the world download it'll be here. This and then that. Okay. I've got some armor, some banner things I don't need. We got another copy of the music disc that I don't need.
Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious.
Oh, and we got the trident. Do we want to put the trident somewhere? I don't know where we'd put it, so I'm gonna put that in here for now, along with the music disc. Oh, we had a couple treasure maps we never did. Ah, well. You know, stuff happens. Stuff happens. I need a piece of leather. And some sticks. What did I do with all my wood? There it is. Let's do... Doop. 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 Got that. Got the mace. I'm gonna put that up here. That'll look cool, right? Yeah, that's cool. Anything else we need to do? I'd like to put my inventory somewhere. And maybe we put down a armor stand and put our armor on it. Alright, we had all this stuff. I'm gonna stick all the shulkers somewhere. Maybe we'll do like a barrel. Where can we do this? Where should we do this? Maybe we'll put the armor stand right here. I'll be next to Papa. Move away for a second. I gotta make an armor stand. We need sticks for that, and we need a stone slab. So, or a, what is it? Smooth stone slab. So I guess we need a few pieces of this to cook down. I'm really sad this is over, but it's been so fun. I hope everybody's enjoyed today, even though I've been ignoring you. I appreciate you all being here. And all the gift subs and the bits. You've been wonderful. Smooth stone. You and me, hardcore realm. We can totally start a hardcore realm, but I need a little break. I need some time on the box. And just chilling. Just chilling, you know? Alright, so 3. That'll make the slabs. That'll make the armor stand. There we go. I'll put this right here. Let's put all the armor on it. That was my armor. I'm not going to put the wings on it. I'll put the wings in the box next to it. Oh, I put them back on instead of in my hand. There we go. I'm going to put a barrel next to it with all my inventory. So my wings, my tools, let's put them in the order that I usually do my hotbar. So axe, shovel, fortune, silk touch, sword, bow. I've had a bucket on my hotbar a lot this time around. I'll do a full stack of rockets there. I might put away the rest of the rockets in here. If they fit. Oh my god, so many rockets. Oh, it's a perfect amount. Look, it's stacked perfectly. That's nice. I got some more diamonds and stuff we can put in here. Diamond, emerald block. We'll put one of the cakes on the table here. How about that? Not on the side with Mulder. He'll probably eat it. There we go. 2 cakes. Mulder, you get 1 cake too. Scooch. Scooch to the other side, bud. There you go. Cake. Don't worry. Just a little cattail in your cakes. No problem. We've got some armor trims we were putting in here. Is this where we're putting the armor trims? So many flow armor trims. A few more diamonds to put away. Guess I'll put that in here too. Okay, that looks pretty good. I'm gonna put a totem here. We got our wings, our fishing rod that took 2 whole streams to get it, our leather boots. Oh, I want to put my gold helmet in here. And what do we have to take out of here? My bundle of ender chests. That can go there. Another totem. My spyglass. This bundle doesn't have anything in it now. Apples. There's my other helmet. That can go next to the boots. My bed. The arrows we were carrying around. There's my carrots. I'm going to put the rest in, I guess, here. There's the carrots. Potion can go in here. Coal. What's in here now? Oh, this is just another diamond pickaxe. Okay. Extra diamond pickaxe, I guess, can go right there. All my shulkers, including the empty one. firework rockets. What do I want to do with the rest of this? Oh, we should maybe put the emeralds in. Where is it? Nope, not that one. This one. Emeralds, I need that. Back. So that goes there. This pickaxe there. And all this, let's just find a random barrel for. Oh, I'll put the food with the food. The food where the food goes. Sure. Food. Food. Oh, these are technically mob drops. We'll put those up there. I had a ton of torches. I'll put that there. Honey bottle. Guess I'll put the extra enchanting bottles here. And a few more things for the last barrel. Okay. Got all my armor. Oh, my shield. We gotta put the shield on here too. There we go. Scooch pup back to me. Get over there. Oh, too close. Too close. Come this way, please. A little bit this way. What's that? Is that a hydrate? Thank you. We'll hydrate in just a second. Come here, pup. Alright, we gotta scooch gently. Scooch you gently this way. A little bit more. A little bit more. A little bit more. Teeny bit more. Should do a tiny bit that way. Okay, tiny bit more. That way. Perfect. Good enough. Pup will guard my stuff. All right. One last hydrate for the road. Just like the simulations. Okay, guys. I think that is it. I do want to take a couple more screenshots real quick. Hold on. Here with my stuff and my pup. And hold on, let's switch to first person with my wall of collections in the bedroom. Oh, one more where we can actually see it. Hold on. All right. There. Windows, shift, snap. Anything else we need a picture with? I think that is it. I think that wraps things up. I'm genuinely sad. One last sleep for the road. One last sleep for the road. The trophies! I got the trophies. We got the trophies. We've got... Oh, wrong button. That one. We've got our first trial chamber key. Or what? Well, it's to represent our first trial chamber. Waterfall! Yes, we should take one with the waterfall again. We got some pictures of the waterfall, but I don't think I have any with me in front of it. First raid, our first dragon fight. That's our end salmon that we caught in the end. That's my trophy from the pumpkin carving contest. Babe, I won the pumpkin carving contest. You missed it. Oh, that's a great idea, Grumpy. Okay, before we go, we're going to take a few more pictures. And from the first Wither fight, my first ever Wither star. Or, what is it called? Oh, I forget what it was called. Is it a Wither star? Nether star? End star? Something like that. All right, we're going to log out in the house, but let's go take a couple more pictures. Oh, I have no food. Hold on. I'm kind of hungry. I'll take a couple carrots for the road. And I might need blocks to pillar up. No, we'll do it on the... I was just going to try to fly. I can't fly. All right, well, run. We're running. This has been so much fun. I can't believe we made it to the end after all that. We didn't do all the challenges on the list, but that's quite all right. All right, I'm gonna do one from over here. Okay, I gotta face this way. One with everything in the background might be nice. Maybe we go, oh God, I can't do this in third person. Hold on, maybe we'll stand on the bridge. On the bridge? With all that behind us. FN, F1, there we go. Hold on, there's gotta be a better angle. Okay. Oh, maybe we could zoom. Oh, that's cute! Let's see if I can do it. Window, shift. Alright, can we get one with the house in the background? Guys, this is just photo hour. If you know me, I'm in real life a photographer. Like, that's my full-time gig. That's how I pay the bills. Cow, you want to be in this picture with me? You and me, bud. You and me. Don't leave now. Don't. Where are you going? We're going to take a picture. Fine. Fine. Don't be in my picture, Cow. I didn't want you in the picture anyway. Oh, I hit the wrong button. With my house in the background. And we gotta go take one on the dock, because that's a wonderful suggestion from Grumpy. Thank you. Thank you. Sky loves doing Minecraft photography too. Isn't it fun? I have on many occasions almost killed myself in other worlds because I didn't I tried to take pictures while flying. Okay, so switch my perspective. I should have had my fishing rod for this. And maybe we can zoom one too. Can we get more of the dock in the shot? Yep, wrong way. Nope, we can't. All right, that's fine. We'll just get the corner of the fishing hut for this one. Okay. Sorry about the sounds. That was probably really loud. Okay, put the hotbar back. All right, let's go back to the house. Because one last thing, I think I want to stick the fishing rod in my armor stand's hand. And then we'll call it. Then we'll call it. I don't want it to be over. Sky helps you with a lot. Oh, Sky helps me a lot with these things. Yeah. RTX is awesome when it works. I've never messed around with that. Right, I kind of want one more from over at this angle. See you in season 2, Val. All right, one more. Wait, gotta turn around. There we go. Maybe from here. Oops, I muted things. Oh, wrong one. I pressed the wrong button. V, there we go. Little to the side. Oh, too far. Maybe... Huh. Hold on. We've got this. I could... No! Ah! Hold on. I gotta be in the right perspective. We're gonna go over here. So we're to the side of it a little bit more. There we go. Then we can do like this. Ah, cute. We're kind of crouching for that one. All right. I think that's enough pictures. I think so. One more with my armor stand because I want to put the fishing rod in its hand. And then we're done. I'm just sad it's over. But what's important is we survived. We survived an entire month in a hardcore world. Who'da thunk? Not me. Certainly not me. I can't believe it. And put this in my offhand. Totem on each side, I guess. I don't know why I have the leads in there. But whatever. It's fine. Anything in the bundle that I want in my inventory instead? Maybe an ender chest. There we go. Oh, I can't do that because it takes it out of the other hand. Never mind. Give it back. I thought I could put things in both hands. Apparently not. Ah, where am I putting this extra lead? In here. Okay. We're done then. We're done here. Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all for being here. This has been a fantastic experience. And I'm going to log out right here on my bed. Because the bed has kept us alive this season. Alright, guys. Thank you for attending THADATHON Bedrock Legends Edition. I appreciate everybody who donated and subbed themselves and gave some points. That one debuff that we got with the chest plate actually worked out pretty well. We survived. I was worried that I was going to lose my shoes and die to fall damage or something. No, we're good. Let's see who's online right now. I'm going to stop the timer. There we go. Is anybody on? No, thank you for a fun day. Thanks, Sky, for being here. Mitchie, Cracked Kitten, Jove, Keldon, Jules, of course. Shout out to Jules. We're trying to get Jules to affiliate. So Jules streams occasionally. We're trying to get her to affiliate. So if you wouldn't mind, please go give my beautiful mod Jules a follow. She's not just my mod. She's one of my best friends. And you should totally follow her so that we can get her to affiliate. And maybe she'll stream more. Okay? All right, we're going to see who's live. If anybody on Minecraft that we know? I'm not seeing anyone. I feel like we should rate a Minecraft stream, but I'm not seeing anybody jumping out at me. So why don't we instead go see our lovely friend Jojo. Jojo's not currently playing Minecraft. He sometimes plays Minecraft. He sometimes does Sudoku. Right now, it looks like he's playing Hearthstone. So we're going to send the love over to Jojo, because Jojo is just delightful. There we go. Raid to Jojo. We'll pop our raid calls into chat. Copy paste those raid calls, please. Copy pasta. You know how we do. And before we go, one more big sip of water. One more big sip of water. Gotta stay hydrated. Gotta stay hydrated, folks. If you're interested at all in anybody else who was on the Legends server, that link right there will link you to their socials and our Discord for Legends and all that fun stuff. Please check it out. Here's all my socials. You can expect all my VODs to be uploaded to YouTube. I usually have them uploaded the following morning. So YouTube is my VODs. I'm on Instagram. We've got a Discord now. That's brand new. Please join the Discord. We're having fun over there. Lots of pet pics so far. I do have a fourth wall. And we also are on Blue Sky. So all that fun stuff. Anything else? Anything else? Am I forgetting anything? I think that's it. I think that's it. Thank you all for being wonderful and for being patient with me as I ignored all of you. I think the first THADATHON was a success. Success. All right. I appreciate all of you. Take care. Let's go show some love to JoJo. Okay, bye!